Chapter 2062 Monkey Brother. Let's go, Luo Tian called out, and carried the big black blade on his shoulder. At this moment, Monkey Brother did not appear. Luo Tian looked around. Where did Monkey Brother go? Don't tell me he went to look for Chinyu? Luo Tian thought to himself. I wonder if he passed the examination. With his beast-taming inherent skill, he should be able to successfully enter the beast-taming hall. It's good that Monkey Brother went to his place. This way, Chinyu won't recklessly deal with Sidu Chong. From Luo Tian's point of view, Monkey Brother had gone to look for Chinyu. He did not know that Monkey Brother was following and kidnapping Kai Yan and Kai Bing. After asking for the direction of the Crimson Lotus Peak, Luo Tian rushed towards the Crimson Lotus Peak. His purpose in going to the Crimson Lotus Peak was to help the Ice and Fire children recover their cultivation. He believed that the golems in the cave would definitely be able to help him. Kai Yan, Kai Bing, I'm here. Luo Tian looked at the mountain peak that stood in the clouds like an incomparably cold sword and muttered to himself. Luo Tian had to repay the favor of swallowing the cultivation dispersing pill and begging the Scarlet Serpent Fairy to save him. The cultivation dispersing pill was not an ordinary thing. His cultivation was gone. Luo Tian thought back to when he had just transmigrated to the profound sky continent. The feeling of being unable to cultivate after the pubes was truly unbearable. He had the system, but the two women didn't have the system, so they couldn't cultivate at all. Thinking of this, Luo Tian walked even faster. On the way to the Crimson Lotus Peak, Luo Tian opened the system and checked the rewards for the assessment mission. 10,000 experience points, 1,000 spirit force points, plus a bronze chest. Huff! Luo Tian rubbed his hands together and muttered, although you are no longer in this world, you will always be in my heart. Come, unleash your super strength. The idea moved and clicked on the bronze chest. The box opened and emitted a burst of light. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Azure Dragon Broken Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Azure Dragon Sword Manual incomplete. Luo Tian immediately became excited and said, You are invincible. Shortly after, he immediately opened the system to check. Weapon. Broken Azure Dragon Sword Attributes. Grade. Description. This sword is a broken sword and cannot be used. Description 2. Reforge a broken sword. You need to find the necessary items to reforge the broken sword and unlock the seal. Cultivation method. Azure Dragon Sword Manual * Gremlin Attributes. Grade. Description. The sword manual is incomplete and cannot be cultivated. You must obtain more Azure Dragon sword manuals to repair it. The Azure Dragon swordplay only had a torn piece of parchment. However, it was simple and unadorned, and one could tell at a glance that it was a good item. Although the two items couldn't be used, Luo Tian couldn't help but be excited. After all, it was only a bronze chest. If it was a silver or gold chest, then it would definitely be a godly item. Luo Tian gently sensed the Azure Dragon sword. Suddenly, a ray of idea flashed in his sea of consciousness. Azure Dragon aura. Luo Tian's heart trembled. That aura was very familiar. It was the aura of the Azure Dragon blood vein. In the divine realm, almost everything about him had been formatted by the system. Even his bloodline was gone. Sensing the Azure Dragon sword, he felt the power of the Azure Dragon blood vein for a moment. However, it was only for a moment, and Luo Tian couldn't be sure. Maybe I missed the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. 4 divine beasts too much. Luo Tian laughed bitterly and continued to head towards the Red Lotus Peak. In another place. How dare you? Scarlet Serpent Fairy was furious. A few minutes ago, she was still very happy because she had recruited some good female disciples this year. However, When she heard that Luo Tian was going to be the first male disciple to join the Red Lotus Peak, she felt as if she had been greatly insulted. Anger surged. Scarlet Serpent Fairy shouted, "Where is that brat now?" Tong Chong laughed faintly. Master Scarlet Serpent, that brat is probably about to reach the Red Lotus Peak. The sacred ground that you have guarded for decades is about to be broken by him. After seeing Luo Tian disappear, Tong Chong left to find Scarlet Serpent Fairy. Moreover, after adding fuel to the fire, he said that Luo Tian was an incomparably wretched pervert who joined the Red Lotus Peak to tarnish her sacred ground, flirt with her disciples, and even threatened to flirt with her, the Scarlet Serpent Fairy. How could she not be angry at these words? Scarlet Serpent Fairy's face turned sinister as she said solemnly, "All right, brat, let's see how many lives you have today." Shwa! Scarlet Serpent Fairy turned into a ball of white light and disappeared into the horizon. Tong Chong looked in the direction that Scarlet Serpent Fairy disappeared in and couldn't help but sneer. "Brat, humiliating me in public! I want to see how many days you can stay in the Icefire sect, fighting with me in my territory. You're courting death." Tong Chong laughed sinisterly. As long as Scarlet Serpent Fairy crippled Luo Tian, he would have nothing to do with it. Even if the sect master were to blame him, he would not blame him. Tong Chong laughed complacently. "So what if you're number one in the examination? If you don't know what's good for you, you still have to die." In another place, 2 sacks were thrown into the courtyard. "Boss, it's done." He continued to struggle in the sack. Situ Chong had a complacent look on his face as he revealed a lewd smile and said, "Well done, wait for me to finish the 2 of them first. Then you guys will be second." The 2 disciples immediately said, "Thank you, boss." "Untie them and let me see what they look like now." Situ Chong became excited. The ones who were captured were Kai Yen and Kai Bing. They were doing well in the martial arts practice field when a female disciple suddenly sent them a message, saying that a senior sister from the Scarlet Serpent Peak was looking for them. When they entered the small forest, they were immediately covered by sacks. The 2 of them had no cultivation at all, so they were powerless to resist. Kai Yen looked at Situ Chong and immediately said angrily, "Situ Chong, I knew it was you, scum." "Pa!" Situ Chong slapped him across the face and shouted, "Kai Yen, you bitch! I've tolerated you for a year. Do you still think you're some hot fairy? Uft! You're not even a fart right now. You're just a servant of the Scarlet Serpent Peak." A slap to the face caused Kai Yen to bleed from the corner of his mouth. It was very painful. Kai Bing said coldly, "Situ Chong, what do you want to do? Even if we are servants of the Scarlet Serpent Peak, we are still in the Scarlet Serpent Peak." "Humph!" Situ Chong sneered and said, "Using the Scarlet Serpent Fairy to scare me? Ha ha ha. Today, I'll deal with the 2 of you first, then let my brothers have a good time, and then throw you to the back of the mountain. I'll see who cares about your life and death." Ji on the wall. A monkey creaked twice. "Xiao," Ji immediately shouted, "It's the monkey beside Luo Tian." It was also at this time. Monkey Brother jumped and quickly jumped away. Situ Chong's gaze tensed up and said, "Kill that monkey for me. You guys go after him. As for me, he." Chapter 2063. Half an hour later, Luo Tian arrived at the foot of the Crimson Lotus Peak. Looking up at the Crimson Lotus Peak, Luo Tian exhaled and muttered, "I'm finally here! Ice Maiden, Fire Maiden, I'm here." Luo Tian stepped into the mountain gate of the Crimson Lotus Peak. It was also at this moment. A female disciple shouted coldly, "The Crimson Lotus Peak prohibits any men from entering." The female disciple pointed her sword at Luo Tian's brows, her expression ice cold. At this moment, another female disciple also walked out. The 2 of them were the disciples on duty guarding the Crimson Lotus Peak. Luo Tian hugged his hands and said slightly, "Senior sisters, I am the new disciple of the Crimson Lotus Peak. New disciple? You're a woman. The white-clothed female disciple asked curiously, because only women could join the Crimson Lotus Peak. It was impossible for men. Luo Tian said, No, I am a man. 24K is a pure man. A man? Then what new disciple are you talking about? The Crimson Lotus Peak will definitely not accept any male disciples. Leave quickly if Master finds out. Your life will be in danger. The white-clothed female disciple said. In the past few years, they had never seen a man step into the Crimson Lotus Peak since they had been guarding the mountain gate. Not to mention a man, even a small male animal would be killed by Master with a single sword strike. If the Scarlet Serpent Fairy saw Luo Tian stepping into the Crimson Lotus Peak, she would definitely take Luo Tian's life. Luo Tian did not retreat, but said, I wonder if the two senior sisters know the rules of the examination. Huh. The blue-clothed female disciple was startled and asked, What rules? Luo Tian said, The first place has the right to choose. I am the first place of this examination. I chose the Crimson Lotus Peak, so I am your junior brother. You must take good care of this little junior brother of yours. Huh. The two female disciples did not react in time. They knew about this rule. However, no man had ever chosen the Crimson Lotus Peak. Could it really be like this? Luo Tian said, Let me ask you two another question. The white-clothed female disciple's brain wasn't enough to process all of this. She said, Go ahead. Luo Tian asked, May I ask which is bigger, Crimson Lotus Peak or the Icefire Sect? The female disciple in white said, Of course the Icefire Sect is bigger. The Crimson Training Hall is just one of the halls of the Icefire Sect. Luo Tian said, That's right. The Scarlet Lotus Hall is a branch of the Icefire Sect. The rules of the Icefire Sect are naturally higher than the Scarlet Lotus Hall. I have the right to choose. This is the rule of the Icefire Sect. Now that I'm in the Icefire Sect, do you think I'm your junior brother? Huh. The two female disciples looked at each other and whispered to each other. The female disciple in white directly counted with her fingers. According to what he said, he really is our junior brother, but something's not right. No man has ever set foot on Crimson Training Peak, not even our sect master. He's just a new disciple. How can he join us? Senior sister, what should we do? The female disciple in blue turned around and found that Luo Tian was already standing in front of them. He had already entered the Crimson Lotus Peak. The two girls were shocked. The female disciple in blue immediately said, Leave now, leave now. You're dead if Master sees you. Luo Tian said with a smile, Senior sisters are so kind. Don't worry, even if the Hall Master comes, I won't leave. I'm definitely going to join the Crimson Lotus Peak. When the time comes, please take good care of your junior brother. Luo Tian said shamelessly. The two female disciples guarding the gate were very cute. They looked dumb and silly. The female disciple in white said anxiously, You can't enter, you can't enter. Only female disciples can enter. You can't enter. Take another step and don't blame me for being rude. The female disciple in white moved her sword and pointed it at Luo Tian. Luo Tian immediately took a step forward, his eyebrows almost touching the female disciple's sword. The female disciple in white retreated slightly, looked at the female disciple in blue and said, Senior sister, what should we do? It was also at this moment. Shua! The sound of something tearing through the air came from behind. Luo Tian frowned, and the big black blade in his hand fell. At this moment, the sixth move of the Tianlong blade technique was released in an instant. Dragon raises its head. Sky break. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The image of the sky dragon moved and burst out, shattering the sharp sword chi. At the same time, Luo Tian's body explosively retreated, and only stopped when he crashed into a big tree. Buzz! A middle-aged woman with an ashen face and a cold aura landed. The woman was dressed in a Taoist robe. Although she was middle-aged, her skin was as fair as a young girl's. Her cheeks were also the standard of a beauty's. Her lips, nose, and eyes were all exquisite, except for one thing: her incomparably cold eyes. She was the Scarlet Serpent Fairy, also known as the Heartless Fairy. She used to be called Li Tianyuan, and then changed her name to Li Jueqing. The coldness in her eyes was the coldness of heartlessness. Li Jueqing's expression changed slightly and said coldly, "Are you the one who wants to join the Scarlet Serpent Hall?" Her heart was secretly shocked, because the blade chi that Luo Tian burst out was very strong. The power of her move just now had reached the peak of the sea-forming realm, but she did not expect it to be broken by him in one move. Ordinary disciples absolutely did not have this kind of talent. Luo Tian's chi and blood were rolling under his chest, and his internal organs were shaking. Li Jueqing's sword almost made him unable to bear it. Very strong. Moreover, he also knew that Li Jueqing had controlled her cultivation. If she used all her strength, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Luo Tian forcibly suppressed the chi and blood rolling under his chest and said, "Yes, I am a new disciple of the Scarlet Serpent Hall. My name is Luo Tian." Not waiting for Luo Tian to finish, Li Jueqing coldly snorted, "I know who you are. Because of you, my 2 disciples betrayed me. Get out of here now." There was no room for negotiation. The Scarlet Serpent Peak would never let any man enter, not to mention letting a man stay in the Scarlet Serpent Peak. Luo Tian said, "I have the first place in the assessment. I have the right to choose, and the rules of the Ice Fire sect do not stipulate that men are not allowed to join the Scarlet Serpent Peak. Even if you are the Hall Master, you have no right to stop me." Luo Tian was very confident. However, he was still very careful in his heart. The woman's eyes were getting colder and colder. Li Jueqing coldly said, "I don't care about the sect rules. This is my territory. If I say no, then no." Luo Tian said, "It's useless for you to say no, unless you ask the sect master to come. He does not allow men to join the Scarlet Serpent Hall. I will leave immediately." Li Jueqing's eyes turned sinister, and a killing intent flashed in her eyes. "Kid, are you looking for death? I'll give you one last chance." His eyes narrowed. She stared at Luo Tian. The sword in her hand buzzed with a sword cry. An ice-cold killing intent assaulted him. Luo Tian slightly said, "I have already made my choice. I am going to choose the Scarlet Serpent Hall." You're courting death. Chapter 2064. The Crimson Lotus Peak was Li Jueqing herself. Heartless. Danger zone. No man was allowed to step in. No man was allowed. Luo Tian wanting to enter the Crimson Lotus Peak was a form of humiliation to her. She would definitely not allow it. Luo Tian. There was a reason why he wanted to join the Crimson Lotus Peak. Not only for the 2 women, but also for the giant devil old man who was imprisoned in the cave. In order to unlock the chains on the giant devil old man's body, one had to come to the Crimson Lotus Peak to find the answer, because one of the chains was locked onto the old devil's body from the Crimson Lotus Peak. If he wanted to unlock it, he had to enter the Crimson Lotus Peak. So, Luo Tian had to join the Crimson Lotus Hall. You're courting death. Li Jueqing said coldly as he thrusted his sword forward. Luo Tian frowned. This sword attack was too ferocious. It was several times stronger than the previous sword attack, and this sword attack was meant to take his life. Luo Tian could not resist it. However, his idea moved, and his mind merged with the Vajra pestle that the old devil had given him. Luo Tian had never used the power inside the Vajra pestle. He didn't care about life and death anymore. As long as Li Jueqing dared to kill him, he would dare to use the power inside. At this moment, roar! A giant ape roared and rushed out, holding a huge rod in its hand. It smashed down and dissolved Li Juqing's sword attack. At the same time, the ape quickly transformed into a human. Yang Yuan. When he saw Tong Chong disappear from the martial arts arena, he followed closely behind. When he saw him say something to Li Juqing crazily rushed towards the crimson lotus peak. He knew that something was going to happen to Luo Tian and quickly rushed over. Li Juqing's face turned cold. He looked at Yang Yuan and said, "Elder Yang, do you also want to interfere with my crimson lotus peak's matters?" Yang Yuan looked at Li Juqing with a faint pain in his eyes. That pain instantly disappeared as he said faintly, "I don't dare." Li Juqing coldly snorted and said, "If you don't dare, then scram to the side." Yang Yuan said, "Hall Masterly, you should know this disciple's talent. He is definitely not ordinary. Luo Tian, come with me. Follow me to the war hall." He was here to take Luo Tian away. However, Luo Tian still refused. "Many thanks to Elder for saving me, but I still insist on my own choice. I want to join the Crimson Lotus Peak. Even if the Hall Lord doesn't agree, I still want to join. Unless you can make the sect Lord change the rules." You, Li Juqing, glared angrily at Luo Tian. She was furious. Thinking of what Tong Chong had said, she became even angrier. She had guarded Crimson Lotus Peak for so many years. She absolutely could not let Luo Tian destroy it, just like how she guarded her body. Yang Yuan said, "Luo Tian, why are you doing this?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "I like to compete. The more you don't want me to join, the more I want to join." Scarlet Lotus Peak? Only women are allowed to join? The more I want to join, the more I want to. Li Juqing's expression became even colder. It was very ugly. She felt that Luo Tian was trampling on her dignity. Luo Tian continued, "It doesn't matter if you let me join or not. In any case, I am a disciple of the Crimson Lotus Hall." Li Juqing's expression became uglier and uglier. Luo Tian was completely at odds with her. Seeing Luo Tian like this, Yang Yuan did not know how to persuade him. According to Li Juqing's temper, Luo Tian would not be able to withstand it. Just as they were in a stalemate, Monkey King suddenly jumped out of the forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak! With an extremely anxious expression, he pulled Luo Tian's pants and pointed in the direction of the War Marshal Hall. Luo Tian did not understand the beast language, so he had no idea what Monkey King was talking about. "Monkey King, what are you talking about? You found Qinyu? I have something to do now. When I join the Crimson Lotus Hall, I'll go with you to find Qinyu." Luo Tian thought that Monkey King had found Qinyu. Right at this moment, Yang Yuan frowned and said, "What did you just say? 2 female disciples have been kidnapped?" Luo Tian was stunned and looked at Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan cultivated the demon body, so he naturally understood the beast language. Luo Tian's expression tensed up and said, "Elder Yang, who did Monkey King say was kidnapped?" Monkey King told Yang Yuan a lot of things. Yang Yuan's expression became uglier and uglier. Clenching his fists, he looked at Li Juqing and said, 2 female disciples of the Crimson Lotus Hall were kidnapped by Situ Chong, and now I'm afraid." Luo Tian's eyes shook. "Is it the 2 girls of ice and fire?" Monkey King immediately nodded. Luo Tian was furious and roared, "Situ Chong, you're courting death!" Li Juqing was also furious. She was heartless, cold. However, she was very protective of her own people, especially her 2 disciples, Kai Yan and Kai Bing, whom she had doted on the most. Back then, she took out the cultivation dispersing pill to scare them. She did not expect them to take it. After that incident, Li Juqing was very regretful, guilty. Now that she heard that the 2 of them were kidnapped and might be raped, the anger in her heart was more intense than Luo Tian's. She looked at Luo Tian with anger. Li Juqing suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "You can join the Crimson Lotus Hall if you want." Luo Tian was stunned and said, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Li Juqing said, "As long as you can save the two of them safely, I'll let you join the Crimson Lotus Hall. Remember, I won't help you. What you've done has nothing to do with the Crimson Lotus Hall, and I won't let you implicate the Crimson Lotus Hall." Yang Yuan immediately said, "Hall Masterly, are you crazy?" "Where is that place?" "That's the residence of the War Marshal Hall. Most of the disciples are gathered there. Where do you want him to save them? Do you want him to be the enemy of the entire War Marshal Hall?" He knew where Situ Chong lived. He also knew what it meant if a battle broke out. All the disciples of the War Marshal Hall were there. Once the battle started, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to walk out and would die there. Li Juqing sneered. "Isn't he first in the assessment? Doesn't he want to join the Crimson Lotus Hall? He passed the Ice Fire Sex assessment, but he hasn't passed my Crimson Lotus Peaks assessment. If he wants to join the Crimson Lotus Hall, he must complete this assessment. Do you dare?" Li Juqing sneered at Luo Tian. This mission was impossible for Luo Tian to complete. She wanted to force Luo Tian to back off and then personally go to the War Marshal Hall. However, she didn't understand Luo Tian at all. Li Juqing just finished speaking when Luo Tian smirked and said, "There's nothing in this world that I, Luo Tian, don't dare to do." "Elder Yang, you can be a witness. If someone goes back on their word, then she's an old witch with a rotten tongue." Li Juqing stared at him and coldly snorted. "I, Li Juqing, have always kept my word." "That's what I want from you." Finished. Luo Tian carried the big black blade and shouted, "Monkey brother, lead the way!" Monkey jumped onto the treetops. Luo Tian ran up crazily and said in his heart, "Situ Chong, you're courting death!" Chapter 2065. At this time it was already evening. The disciples who were cultivating, the disciples who were doing missions also returned to their residences one after another. The scene was like returning to the dormitory after school. The War Marshal Hall had the most disciples in the Icefire sect. There were no less than 50,000 disciples in the entire War Marshal Hall. Isn't this the kid who got first place in today's assessment? Didn't he join the Scarlet Lotus Hall? Why is he here? Strange. He looks so aggressive. What is he doing? Humph. The first place in the assessment is already so arrogant. We are official disciples. Luo Tian, under the lead of the Monkey King, rushed into the dormitory area where Situ Chong was. Along the way, he met many disciples of the War Marshal Hall. Some of them knew him, and many of them were watching the assessment today. Some of them completely treated him as heir. However, no one stopped him. It was normal for disciples from other halls to appear in the War Marshal Hall's dormitory area. Creak, creak! The Monkey King pointed to a luxurious courtyard in the distance. This kind of luxurious courtyard could only be lived in by superior disciples. Ordinary disciples were not qualified at all. At this moment, outside the small courtyard, Xiao Ji and the 4 disciples were rubbing their hands, their eyes filled with lust. Everyone's lower body was bulging, and they had set up their tents high up. Everyone was looking forward to it. "Wait, I want that hot little pepper cayenne." "Oh well, 3. Then I want that iceberg kaibing. Today I must melt her iceberg, ha ha ha. This pair of sisters are really the 2 flowers of the Scarlet Lotus Hall. How many disciples are drooling over them? Today we must let them enjoy themselves to the heavens, ha ha ha. I think so too. Military advisor, why are you frowning? Isn't it just a monkey? Can he even go to the heavens?" Xiao Ji frowned. He had been worried the entire time and said, "It's not just that monkey. The 2 of them are disciples of the Scarlet Lotus Hall. What if the Scarlet Lotus Hall master? What disciple? It's just 2 servants. Their cultivation has been crippled. I don't believe that the Scarlet Lotus Fairy will care about the 2 of them. Don't worry. Nothing will happen today." At this moment, the second brother's eyes widened. "Look, it's that monkey." When the 5 of them saw this, they were enraged. "Little bastard, I will kill you today." Immediately, 5 people rushed out at the same time. When they were chasing this monkey, they were filled with anger. Now that they saw it again, they were even more enraged. All 5 of them surrounded it. When they left the gate of the courtyard, the large black blade on Luo Tian's shoulder fell to the ground. He held the blade with one hand. The black blade scraped against the ground, creating sparks. He was also incomparably angry, his anger burning. Bang! He kicked the door of the courtyard. Clang! The door was kicked open. Luo Tian stood in front of the door and roared, "Situ Chong, get out here for me." At this moment, Situ Chong had already taken off Kai Yan and Kai Bing's clothes, leaving only their underwear. The 2 little white rabbits were clearly visible. Their faces were bruised, and it was obvious that they had been beaten. He was tied up and thrown onto the bed. "I don't believe I can't take care of the 2 of you." Situ Chong's crotch was brimming with killing intent. His pants were about to burst as he revealed a lewd smile. He wasn't in a hurry. He felt that he had plenty of time. He wanted to play slowly so that it would be fun. "Situ Chong, you will die a horrible death." "Situ Chong, Master won't let you off." "Luo Tian won't let you off either." Kai Yan shouted. Her body was trembling as she continuously squeezed beside Kai Yan and said, "Sis, I'm scared." Kai Bing was also trembling, her face pale. At the same time, her heart was filled with incomparable hatred. If she had the power, she wouldn't be like this. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Kai Bing comforted her. The thought of committing suicide surfaced in her heart. But they didn't even have the strength to commit suicide right now. He was no different from an ordinary weak girl. How hateful! Situ Chong dragged his clothes and laughed lewdly. "Scream, scream, scream until your throat breaks. No one will come to save you." "Your master?" "You are just 2 servants right now. Do you still have a master?" "As for that Luo Tian." "Humph. When I deal with the 2 of you, I will deal with him. In the Ice Fire sect, crushing him to death is even easier than crushing an ant. Last time, I threw him off the cliff, but I didn't expect him to not die." Situ Chong laughed coldly. "If he didn't die, why didn't he escape? He even came to the Ice Fire sect to die. Don't you think he's courting death?" "Ha ha ha, finished." Situ Chong laughed maniacally again and said while dragging his pants, "Little beauty, I'm coming." The moment he took off his pants, he was about to pounce on her, but at this moment, an explosive sound came from the courtyard. Situ Chong's eyes were filled with anger as he shouted, "Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall? How dare you disturb my good fortune? Second brother, third brother, cripple him for me." While he was speaking, Luo Tian had already rushed into the house and kicked the door open fiercely. "I'll cripple 18 generations of your ancestors." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A step forward. At the same time, idea entered Luo Tian's mind. "Luo Tian, you can't kill him. You absolutely can't kill him, or else you won't be able to walk out." Yang Yuan had been following behind him the entire time. Seeing Luo Tian rush into the courtyard, he knew that something was going to happen and immediately reminded him. Not to mention Situ Chong's identity. Just the fact that he was a disciple of the War Marshal Hall meant that he could not act rashly. If Luo Tian killed Situ Chong, it would be troublesome. Not only would he not be able to stay in the Ice Fire sect, he would even have to give up his life here. Not to mention that he could join the Crimson Lotus Hall. As long as he killed Situ Chong, Luo Tian would naturally not be able to enter the Crimson Lotus Peak. Although he was angry, Luo Tian was still very clear on this point. He was no longer an ignorant youth. He had to consider the consequences of his actions. If he killed Situ Chong now, he would be surrounded and killed by the disciples of the Ice Fire sect. In any case, they were all in the Ice Fire sect. There were plenty of opportunities to kill Situ Chong. When Situ Chong saw Luo Tian rushing into the room, his face turned angry. "You dog, send them over yourself." not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian took a step forward. Heavenly Dragon swings its tail. The black blade turned. The thick back of the blade suddenly lifted. It instantly hit Situ Chang's crotch. Crack! The sound of 2 eggs shattering at the same time rang out. Situ Chang's entire body was flipped over, and he flew out of the window. Ah! A pig-like howl rang out. Situ Chang's face was completely red, and then it turned black. He held onto his crotch with both hands, and his body curled up like a shrimp. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils were bloodshot. Pain. Incomparable pain. The kind of pain that couldn't be described. His crotch was covered in blood. Not only were his eggs cracked, even that small stick was bent, and blood was spurting out. It was incomparably deadly. Chapter 2066. Handsome Brother. Kai Yan collapsed all of a sudden as tears gushed out. Kai Bing was the same. She gritted her teeth and tried her best not to cry, but her tears still wouldn't stop. Luo Tian looked at the 2 of them and felt a pain in his heart. He quickly took off his coat and put it on their bodies. He comforted them. It's okay, it's okay. After untying the ropes on their bodies, Kai Yin couldn't control herself and threw herself into Luo Tian's arms as she burst into tears. Luo Tian glanced at Kai Bing and also held her in his arms and said, "If you want to cry, then cry." Although the 2 of them were not defiled, what they experienced was the most tragic thing for a girl. Fortunately, Luo Tian felt it in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kai Bing also burst into tears. It was as if she had collapsed. Luo Tian said with some self-blame, "It's all because of me that you guys are like this. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Luo Tian really didn't have any thoughts about this pair of sisters, but the 2 of them had taken the cultivation scattering pill because of him, and their cultivation was crippled. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Situ Chong to catch them, and he wouldn't dare. What they needed now was a hug, a shoulder to cry on. They needed Luo Tian's comfort. Kai Yan shook his head vigorously and said, No, it has nothing to do with you. You saved us and helped us get revenge. Even if we die, we will repay you, not to mention that our cultivation has been crippled. I've already thought about it. If that bastard Situ Chong defiles my body, I'll commit suicide. She didn't want to live either. So stupid. Luo Tian's heart ached. If these beautiful sisters died like this, it would be a pity. A few minutes later, Kai Bing regained her senses and said, "Luo Tian, what do we do now?" Boom, boom. Senior brother. Boss. The 5 disciples quickly walked into the courtyard and saw Situ Chong rolling on the ground in pain. Their faces changed drastically. Just now, when they chased after the monkey, they were worried about the 2 beauties, so they didn't chase far and ran back. He didn't expect that something would happen. Situ Chang's face turned from black to white as he said, Kill him! Kill him! Quickly go in and kill the 3 of them. Send someone to call a doctor. I can't take it anymore. My little brother can't take it anymore. Situ Chong was in so much pain that he was covered in cold sweat. His crotch was covered in blood. Xiao Zhi's expression changed, and he said, Old 5, help senior brother to find a doctor. The rest of you, charge in with me. Nothing must happen to Situ Chong. If something happened to him, they would definitely be punished. Furthermore, after Situ Hong entered the Ice Fire sect, the Situ family's influence in the Ice Fire sect grew stronger and stronger. If something happened to Situ Chong, they wouldn't have a good ending. Xiao Zhi was well aware of this. He rushed into the hall. Luo Tian, I will take your dog life today. All of his power burst forth. Luo Tian comforted. Put on your clothes, don't worry. Leave everything to me. It was also at this moment. The anger in Luo Tian's heart was boiling. He had crippled Situ Chong with a single slash, and seeing Xiao Zhi and the others rushing in, the anger in his heart burst forth in an instant. Killing intent rose. It was also at this time. Yang Yuan's voice sounded again. Luo Tian, don't do anything stupid. Don't kill anyone. Don't kill anyone. As long as no one died, things could be controlled. However, once a person died, their temperament would be different. The muscles at the corner of Luo Tian's eyes twitched slightly. You can't kill people, right? Then all of you will become crippled for me. Roar! With a shake of his aura, Luo Tian rushed out and directly crashed into Xiao Zhi's body. Bam! Xiao Zhi's palm had already landed on Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian did not push at all. He grabbed onto Xiao Zhi tightly, his right fist sinking. Wild force fist! Aiming at Xiao Zhi's abdomen, he punched down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! When his fist landed on his abdomen, he did not immediately pull it out. Instead, he fiercely clenched his fist, and the power on his fist drilled into Xiao Zhi's body like a drill. Uffed! Xiao Zhi spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his face became incomparably pale. Next, the other 4 rushed forward. Their cultivation was all above Luo Tian's. However, their anger was not as strong as Luo Tian's. They did not have the fearless aura of Luo Tian's. Towards their attacks, Luo Tian did not defend at all. If you hit me with a punch, I will cripple you. Moreover, after Luo Tian's improvement, the damage of the wild force fist had been doubled. Bam! 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 Luo Tian killed his way out step by step, and every punch he threw out was with all his might. Those people fell to the ground and rolled around while holding onto their abdomens. The pain was unbearable. Luo Tian walked back to his room. At this moment, Kai Bing and Kai Yan had already put on their clothes. Seeing the blood at the corner of Luo Tian's mouth and his pale face, their hearts ached. Luo Tian grinned and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go." Luo Tian picked up the big black blade and quickly walked out. Kai Bing and Kai Yan followed behind him. However, just as the 3 of them reached the entrance of the courtyard, they suddenly stopped. The big black blade in Luo Tian's hand fell, his eyes tensed up, and he said faintly, "I don't want to hurt anyone, but if you dare to block my way, I will definitely not show mercy." Standing in front of him were the densely packed War Marshal Hall disciples. The entire road was filled with them. At this moment, a disciple shouted heavily, "We don't care who you are or what you're doing here, but there's one thing we have to take care of. Injuring people in our War Marshal Hall's dormitory area and rewarding War Marshal Hall disciples. Do you think you can leave this place with just a few words? War Marshal Hall is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Brat, if we don't cripple you today, we won't be disciples of the War Marshal Hall." All of them were aggressive. They didn't care why Luo Tian had come. They were just unhappy that the War Marshal Hall was being stepped on. How could they let someone go so easily? The War Marshal Hall had never been so cowardly. From here to outside the dormitory area, there was a total of 1,000 meters. This road was filled with War Marshal Hall disciples, and there were more and more of them. In the distance, Li Juqing stood on a roof with his arms crossed, looking coldly at Luo Tian. She also followed. However, she did not make a move. Looking at Luo Tian, she sneered. "Brat, do you think it's that easy to enter the Crimson Lotus Peak? Humph, no one can break the rules I set." Yang Yuan was on the other side and said, "Hall Masterly, is this really okay? He is just a disciple who has just entered the Ice Fire sect, who can pass your test." Li Juqing said coldly, "Yang Yuan, don't interfere in my Crimson Lotus Peak's matters. I have nothing to do with you. Moreover, hasn't he always been arrogant? Didn't he want to join the Crimson Lotus Peak? Then he'll bring 2 women and kill his way out. Can't kill his way out. Then he can't join my Crimson Lotus Peak, ha ha." Luo Tian's eyes moved. He turned and said, "Follow closely." Chapter 2067. He sheathed his long blade and carried it on his back. Luo Tian looked at the densely packed War Marshal Hall disciples and clasped his hands. Sorry for the offense! Not giving way. Then he could only fight his way out. Even if he couldn't fight his way out, he had to fight his way out. Luo Tian clenched his fists and rushed out. Ice and Fire Girls followed closely behind. Since you dare to challenge War Marshal Hall, don't even think about leaving. Crawl out. Aren't you overestimating yourself? Go. Everyone moved forward. Since they were going to fight, Luo Tian didn't have the slightest mercy. His fists moved and his force shook. A disciple who rushed forward didn't wait for his fist to land and punched him. Bang! That disciple was sent flying and let out a painful scream. What are you all still standing there for? Go! The encirclement tightened again. Luo Tian's fists began to attack crazily. Moreover, it was an attack without any regard for his life. Kai Yan and Kai Bing followed behind Luo Tian. Looking at his desperate appearance, their hearts sank. It was very painful. Follow closely. Luo Tian roared again and continued to attack with his fists. More and more War Marshal Hall disciples rushed over. When a disciple fell, another disciple would take his place. When a group of disciples fell, another group of disciples would quickly take their place. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, Luo Tian slowly advanced. For every meter he advanced, a few more wounds would appear on his body. However, he didn't retreat half a step. Come at me to your heart's content. Luo Tian roared, and the aura on his body was released in an extremely arrogant manner. The battle aura was burning. The aura emitted from his body wasn't the aura of a realm, but the oppressive aura of a berserk warrior. How masterly is this, really okay? Yang Yuan looked at Luo Tian in the crowd. After half an hour, he had only walked a dozen meters. His body was already bruised and his face was swollen. There were a few heavy blows that broke his ribs, but he didn't stop at all, nor did he cry out in pain. How much training did such a person go through to be able to walk out? It was unimaginable. Li Jueqing looked cold and heartless on the surface, but her heart was also incomparably shocked. Luo Tian was really not afraid of death. However, she wouldn't take back her words. If Luo Tian didn't leave the dormitory, she would never allow Luo Tian to take even half a step into Crimson Drill Peak. She stared at Yang Yuan and coldly said, "You want to join my Crimson Drill Hall? If that's the case, then he must show us the strength that he deserves to enter Crimson Training Hall. It's not enough to just be number 1 in the assessment." Yang Yuan's brows sank as he said, "He'll die." Li Jueqing said he chose his own path. He didn't have to come and save those 2 disciples. It was his choice. Just now, at the entrance of the courtyard, he had the right to choose. He could have given up, but he didn't. Since this is the path he chose, he should have thought of any consequences, including death. Yang Yuan didn't say anything. He couldn't help Luo Tian, but if he did, Li Jueqing would definitely stop this special assessment. "Brat, you must hold on." Yang Yuan encouraged Luo Tian. Bam! Bam! Luo Tian threw out 2 punches and roared, "Who else is there? Is this all your War Marshal Hall has? All of you come." Luo Tian was like a madman. The disciples of the War Marshal Hall were also furious. Along the way, hundreds of disciples fell and rolled on the ground in pain. It wasn't that Luo Tian was strong. On the contrary, among the many disciples, his cultivation wasn't strong. However, he was fiercer, more ruthless, and more unbridled than any other disciple of the War Marshal Hall. "If you punch me once, I'll punch you twice." What? Someone is causing trouble in the War Marshal Hall. Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts? Is he courting death? An elder suddenly shouted. "And it's a newcomer? Hurry up and take a look. Hurry up and take a look. There's a newcomer challenging the entire outer sect, War Marshal Hall. Who is it that's so cool? Isn't this too overbearing? A newcomer challenging the War Marshal Hall? Is this overbearing or brain dead? This is simply an existence that is courting death. After Tong Chong received the news, his expression changed, and he sneered, "Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, let's see how arrogant you can be today. Challenging the War Martial Hall? You overestimate yourself." Immediately after, a disciple asked, "Vice Hall Master, should we report this matter to the inner sect?" Also, I just received news that the little genius, Situ Chang's balls have been cracked. I'm afraid he won't be able to get it up for the rest of his life. Should we intervene in this matter? After all, he is a disciple of the Situ family, and Tong Chong frowned slightly and said, "Intervene, we must intervene. Situ Hong has joined the Ice Fire sect, and the Situ family's position in the Ice Fire sect has increased by several times. At this juncture, I must do something as long as I have a relationship with the Situ family. Ha ha!" Tong Chong laughed complacently and said, "Pass down my order, inform the law enforcement hall. Today, we must execute Luo Tian on the spot. Tell the people from the law enforcement hall to slow down and let that dog Luo Tian beat them up a little more. Let him have his fill, ha ha ha." In another place, Man joined the carving array hall. Just as he was about to follow the elders to carve the array peak, he heard that someone was challenging the War Martial Hall, and that person was Luo Tian. It was his boss. His mind immediately tensed up. Ha ha ha, boss is really domineering. He challenged the War Martial Hall in less than a day? I must go and take a look at this matter. Man immediately turned around and ran towards the War Martial Hall's dormitory area. The face of the elder of the carving array hall changed. My little ancestor. The carving array hall was the biggest winner, and Man was his darling. He absolutely could not let anything happen to him, nor let him suffer any injuries. Seeing Man rushing towards the War Martial Hall's dormitory area, the three elders of the carving array hall also quickly followed. In another place, when Chin Yu heard that Luo Tian was challenging the entire War Martial Hall, he immediately rushed out and said, "Elder, my boss has something to do. I need to help." Without waiting for the elder's permission, he ran out. I say, hey, what's wrong with this year's newcomers? Each one is more arrogant than the last. Sigh, Chin Yu, you're the first elder's precious baby. Nothing must happen to you. The elder was extremely anxious. Chin Yu had displayed astonishing talent in the Beast Taming Hall's assessment, and was extremely strong in the area of beast taming. Nothing must happen to him. Following that, the elder shouted, "Disciples of the Beast Taming Hall, listen up. All of you go and take a look." All of a sudden, the entire outer sect of the Ice Fire sect knew that Luo Tian had challenged the War Martial Hall. A newcomer who had yet to enter the sect dared to challenge the strongest War Martial Hall. Wasn't this too arrogant? There had never been such an arrogant person in the history of the Ice Fire sect. It shook the entire outer sect. Countless disciples and elders rushed to the War Martial Hall's dormitory area. Chapter 2068. What? Someone crippled Chomer? Who is it? How dare you touch a member of my Situ family? No matter who he is, I want him dead. Situ Nen glared at King Kong with a ferocious expression. In the past, he did not have such confidence, but it was different now. He had just received news that the peerless genius of the Situ family, Situ Hong, had been accepted as a true disciple by the Ice Fire sect master, Bai Lixing. What did a true disciple mean? It meant that his status was even more precious than that of an inner sect elder. It meant, in the future, it was very likely that he would become the sect master of the Ice Fire sect. How honorable was this identity! At this time, he had bullied his Situ family. If he did not teach him a lesson, how could he show off his Situ family's might? Immediately after, an inner sect elder also anxiously rushed to the outer sect's War Martial Arts Hall. The outer sect was in an uproar because Luo Tian had challenged the War Martial Arts Hall. The inner sect was also in an uproar. However, the inner sect was in an uproar because Situ Hong had been accepted as a true disciple by Bai Lixing. War Martial Arts Hall's dormitory area. Luo Tian was still fighting while bathed in blood. After an entire hour, he had already advanced 500 meters. Which newcomer could do this? Yang Yuan said worriedly. Hall Masterly, I think it's about time. Do you have to be so heartless? Li Juqing said coldly. I want to be so heartless. As soon as he finished, Li Juqing sent a sound transmission to Luo Tian. Brat, if anyone dares to help you, don't hang up. I didn't warn you. The assessment is invalid. Luo Tian did not reply, nor did he have the time to reply. The force fist continued to burst forth, release, and bombard. Every time, Luo Tian would give it his all. What the wild force fist wanted was madness, unwillingness to admit defeat, unwillingness to retreat, and courage to move forward. Ah! Luo Tian let out a furious roar, punching a disciple on the nose, and roared, Who else? Come again! He was like a mad demon. The two girls of ice and fire followed behind Luo Tian, their faces already covered in tears. Kai Yin cried and begged. Don't hit me. Don't hit me anymore. Luo Tian, don't hit me anymore. Boo-hoo! Kai Bing couldn't say a word. Looking at Luo Tian's back, her heart felt like it was being torn apart. He really didn't want to see Luo Tian get hurt again. He really didn't want to. Furthermore, she clearly knew that Luo Tian had that kind of instant killing power, but he didn't use it. Why was that? She didn't know. She only knew that the man in front of her was worth entrusting her life to. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Boss! Boom! Man roared, Boss, I'll help you. Buzz, buzz. 2 gusts of astral energy erupted from his body, and the power of the godly armor and god force erupted. Just as Manpa was about to make a move, Luo Tian shouted, Manpa, don't do anything. Manpa was startled and said, Boss, what's going on? Luo Tian raised his head and glanced at Li Juqing, who was on the roof, and said, This is my path. I want to finish it myself. Manpa was stunned. What do you mean? Luo Tian said, This is my second assessment. Assessment? Manpa glanced at the beautiful woman on the roof, and then an elder of the Array Carving Hall said in a low voice, My little ancestor, if they don't want your help, then hurry up and leave. We can't afford to offend the heartless fairy of the Crimson Lotus Peak. Manpa looked at Luo Tian, who was struggling to hold on in the crowd, and said unhappily, Is there such a test? Isn't this trying to kill people? What Crimson Lotus Peak? I think it's a killing peak. Boss, as long as you say the word, join our Array Carving Hall, right? At this moment, another person had arrived. Roar, the Violent Bear roared. Chun Yu stood on top of the Violent Bear's head and shouted loudly, Boss, I'll help you. Behind him, 3 or 4 war beasts of the 4th grade surged forward. Chun Yu was here. Luo Tian's heart relaxed slightly. I really passed the assessment. Immediately, Luo Tian shouted again, Chun Yu, don't attack. This is my assessment. I want to finish it. As he spoke, 2 fists landed on his chest. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Yuan's face turned anxious. He couldn't care less and landed beside Luo Tian. Yang, Elder Yang. Elder Yang? What's the situation? Li Juqing said coldly, Yang Yuan, if you help him today, then he will never be able to join the Crimson Lotus Peak in this lifetime. I will do what I say. Yang Yuan ignored him. He looked at Luo Tian and said, Luo Tian, don't force yourself, give up. I can't get out. A mere Crimson Lotus Peak is not worth it for you to do this. Listen to my advice, give up. If you don't give up, you will die. Yang Yuan had high hopes for Luo Tian. Every time Luo Tian was injured, he would be extremely worried. Luo Tian had blood at the corner of his mouth and wounds all over his body. He smiled and said, I will definitely complete what I promised. My life. I will never retreat. Continue. Luo Tian roared, incomparably furious. Everyone looked at Yang Yuan and did not dare to attack again. Moreover, the aura strength, and unyielding spirit that Luo Tian had erupted with made every warrior admire and submit to him. Many people slowly moved aside, no longer attacking Luo Tian. Luo Tian was worthy of respect. Luo Tian trembled with each step, and his body swayed as he walked towards the exit of the dormitory area. At this moment, Humph! Challenging the entire war martial hall, you're not worthy. A disciple beside Tong Chong suddenly made his move. His footsteps were as fast as flying as he rushed towards Luo Tian. Lin Kuan. Chen Hai's cultivation is at the peak of the middle stage. If he makes a move, this brat is finished. He's already injured to this extent. Not to mention the Sea Realm. Even a martial Sea Realm can take his life. Moreover, this Lin Kuan is Lin Ju's big brother. If his own brother is killed, he will definitely not be lenient. Everyone whispered to each other. Lin Kuan suddenly took a step and flew up, kicking towards Luo Tian's throat. Absolute life shot kick. Killing move. Tong Chong laughed complacently. Brat, you're dead for sure this time. Yang Yuan's face darkened. At this time, it was already too late for him to stop it. Li Juqing's eyes also turned cold. At this moment, Luo Tian retreated a few steps, and the idea moved would spike. Lin Ju's talent would spike. At the same time, Luo Tian took a step forward and slightly shouted, "Heavenly dragon tail swing!" The dragon roared as he took a step forward. A single step gave birth to 10,000 steps. The moment Lin Kuan's attack landed, Luo Tian's body blurred and he easily dodged it. The surrounding crowd was shocked. There's still such a powerful force. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength just now? Damn, is he still human? Lin Kuan was furious in his heart and suddenly shouted, "Brat, accompany my brother in death." It was also at this moment. Luo Tian smiled faintly. "I advise you not to move, otherwise I won't be responsible for the consequences." Lin Kuan took a step forward. "You're courting death." Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders. "The one who's courting death is you." Chapter 2069. He took a heavy step down. At this moment, a pig-like scream rang out. Blood spurted out from under Lin Kuan's feet, and at the same time a wooden spike trap appeared. Lin Kuan's instep was pierced, and the pain was unbearable. However, he was also incomparably shocked as he shouted in a deep voice, "Brat, who exactly are you? How do you know our Lin Mountain Prefecture's unique sacred art, the wood thorn technique? Speak, how did you get it?" Lin Mountain Prefecture's wood thorn. This was the unique sacred art of the Lin family. Moreover, only the genius disciples of the Lin Mountain Prefecture could comprehend it. Even he had not comprehended it, and his talent had not reached the level of comprehending a sacred art. Not only Lin Kuan, but the surrounding people were also shocked. How did he learn the Lin Mountain Prefecture's sacred art? Isn't this the Lin Mountain Prefecture's sacred art? I heard that the disciples of the Lin Mountain Prefecture all have wood spirit roots. Only disciples with wood spirit roots with extremely high talent can comprehend the sacred art. Yang Yuan's face was also filled with shock. Man lowered his head and muttered. His eyes suddenly trembled as he stared at Luo Tian with a bright light in his eyes and said, "Could it be?" When he said, "It's mine," he was talking about Lin Ju's sacred art. Boss. Too awesome. Man became excited. At this moment, Tong Chong's expression was extremely ugly. Lin Ju was instantly killed, and Lin Kuan was injured once again. He was even hit by the Lin Mountain Prefecture's unique technique with thorn. This was simply a ruthless slap to his old face. Immediately, the anger in his heart erupted as he roared, "You Luo Tian, you actually dare to secretly learn the Lin Mountain Prefecture's sacred art. If I don't execute you on the spot today, my surname is not Tong." His footsteps were like thunder as he took a heavy step forward. At this moment, Yang Yuan moved. Beast transformation! Roar! An angry ape blocked Luo Tian's side and shouted, Elder Tong, isn't your reason too far-fetched? Beast transformation. Innate demon body had a sacred art. Once he entered the beast form, his strength would increase exponentially. The aura that erupted from Yang Yuan's body instantly blocked Tong Chong. However, Tong Chong's cultivation was too strong for Luo Tian. Although most of it was blocked by Yang Yuan, the powerful qi shook Luo Tian's heart. Coupled with his exhaustion, he simply couldn't bear it. Her mind was in turmoil. His vision blurred and he fell backward. Ice and fire immediately stepped forward to support him. Tong Chong's eyes darkened. Elder Yang, must you go against me? Yang Yuan glanced at Luo Tian's injuries and saw that he was only unconscious. Only then did he feel a little relieved. He said, I'm not going against you. I just feel that what you did was wrong. Luo Tian is just a newcomer. It's not appropriate for an elder like you to attack him, right? Humph. Tong Chong snorted heavily and said, Yang Yuan, you saw it too. This brat secretly learned the remarkable skills of the Lin Mountain Prefecture. Such a despicable and shameless person is not qualified to be a disciple of the Ice Fire sect. As the deputy hall master of the battle hall, why can't I teach him a lesson? Yang Yuan said, What do you mean he secretly learned the Lin Mountain Prefecture's divine arts? Humph. Tong Chong sneered again and said, The wood thorn is a remarkable skill unique to the Lin Mountain Prefecture. Didn't he secretly learn it? Yang Yuan laughed and said, If you can secretly learn a remarkable skill, then you should also secretly learn one. Your wife is from the Lin Mountain Prefecture, right? How come I don't see you learning the remarkable skills of the Lin Mountain Prefecture? If you can secretly learn a remarkable skill, I'm afraid you'll be the first one to learn it secretly. Tong Chong's eyes were spitting fire. He said, Remarkable skills naturally can't be learned secretly, but this brat is full of evil qi. Maybe he used some kind of evil skill to absorb the remarkable skill from Linju? I just want to ask him, where did the wood thorn come from? If he can't give me a satisfactory answer today, I'll definitely cripple him. Tong Chong hated Luo Tian to the bone. He couldn't wait to tear Luo Tian into pieces. Yang Yuan said lightly, The wood thorn of the Lin Mountain Prefecture is of the wood attribute. Only martial artists with the wood spiritual root can learn it. Elder Tong, you should know what kind of spiritual root Luo Tian has, right? Celestial spiritual root. The wood attribute is one of them. How can he learn the wood thorn in a flash of inspiration? Also, he saw Lin Ju use the remarkable skill? He didn't, right? If not, then how can you be sure that he absorbed Lin Ju's remarkable skill? Elder Tong, although he's a newcomer, it's not good for you to slander him like this. Yang Yuan said slowly. Tong Chong was speechless. Celestial spiritual root could be called a trash spiritual root, but it could also be called a super genius spiritual root because it had all kinds of attributes. Li Juqing's heart sank again. I didn't expect this brat to have the celestial spiritual root. Celestial spiritual root. How many years has it been since the chaotic realm appeared? Celestial spiritual root. Li Juqing fell into deep thought. He felt like he had seen the celestial spiritual root before, but he couldn't remember. Tong Chong's face was red with anger. Yang Yuan said, Elder Tong, why are you making things difficult for a new disciple? Humph. Tong Chong threw caution to the wind and said, All right, Elder Yang, even if what you said is reasonable, then what about Situ Chong being crippled? Injuring a disciple of the War Martial Hall. He's already so arrogant as a newcomer. In a few days, won't he be able to ascend to the heavens? This kind of disciple will definitely be a disaster if he stays in the Ice Fire sect. Suddenly, Tong Chong shouted out, Where is the law enforcement hall? In the dormitory area, fighting privately and injuring a genius disciple. What is the crime? The elders of the law enforcement hall quickly walked over and said, "You should be crippled." "Ha ha ha," Tong Chong shouted. "Then what are you waiting for? Cripple him for me." His eyes were filled with pride as he thought to himself, "Yang Yuan, let's see how you're going to protect him this time." Suddenly, Man roared out, "Let's see who dares!" Chen Yu also rushed forward and said, "Let's see who dares!" The two of them also stood in front of Luo Tian. At this moment, the elders of the Array Carving Hall and the Beast Taming Hall also walked out. One of the elders said, "Is there any secret to this matter?" The two halls were involved. Tong Chong frowned and sneered, "Secret?" "The secret is that Luo Tian was jealous because these two women ambushed Siduchong and crippled his lower body. This is the secret. Array Carving Hall, Beast Taming Hall, for a newcomer, you're going to get involved and offend the Sidhu family. You have to consider the consequences." The eyes of the Array Carving Hall's elder darkened, and he said, "Elder Tong, do you think I'm scared?" It was also at this time. At the entrance of the dormitory area, a voice came out. "The inner court elder, Elder Gu, is here." "Gu Tongtian? Why is he here?" "Why is the inner court elder here as well?" "Ah." Gu Tongtian walked into the dormitory area and did not look at the others. Instead, he stared straight at Luo Tian, and without asking anything else, he directly said, "Law Enforcement Hall, capture him for me. If he resists, kill him." There was not the slightest bit of sloppiness. He didn't even ask for the reason. He just came up and killed. "Ha ha ha," Tong Chong laughed excitedly and said, "Yang Yuan, are you showing off? Protect him again. Now that Elder Gu is here, you can jump around again." Chapter 2070. The status of an inner sect elder was completely different. It didn't matter if he appeared in the outer sect. However, he appeared in the outer sect to deal with Luo Tian, and this matter was very important. He was an inner sect elder, so he could possibly represent the sect master's intentions. Who dared to stop him? Yang Yuan's expression tightened and said, "Elder Gu, there is a reason for this matter." Without waiting for Yang Yuan to finish speaking, Gu Tongtian directly said coldly, "I don't need a reason for doing things." He didn't give him any chance to explain. The elders of the Inscription Hall held on to Man tightly. The people of the Beast Taming Hall held on to Chin Yu tightly, and the people of the War Martial Hall held on to Tong Chong and the others. However, the elders of the inner sect were definitely not ordinary, and were existences that people of their level could not contend against or shake. Tong Chong was incomparably proud and laughed. "Yang Yuan, did you hear that? Elder Gu doesn't need a reason to do things. You should hurry up and get out of the way." Ha ha ha, his heart was blooming with joy. He never thought that a Luo Tian would cause so many people to protect him. Now that Gu Tongtian was here who could protect him. Moreover, he felt that this matter must have something to do with Siduhong. Tong Chong rolled his eyes and immediately shouted, "What are you waiting for, Law Enforcement Hall? Hurry up and cripple Luo Tian." Yang Yuan still did not move, and stood in front of Luo Tian, saying, "The country has its laws, the sect has its rules. Luo Tian did not do anything wrong. Who dares to punish him?" He was going all out. He didn't care who sent Gu Tongtian, at least in his eyes. Luo Tian did not do anything wrong. Moreover, Luo Tian's fight all the way made him respect him more and more. This kind of talent was what the Ice Fire sect needed. Tong Chong immediately said, "Elder Gu, did you hear that? Elder Yang doesn't put you in his eyes at all. Yang Yuan, this is a great crime of disrespect." He was afraid that the fire was not burning hot enough, and that he would pour a few barrels of oil on it. He wanted Yang Yuan to pay the price as well. Gu Tongtian looked coldly at Yang Yuan and said, "What a good country has its laws, the sect has its rules. Today, this old man will show you what sect rules are." As soon as he finished, boom! Gu Tongtian's aura suddenly burst forth, forming a powerful shock wave. His aura was like fire. Flames erupted, and a magical beast rushed out of the flames, pouncing heavily at Yang Yuan. "Roar! The magical beast roared and instantly crushed Yang Yuan to the ground. Its two fiery eyes angrily stared at Yang Yuan on the ground. At this moment, the surrounding people were all forced back by the power of the flames. Man didn't retreat. Qin Yu did not retreat either. Their faces were roasted red, but they recognized Luo Tian as their boss, so Luo Tian was their boss. Even if he had to die, he would protect her. Fire spiritual root. Fire beast bloodline. Gu Tongtian's cultivation could instantly crush Yang Yuan. He smiled coldly and said, "In the outer sect of the Ice Fire sect, I am the sect's rules. I am the national law. Do you dare to go against me?" His aura was imposing, extremely arrogant. He had to. Sidu Hong had already become the true disciple of sect Master Bailey. At this critical juncture, he had to deal with Luo Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to calm the anger of the Sidu family. If a newcomer died, it wouldn't hinder the development of the Ice Fire sect, but if Sidu Hong left the Ice Fire sect, it would be the greatest loss to the Ice Fire sect in 100 years. If he joined other sects, the Ice Fire sect would definitely suffer a great loss. Gu Tongtian knew what was more important, even if he used his toes to think. The Sidu family could not be offended. Absolutely not. Yang Yuan was firmly crushed to the ground. His entire body felt as if it was about to be burnt. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, Yang Yuan still refused to give in and roared, "I refuse to accept this." Gu Tongtian smiled slightly and said, "You refuse to accept it? If you refuse to accept it, then you can only die." He didn't want to drag it on any longer. He didn't want to be criticized by the Sidu family because of this matter, saying that he was inefficient. Moreover, he believed that the sect master would agree with his decision. Gu Tongtian was enraged. The fire beast roared, and its flaming claws slashed down heavily. Yang Yuan's eyes were filled with anger, but he was not afraid. If he didn't accept it, he wouldn't accept it. Even if he killed him, he still wouldn't accept it. At this critical moment, Yi Zichen was stunned. Pa! The shadow of a whip fell. Voila! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The fire beast's head was chopped off. The flames burned and finally disappeared. The fire beast also quickly dissipated. Gu Tongtian, aren't you being a little too arrogant? While they were talking, Li Juqing's figure moved. The expression on his face was extremely cold. He withdrew the long whip in his hand and sucked it into his sleeves. He stared coldly at Gu Tongtian and said, "It's your business if you want to curry favor with the Sidu family. But if you want to deal with my people, that won't do." His voice was extremely cold. Everyone shivered. Yang Yuan also became excited. When did Luo Tian become a disciple of the Crimson Lotus Peak? What's going on? I heard that the Crimson Lotus Peak has never accepted male disciples. Could it be that they have made an exception? But then again, who can do what this kid does? I'm afraid that Hall Master Qi Lian has also taken a fancy to this point. I don't think so. I think this Elder Gu is too arrogant. The surrounding people began to discuss in low voices. At this moment, Kai Yin anxiously ran over and said, "Master, he seems to..." Li Juqing said coldly, "Don't worry, he won't die yet. Don't make him look like a little widow." Kai Yan's face turned red, and he became incomparably shy. Gu Tongtian's gaze tensed up. He did not put the other hall masters and elders in his eyes. But this Li Juqing of the Crimson Lotus Peak was not ordinary. Moreover, her identity was also extremely unusual. Others might not know, but he knew very well that she was the junior sister of sect Master Bailey. Gu Tongtian retracted his aura and said, "Hall Masterly, it's best if you don't interfere in this matter." "My disciple, why can't I interfere?" Li Juqing shouted. Gu Tongtian laughed coldly. "Your disciple? When you established the Crimson Lotus Peak, you said that you would never accept any male disciples. When you said that, I was still present. So what? Li Juqing's tone was cold and aggressive as he repeated, "So what? If this old lady wants to take it in, then she will. If this old lady doesn't want to take it in, then she won't. Today, this old lady wants to take in a male disciple." Huh. His tone was extremely arrogant. Gu Tongtian narrowed his eyes and said gloomily, "Li Juqing, do you really want to interfere? Do you know what the consequences are?" Li Juqing was not weak in the slightest and said, "Don't talk to me about the consequences. Gu Tongtian, if you have the ability, then kill him right now. I want to see if you dare, if you have the guts. If you don't, then please scram back to your inner sect." Too domineering. He had never seen such a domineering Li Juqing. Merciless fairy? Scarlet serpent fairy? From today onwards, she had an additional name, Tyrant Fairy. Chapter 2071. In the past, the people of the Icefire sect only knew that Li Juqing was cold and cruel to men. They never thought that she could be so domineering, even more domineering than a man. Many people were shocked, and those disciples had looks of worship on their faces. It was great to have such a protective hall master. Furthermore, she was so beautiful, making it even harder for people to extricate themselves. Gu Tongtian's expression was ugly and said, "Do you have to interfere?" Li Juqing said, "I still want to interfere. Do you want to take a look?" Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Many disciples could not hold it in and laughed out loud. Gu Tongtian said coldly, "Li Juqing, don't think that you can do whatever you want with your status. Just you wait and see. The current Situ family is no longer someone you can offend. Situ Hong has already been accepted by the sect master as a true disciple. The announcement will be made tomorrow. You should know better than me what it means to be a true disciple. It's too early for you to withdraw now. Don't lose the big picture for the small." Gu Tongtian didn't hide it anymore. He couldn't touch Li Juqing. His status was inferior to Li Juqing's. His cultivation was also inferior to Li Juqing's. The other halls were all set up as outer and inner sect. Only the Crimson Lotus Peak did not have an inner and outer sect. As soon as Gu Tongtian finished speaking, everyone was shocked. True disciple? Sect master's true disciple, then, isn't that the future sect master? Situ Hong's talent has actually reached such a heaven-defying level? He was accepted as a true disciple as soon as he entered the Icefire sect today, and he didn't even take the assessment. Oh my God. True disciple, this time the Situ family status in the Icefire sect has skyrocketed. Just now, Situ Hong's big brother, Situ Chong, was crippled. At this moment, many people looked at Luo Tian, who had fallen into Kai Bing's embrace. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Right now, the Situ family was someone that anyone could afford to offend. Yang Yuan's brows also sank as he muttered. Everyone said that an incredible genius had appeared in the Situ family, but who would have thought? He was directly accepted as a true disciple by the sect master. He couldn't believe it. However, Gu Tongtian would not joke about this matter. Situ Hong had definitely become a true disciple. Many people were shocked. However, there was one person who was very calm, as if nothing had happened. It was Li Juqing. Li Juqing looked at Gu Tongtian and smiled. "Are you done?" Gu Tongtian was stunned. "Hall Masterly, this kid is just a newbie. Don't ruin yourself because of a newbie," not waiting for him to finish. Li Juqing spat at Gu Tongtian. "Bah!" Gu Tongtian quickly retreated and dodged the attack. His face became even more furious as he shouted, "Li Juqing!" Li Juqing sneered, "Why are you calling me?" "You." Gu Tongtian gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his head. At this moment, Li Juqing sneered and said, "So what if you're a true disciple?" "Gu Tongtian, you listen to me. From now on, this brat—" Li Juqing forgot what Luo Tian's name was for a moment and asked Kai Yan, "Little widow, What's the name of your dying husband? Kai Yen's feet were incomparably red, and the redness reached the depths of her ears. She lowered her head and said softly, Luo Tian. Oh, Li Juqing continued to speak loudly. From today onwards, this brat Luo Tian is my true disciple. If anyone dares to touch him, then ask the whip in my hand. As soon as he finished, Li Juqing's sleeve moved, and a black shadow flashed out. The spirit whip flashed, and with a paw sound it struck the ground. The ground cracked. An incomparably ear-piercing sound rang out in the air, and at the same time it caused one's heart to turn cold. What's going on? She also accepted a true disciple. Isn't that too hasty? He's a man. Crimson Lotus Peak doesn't accept male disciples. If you want to accept him, you can directly accept him as a true disciple. This brat is King Lucky. Not only that, in the future he will be the hall master of the Crimson Lotus Hall. He can choose from hundreds of girls. He can flip a card every day, and there won't be a repeat for a year. Wow, this life is too carefree, too happy. Some were envious, some were shocked. However, this was Li Juqing's demonstration, and at the same time he was protecting Luo Tian. If he did not do so, the Sidhu family would definitely not let Luo Tian go. He would definitely get back at her. She had accepted Luo Tian as a true disciple, and the people of the Sidhu family would have to think twice. After all, she was the junior sister of the White Spirit Sect Master, and her status was different. Gu Tongtian's face turned pale, and he said, Good, Hall Masterly, just you wait. Li Juqing sneered. Gu Tongtian, go back and tell your master Sidhu that if they dare to touch Luo Tian, I will kill Sidhu Hong. Yang Yuan's eyes widened, and he was a little scared. Tong Chong was the same. Sidhu Hong was the sect master's true disciple. Li Juqing laughed. You should have seen me go crazy before, right? Gu Tongtian clenched his fists tightly and flicked his sleeves. Humph! Just you wait. Then he quickly walked out. It was also at this time Li Juqing's heart also slightly relaxed. Huff! Turning around to look at the unconscious Luo Tian, she coldly shouted, Return to the Crimson Lotus Peak. The next day, the news of Sidhu Hong becoming the sect master's true disciple was announced. Everyone was shocked. They were all discussing just how monstrous was Sidhu Hong's cultivation. It was also at this moment that the disciples of the Sidhu family walked sideways in the Icefire sect, incomparably arrogant. Woo! Only Sidhu Chong was still desperately shouting in pain. His crotch was wrapped up like a big dumpling, hanging there in excruciating pain. Luo Tian, you dog, I will definitely not let you off. Definitely not. Sidhu Chong roared, but his voice sounded a little like a little eunuch. What was strange was the news of Luo Tian becoming Li Juqing's true disciple did not spread out. It was as if nothing had happened in the Crimson Lotus Peak. It was very strange. At dusk, Luo Tian finally woke up. Looking around the surrounding environment, it was a woodshed. Why are you here? At this moment, a female disciple walked in, and when she saw that Luo Tian had woken up, her eyes shook and shock flashed across her eyes. At the same time, she instantly recovered and said coldly, You're awake. Luo Tian nodded, looked at the woman's clothes, and smiled. Looks like I have become a disciple of the Crimson Lotus Peak. The moment of sexual bliss came so suddenly. However, without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, the woman said coldly, Master said that you did not pass the examination, but on account of you saving Kai Bing and Kai Yen, the two junior sisters, I will reluctantly let you enter the Crimson Lotus Hall and become a servant of the Crimson Lotus Peak. From today onwards, you will use your assessment number, 9,527. Chapter 2072. 9527. What a tragedy. Luo Tian muttered and then asked, Senior sister, what happened after I fainted? Kai Bing, are Kai Yen and the others okay? While they were talking, Luo Tian crawled up from the ground, moved his hands a bit, and thought in his heart, all my injuries are healed. Looks like someone gave me some kind of pill. At this moment, the female disciple looked flustered, as if she was afraid. She took a few steps back and asked nervously, What are you trying to do? She had been in the Crimson Lotus Peak since she was young. Since she was young, Li Juqing had instilled in her that men were ferocious beasts, the most terrifying creatures in the world. She rarely went down the mountain, and Luo Tian was one of the few men she had seen in her life. Fear rose in her heart. Luo Tian said nothing. Senior sister, you still haven't told me what happened after I fainted. It seems like that Tong Chong wants to make a move on me. Luo Tian was a little dizzy and could not remember. He really wanted to know what happened after he fainted that day. How are the two girls, Ice and Fire, doing now? The female disciple kept a distance from Luo Tian and said, Nothing happened, I don't know anything. Finished. She hurriedly ran out of the woodshed and stood at the entrance of the courtyard, saying, From today onwards, without my orders, you are not allowed to take a single step out of the Logistics Academy, nor are you allowed to go up the mountain. Otherwise, she raised her fist and said with a fierce look, Don't blame me for being impolite. Logistics Academy. Halfway up the Crimson Lotus Peak, there was a courtyard where servants lived. This was also the place where the disciples of the Crimson Lotus Peak were punished. The way to punish was also very simple. Washing clothes, cooking, taking care of logistics under normal circumstances they rarely had time to cultivate. Luo Tian also walked out of the woodshed and said, Logistics Academy? Pata! A broom was thrown at Luo Tian's feet and said, 9527, now clean the Logistics Academy inside and out. If I find out that you're lazy, you won't have dinner tonight. Huh. Luo Tian was startled. It was also at this moment. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the mission. Clean up the logistics department. Mission grade. E mission time. 2 hours. Quest reward. 500 EXP, 100 MP. Do you accept? Luo Tian muttered as he picked up the broom on the ground. Accept. The female disciple glanced at Luo Tian and then strode away. Luo Tian began to clean up the logistics department, his mind constantly thinking, What exactly happened? Logically speaking, I shouldn't have passed the Red Lotus Peaks test. Li Juqing's twisted heart, which is filled with hatred for men, shouldn't have let him go. What happened? There was a more important point. What happened to Kai Bing and Kai Yen? After thinking for half an hour, he still couldn't come up with anything. Let's finish the mission first, and see if I can ask a senior sister. I will sweep, I will sweep, I will sweep. After sweeping the woodshed and the front yard, Luo Tian worked hard to complete his task for an hour and a half. He is Luo Tian. He is Luo Tian? He is the #1 person in the Red Lotus Peak. Wow, it's a man? A few servants and a few disciples who were punished revealed shocked expressions when they saw Luo Tian sweeping the floor. A man came to the Red Lotus Peak. To the disciples of the Red Lotus Peak, this was a big deal. All of them were pointing at Luo Tian behind his back. Some were giggling, while others were looking at him with disdain. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. The reward is 500 EXP and 100 MP. Just as Luo Tian was about to ask his senior sister about the situation, the cold and slightly arrogant senior sister appeared in front of Luo Tian again and said, I just checked, the cleaning is average. 9527, go and clean up all the rooms in the logistics department. Remember, you only have an hour, or else you won't have dinner. The little Sundara senior sister said. She secretly observed Luo Tian for a long time. He felt that this man was not as scary as his master said. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the quest, Clean the Logistics Department. Another quest! Luo Tian looked at the Tsundra senior sister and muttered, Are you a quest NPC? Why are you constantly giving out quests? All right, I'll go. Luo Tian carried the broom and walked into the room. In the courtyard, 5 or 6 female disciples surrounded the Tsundra senior sister. Senior sister Zhu, you're so amazing. That man didn't even dare to resist. Calling him here, he's so amazing. This man is still a little handsome. Senior sister Zhu, we still have a lot of clothes here. Let him wash them later. Senior sister Zhu, you're too mighty. Many of the female disciples were excited. Looking at Luo Tian's busy appearance, they were secretly pleased. Humph! Men trash! At the entrance of the courtyard, a short-haired woman snorted. She was carrying a hoe on her shoulder. There were a few wild rabbits hanging from the hoe. When she saw Luo Tian walk into the room, she looked at him with disdain. When Zhu Ying saw the short-haired woman, he stepped forward and said, Senior sister Shangnan. The short-haired woman's name was Shangnan. She was a tomboy with a flat chest. The muscles on her body were even more terrifying than those of ordinary men. Short hair neat, his face carried a masculine aura. She was a refining apprentice of the Red Lotus Peak. This time, she was punished for secretly going down the mountain to find ores for refining. She was punished to grow vegetables in the logistics department. Shangnan said, All of you have to be on guard against him. There are no good men in this world. Especially you, Xiaoying. Master handed him over to you to manage, so you have to be even more careful. Zhu Ying nodded and said, And thank you for your reminder, senior sister. Xiaoying will remember. At this moment, Shangnan took out a stalk of spirit grass from his bosom and said, I found it when I was hunting wild rabbits. I know that you are refining the 9-flower honeydew pill, so you should be able to use this stalk of spirit grass. Zhu Ying looked at the spirit grass happily like a little girl and said, Thank you, senior sister, you're the best. At this moment, Luo Tian had a small black underwear hanging on his broom. He walked out of the room and asked, Do you still want this white underwear? Suddenly, the expressions of all the female disciples changed. What was the room? The room was where their secrets were. In the past, it was always women who cleaned the room and no one cared. Now it was a man. This is bad. Almost all the women's expressions changed. Only Xingnan was calm and collected, without the slightest bit of panic. Following that, Luo Tian walked out again and said, Who is this black lace underwear? Do you want it? Don't clean it up with me. All the female disciples were stunned. Then he looked at senior sister Xingnan. Shangnan looked elsewhere, his face ashen, and said, What are you looking at me for? It's not mine. Zhu Ying said in a low voice, Senior sister, only you like black lace underwear. Chapter 2073. Xingnan's expression was extremely ugly. The hoe on his shoulder shook, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Luo Tian. It was also at this time Luo Tian walked into the room again and said, There are still a lot of them here. Whose are they? Do you still want them? If not, I'll clean them all up. Wow, there's such a thing. Isn't there too little cloth? Whose little red bag is it? This is too sexy. All of a sudden, the female disciples in the courtyard all rushed into the room as if they had gone mad. Zhu Ying was so angry that she stomped her feet. She did not expect such a thing to happen, and the red bag in Luo Tian's hand was hers. Get out, get out. Hurry up and get out. From now on, you are not allowed to step into this room, even half a step. It's so embarrassing. Women continued to scream. Their secrets had all been seen at once. Luo Tian looked at Zhu Ying and said, I haven't cleaned it up yet. I have to complete the task, or else I won't be able to eat tonight. Zhu Ying looked at Luo Tian angrily and said, You're not allowed to clean anymore. Get out, get out, get out quickly. Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, If you want to go out, then go out. Walking to Zhu Ying's side, Luo Tian's nose twitched, and he said with a wretched smile, That red bag is yours, right? It's the same fragrance as your body. Shwa. Zhu Ying's face turned bright red, all the way to her ears. She looked like a ripe peach that could drip water from it. Kid, you dare to bully Xiaoying? I think you're tired of living. Shangnan had been suppressing her anger. Even the black panties had been taken out, which made her very unhappy. That was her private thing. How could she tolerate Luo Tian seeing such a private thing? He was just worried that he couldn't find a reason. With a shake of the hoe in his hand, he attacked with it. Although she was a refining apprentice, her cultivation was not low, reaching the peak of the middle level of Shanghai. Blade, come. Luo Tian grabbed it and suddenly realized that the big black saber was no longer by his side. Where is my saber? Where's Brother Monkey? Monkey King is gone too? Luo Tian hastily retreated. It seemed a little hasty. Bang! As the hoe smashed down, a tile at Luo Tian's position was smashed into pieces, splashing out in all directions. Luo Tian's face darkened. F***CK, you're really coming? I'm your little junior brother. You should take good care of me. Xingnan's attack did not succeed. She frowned and said, Little junior brother, is it? Pity, right? Come. Senior sister will take good care of you. He took a step forward. Xingnan swung the hoe in her hand. Total annihilation. Hula! A piercing sound could be heard. This power was extremely strong and was not weaker than any man. Luo Tian thought, What a strong power for a woman to be able to burst out with such power. It's really rare. At the same time, Luo Tian took a step forward, releasing the heavenly dragon steps. Taking a step forward, the aura under his feet changed, giving birth to 10,000 illusions. With a light leap, he directly jumped out of Xingnan's attack range. It was also at this time Luo Tian deliberately laughed. That black lace underwear is yours, right? Xingnan's face turned red, and she was even more furious. She was filled with killing intent, and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she rushed towards Luo Tian and said, I'll kill you. Sure enough, I didn't expect this tomboy senior sister of yours to be the type of person who is inwardly passionate. Luo Tian almost choked out internal injuries. He never thought that a woman who was even more manly than a man would actually like black underwear. However, speaking of which, Shangnan was a little handsome. If he changed into a black suit, he would definitely look cool. Shangnan seemed to have gone crazy as she unleashed all of Shanghai's mid-level strength. At this moment, Zhu Ying hurriedly ran over and said, Senior sister Xingnan, stop fighting, stop fighting. The other female disciples also rushed up and hurriedly pulled Shangnan back. If one fought privately in the Crimson Lotus Peak, they would be severely punished. If their master found out, then Shangnan would probably be sent to the Cliff of Reflection. Shangnan was like a mad cat and said, Let me go! I want to kill him! I want to kill him! Luo Tian stood in the distance and said with a smile, I like your temper, haha. As a woman, don't hide your heart. However, you don't look like a woman, too flat. Flat was a point that no woman could touch. Shangnan was most afraid of this point. Her body was full of muscles, and even her chest had been flattened. Luo Tian said this. The little universe in her heart had completely exploded. The other female disciples with smaller chests were also furious. They rolled up their sleeves and wanted to rush up to Luo Tian to fight fiercely. Zhu Ying immediately said, Luo Tian, if you dare to say another word, you won't have dinner tonight. It doesn't matter if you don't eat a meal. Luo Tian said. Zhu Ying said, Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow you won't be able to eat, and I will report to Master, saying that you took liberties with senior sister. You will definitely be chased down the mountain. Taking liberties with senior sister? Luo Tian said, "Are you referring to the small red bag or the small black underwear?" Zhu Ying's face turned red again, so red that it was as if water was about to drip out. Ah! Shengnan immediately flew into a rage and went crazy. Luo Tian said, all right, I understand. I won't tease you in the future. However, your small underwear, small bags, and other things should be placed properly. Don't put them anywhere. And your taste is really, Zhu Ying also exploded and said, you're still talking. Luo Tian laughed. All right, I won't say any more, but senior sisters, if you're willing, I can give your small underwear, small bags, and you'll definitely be able to stand up. Luo Tian purposely added a movement to the word stand. This world was still only a small bag. If it was a small cover, with a squeeze of the flesh, it would stand up. A scene of a small cover surrounding a small cover appeared in Luo Tian's mind. It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending the tailoring technique. You have obtained 100 experience and 100 spiritual force as a special reward. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest to make a small cover. The quest reward is 1,000 experience, 200 spiritual force. Luo Tian was stunned. Holy **T. There's even a skill that can be comprehended. Moreover, making a small cover, am I going to become a woman's friend? No, it should be a girl's friend. Luo Tian muttered. Isn't the world changing too quickly? However, girl's friend. I like it, ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed wretchedly in his heart. His laughter was incomparably obscene, incomparably wretched. Suddenly, he felt that his happiness was coming. Chapter 2074. It's time to eat. Zhu Ying stood at the entrance of the cafeteria and shouted. The female disciples quickly walked out of the room. What's good today? Wild rabbit. Senior sister Shengnan caught a wild rabbit. We're in for a treat today. Several disciples swallowed their saliva. Luo Tian also swallowed his saliva. He hadn't eaten for several days and was famished. He immediately ran forward. Without waiting for him to enter the cafeteria, Zhu Ying immediately blocked his way and said, in view of your performance in the afternoon, you're not allowed to eat today. Ha ha ha, several female disciples giggled. One of them even flirted and said, 9527, call me Big Sister. Big Sister will take you to eat something good. 9527, Big Sister will leave some for you. One by one, they looked at him like wolves seeing meat. Luo Tian teased, you guys can eat me. Shengnan walked out of the room and saw Luo Tian at the entrance of the cafeteria. She immediately shouted, boy, go away. There's nothing for you to eat here. She was aggressive. She hated Luo Tian to the bone. She even took out her black underwear, making her extremely embarrassed. Luo Tian said disdainfully, if there's no food, then there's no food. I don't care. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhu Ying watched Luo Tian walk away with a little reluctance. She just wanted to make things difficult for Luo Tian just now to confirm her prestige in the logistics court. But Luo Tian didn't buy it at all. Zhu Ying muttered, senior sister Shengnan, isn't it bad for us to do this? I remember Master said that he was seriously injured and needs nutrition. Shengnan said, what's wrong with it? Not only today, but also tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. Let's see if he still has the strength to be arrogant. Zhu Ying said, what if something happens because of hunger? Shengnan said disdainfully, if a man can starve to death, then he should have died long ago. Junior sister, don't worry about it. We'll eat. The sky darkened. After working hard for an entire afternoon, his stomach was growling with hunger. Luo Tian walked out of the logistics department and muttered, they don't provide food, do they? I don't believe that I can starve. After that, Luo Tian rushed into the forest. After searching for a long time, he couldn't even find a strand of rabbit hair, let alone a wild rabbit. What's the situation? If that tomboy can find a rabbit, there's no reason why I can't find one. Luo Tian muttered in his heart. Immediately after, he walked towards the top of the mountain. All of you be careful. These are the war beasts sent by the Beast Taming Hall. They are all rank 2 war beasts, and they are all cubs. They are specially prepared for cultivating the beast taming technique. In this competition, aside from the Beast Taming Hall, our beast taming skills must be stronger than the other halls, especially the War Hall. Do you understand? Understood. Senior sister, what kind of war beasts did the Beast Taming Hall send? Green-skinned pig, golden-furred dog, and an old cow that is about to lose its teeth. I really suspect that the Beast Taming Hall is deliberately mocking our Crimson Lotus Peak. If you don't want others to mock you, then show them your true abilities. If you have the ability to surpass the Beast Taming Hall in this competition, use the war beasts they sent to cultivate the super high-level beast taming technique and slap their faces. The Beast Taming Hall did not necessarily only cultivate the beast taming technique. There were also cultivation techniques, formations, alchemy. There were all of them. Every year, a competition would be held to select the elites from these outstanding disciples and send them to the inner sect to be nurtured. He hoped that he could nurture 1 or 2 super geniuses who could enter the Heaven ranking. Heaven ranking. Chaos Realm's highest honor list. There were very few people who could enter the Heaven ranking in the Marshalsea area, and even if there were, they would be ranked after 10,000. The Heaven ranking was the authority. If they could nurture a disciple who could enter the Heaven ranking, the sex influence would immediately rise to its peak. This was something that any sect was working hard to do. An hour later, Luo Tian's mind tensed up. There's a situation. He saw a pair of green beast eyes in front of him. F***CK. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, "This daddy's dinner is finally here." Haha. Then, Luo Tian picked up a wooden club and quietly walked to the transformed cub. Then he smashed the cub with the club. Woo, it was a soft sound. Luo Tian pressed it down, then twisted its neck and said, "Little guy, being able to be eaten by me is your lifetime's fortune. Ha ha ha, ding!" Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing second stage young beast battle greenskin pig, for obtaining 100 experience, 10 spirit force. War beast. I didn't expect my luck to be so good, to actually kill a war beast. Luo Tian was overjoyed in his heart. He had never thought about how there would be a war beast in this place. He wouldn't care so much. Logistics courtyard. In the female disciples' big room, everyone sat together and began to discuss. Senior sister, is he really that mighty? Yeah. Did he really kill his way out of the War Marshal Hall's dormitory area? I don't believe it, no matter how powerful a newcomer is. It's impossible for him to do this, right? Exactly. Zhu Ying said. I also heard it from the great senior sister. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know, but the great senior sister won't lie, and Master made an exception and let him come to Crimson Lotus Peak. I think there must be a reason. What other reason could there be? Could it be that Master has taken a fancy to him? Just as his voice faded, everyone was looking at him. Her expression immediately changed, and she said, I'm spouting nonsense. At this moment, Shangnan, who had been silent the entire time, said, Junior sister Xiaoying is right. He did indeed charge out of the War Marshal Hall's dormitory area, and he comprehended a sacred art. The Lin family's unique with thorn sacred art. Everyone was shocked. They were not even qualified to leave the mountain once a year, so they were very closed off to the outside world. Hearing Xingnan's words, they immediately felt that Luo Tian was too cool. Wow, isn't he too handsome? Isn't this slapping the War Marshal Hall's face? There's still a month before the outer sect competition. I'm afraid that this time the War Marshal Hall will completely crush the Crimson Lotus Peak and take back their face. Our Crimson Lotus Peak is going to be unlucky. Speaking of the large competition, I really want to participate. Come on with your triangular kung fu. You still want to participate in the large competition. Stop dreaming. Sigh. We are all punished disciples. To be able to return to the Crimson Lotus Peak is already a blessing. And we still want to participate in the large competition? Who doesn't want to participate? The sect competition, as long as one is chosen by an inner sect elder, they might be able to become an elite disciple. Many girls began to chat. Suddenly, a girl's nose twitched. It smells so good. I smell it too. What's this smell? It smells like barbecue. My saliva is about to flow out. In another place, beside the woodshed, Luo Tian hummed a song. I like to eat braised pig trotters. Do you like to eat? I really like to eat. Chapter 2075. Humming a song and roasting meat. It was as if they had returned to the time when they had just transmigrated to the profound sky continent. Luo Tian sighed with emotion in his heart. Looking at the night sky, he muttered, Nyo Nyo, Jing-er, where are you? Wait for father to settle the matters here. Then I'll go look for you. At this moment, one after another, female disciples squatted by the fire and looked at the barbecued meat on the fire rack. The fat from the barbecue was like a little elf as it jumped crazily, making a noise. The green pig was roasted to a crisp yellow, emitting a charred fragrance that could arouse one's appetite. It was too tempting. Luo Tian looked at them one by one and said, You're not giving me food to eat? Can't I get something to eat? A slightly older senior sister moved her body and squatted beside Luo Tian, saying, Junior brother, senior sister is so hungry. Another senior sister also moved over and said, Junior brother, where did you get this little suckling pig? Little junior brother, big sister is so hungry. She immediately acted coquettishly. All of them were anxiously waiting. Drool flowed like a wolf that had been thirsty for a long time. Luo Tian smiled slightly. You want to eat meat? Yes, yes, yes. Their heads nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Luo Tian retracted his expression and said, Isn't it too late to think of this little junior brother of mine? Junior brother, don't bother with us. A senior sister leaned on Luo Tian's shoulder and acted coquettishly. In the end, a few female disciples acted coquettishly together. That damage value was simply over 100 million. Luo Tian could not resist at all and said, You can eat my meat, but from today onwards, all of you have to listen to me. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat the meat first. Looking at the barbecued meat on the fire rack, they really couldn't take it anymore. Eat. Be careful, it's hot. Luo Tian took the lead and tore off a big pig leg, and then there was no then. The pitiful little roasted pig was instantly divided up. Are you the reincarnation of hungry ghosts? What a bandit! What a female bandit! Luo Tian cursed. Then he went to the kitchen and sprinkled some salt and pepper on the pork leg to add more flavor. Seeing them eating happily, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. He walked to the door of the female disciple's room and said, Little senior sister, tomboy, aren't you going to try it? If you don't try it now, there really won't be any left. Zhu Ying couldn't hold back. She walked to the door and saw the roasted pig leg in Luo Tian's hand. Before Luo Tian could react, she snatched it away. Sai, leave some for me. I haven't eaten in a while. Luo Tian almost wanted to rush in, but when he remembered that this was a girl's boudoir, he was afraid that he would see something that he shouldn't see. In the end, he gave up. Luo Tian coughed and said, Tomboy, I'm sorry about this afternoon. Consider this pork leg my apology. After all, it was her privacy. Moreover, if Luo Tian wanted to stay here, the first thing he had to do was to get along well with these girls. Only then would he be able to be like a fish in water. He stopped for half a minute. There was also a burst of snatching inside. It's mine, it's mine. Senior sister, you're too shameless. You just said you wouldn't eat it. Who said I wouldn't eat it? He's apologizing to me. How can I not eat it? Then you've forgiven him? Huh. Shangnan snorted towards the outside of the room. For the sake of this pig leg, I'll forgive you. Luo Tian smiled faintly, looking at the other group of senior sisters, who all had blissful expressions on their faces. He couldn't help but smile. So easy to satisfy. At this moment, clang! The door to the Logistics Academy was kicked flying. More than 10 disciples from the Crimson Lotus Peak rushed in. The female disciple in the lead had a look of disdain as she shouted, "Who stole and ate our war beast?" The disciples of the Logistics Academy were all punished, or they were disciples whose talent was too low and did not have the qualifications to cultivate. They were a level lower than the disciples of the Crimson Lotus Peak. Seeing them rush in, all of them revealed looks of fear. When the female disciple in the lead saw Luo Tian, she was slightly startled, then sneered, "A group of shameless sluts. Now that there's a man, your place has become a den of prostitution? Speak with some respect. Be careful that I don't tear your mouth apart." Shangnan walked out of the room and stared at the woman in the lead. She sneered. I was wondering who it was. So it's junior sister Ziyan. What's wrong? You can't sleep in the middle of the night and came to my place to make your presence known? Humph. Shangnan, you slut. Even if I'm slutty, I'm not as slutty as you. Just now, when he walked out of your room, did he do something to you? Ziyan sneered. Zhu Ying also quickly walked out and said, "Senior sister Ziyan, if you speak like this," scrammed to the side. "Do you have the right to speak here?" Ziyan coldly snorted. Her eyes were full of disdain, and she did not put the disciples of the Logistics Academy in her eyes. This place was like a cold palace. Without the orders of their master, they could only stay here for the rest of their lives, unable to cultivate. Zhu Ying's face sank. Shangnan was immediately displeased. She said, "Ziyan, be coquettish. Come at me." Ziyan sneered. "Who do you think you are, senior sister Shangnan? Do you think you can still return to the Crimson Lotus Peak? You've been dreaming for the rest of your life. Do you know who reported you secretly went down the mountain? It was me, ha ha ha." Shangnan's eyes turned sinister. "I already guessed it was you, slut." "So what? Bite me? Do you think you're still my opponent now? I've already broken through to the high sea realm. Crushing you is easy." Ziyan smiled proudly. Shangnan's heart sank. At this moment, a female disciple looked at the fire rack and the bones on the ground, and whispered to Ziyan, "Senior sister, these bones might be the green-skinned pig that we lost. Good!" Ziyan was immediately enraged. "You dog slaves actually dared to steal and eat beasts. How dare you? We didn't eat a war beast." Those female disciples were all afraid. If their master knew about this, they would very likely be sent to the Cliff of Reflection. If they didn't die there, they would lose a layer of skin. With their current cultivation, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shengnan frowned. Luo Tian took a step forward. Without waiting for him to speak, Shengnan took a step forward and said, "Humph, what do you mean by secretly eating? Ziyan, you were in charge of the war beast, but you let it escape. Now that it's eaten by someone, you say it was secretly eating? You didn't manage it well. If this matter is reported to Master, we will be punished, and you won't be able to escape punishment." Ziyan frowned. After thinking for a few seconds, she coldly snorted and said, "Using Master to suppress me? Humph, you slut, you don't have the qualifications." As soon as he finished speaking, Ziyan suddenly attacked with her sword. Girls tearing each other apart was also deadly. Chapter 2076. Humph, you were the one who attacked first. I couldn't hold it in any longer. When Shengnan saw Ziyan's sword attack, her body moved as well, picking up the hoe under the eaves and chopping out. His body emitted a threatening aura. However, the aura emitted from Ziyan's body was clearly stronger. Moreover, the sword in her hand was a magic weapon. The weapon in senior sister Shengnan's hand. It shouldn't be called a weapon, but a hoe. In that instant, With a slash of the sword, the hoe was directly cut in half. The corner of Zi Yan's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. She took a step forward and said, "You are no longer my match." The hoe was cut in half, causing Sheng Nan to stagger back. In terms of speed, Zi Yan had the advantage of a higher realm, and with a sudden step forward, she was even more unable to resist. Clang! He fell to the ground. Zi Yan pointed her sword at the center of her brows and said with incomparable pride, "Senior sister Sheng Nan, you are really too weak. Ha ha ha!" Sheng Nan's face changed. Junior sister Zhu Ying anxiously walked forward and said, "Senior sister Zian, we are all senior sisters of the same sect. Please don't hurt our relationship." Scram to the side. "Is there a place for a little trash like you to speak?" Zi Yan's eyes widened, and her gaze darkened again. She fiercely stared at Sheng Nan, who was on the ground, and said, "Senior sister, weren't you very arrogant before? Come, let me see how arrogant you are again. Just now, when I was outside the courtyard, I heard that there were people who wanted to participate in the intersect tournament. Ha ha ha! You trash want to participate in the intersect tournament? Are you trash dreaming?" Her eyes were filled with disdain. Sheng Nan coldly snorted, "The king is the marquis, and the loser is the bandit. Zi Yan, if you have the guts, then kill me. I want to see if you have the guts." Zi Yan's eyes turned sinister as she pushed her sword forward and said, "Do you think I don't dare?" The tip of the sword had already cut through the skin between Sheng Nan's eyebrows, and a trace of blood flowed out. Zhu Ying's face became anxious, and she said, "Senior sister Zi Yan." Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Zi Yan shouted again, "I said scram to the side. You have no right to speak here." Incomparable arrogance. It was also at this moment. Several disciples with complacent faces walked up from behind Zi Yan. They directly walked to Zhu Ying's side and pressed down on her shoulder. "Senior apprentice sister," said to scram to the side. "Listen carefully, it's scram." Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. In the first place, he didn't want to interfere with the girls tearing each other apart. But these girls were really something. Each and every one of them was unbelievably arrogant. Furthermore, what was the most important thing? They were the ones who had touched Zhu Ying. Who was Zhu Ying? She was his quest NPC. She had been giving out quests to Luo Tian for the whole day. If she was injured, she would not be able to give out quests. Where would he go to find experience points to level up? Seeing her being held down, Luo Tian was naturally unhappy. Luo Tian picked up half of the hose handle from the ground and said faintly, "Where it's possible to let people off, let them off. Why do you have to do this?" As soon as he finished speaking, a female disciple sneered and said, "Where did you come from, dog?" Not waiting for her to finish, Luo Tian suddenly moved and smashed his stick onto the woman's mouth and said, "If you were a man, you would already be dead." "Pa! Ah!" The female disciple screamed miserably, her mouth full of blood. She spat it out, her mouth was swollen, and she didn't know what to say. The female disciples of the Logistics Academy were all shocked. Zhu Ying looked at Luo Tian and said, "Don't be rude to the senior sisters." Zian glanced at Luo Tian and said, "All of you attack." Luo Tian held the wooden stick in his hand and waved it like a baseball bat. He looked at the female disciples surrounding him and said, "I don't like to hit women. But if you like to be cheap, then I have no choice but to make a move." Luo Tian hated hitting women. However, some women took advantage of him and deserved to be taught a lesson. "Humph, you're just a newbie. I want to see if you're really that powerful. Men are the most despicable things in the world. Go, trample him flat." While they were talking, the 7 female disciples rushed forward together. In another place, in the darkness, "Master, aren't you going to stop him?" Private brawls. This is a matter of going to the cliff of reflection. Li Juqing had just returned from the Icefire Peak and was in a bad mood. because all the elders were criticizing her. Even her senior brother, the current sect master, Bai Lixing, had said a few words to her. She was very unhappy. However, she didn't care about any of this. She would never live in another person's world. She only lived in her own. The reason why she was summoned to the Ice Fire Peak was to ask if there was an antidote for the cultivation dissipating pill. She wanted to help Kai Yen and Kai Bing recover their strength. However, the situation was much more serious than she had imagined. Not only could they not recover, Kai Bing and Kai Yen would not be able to cultivate for the rest of their lives. They could not even be ordinary people. Their lifespan would rapidly decrease. She blamed herself in her heart. Just as she was about to return to the Red Lotus Peak, she saw this scene. Li Juqing looked at Luo Tian and said faintly, "Let him hit!" The matter of Situ Hong becoming Bai Lixing's true disciple had already been announced, and she had never seen Situ Hong before. However, she believed in her senior brother's eyesight. After so many years, he had not chosen a true disciple. It was not that he did not have any good seedlings, but that his standards were extremely high and he was extremely strict. However, this Situ Hong had only been in contact with him for a short hour and he was accepted as a true disciple. It could be seen how strong Situ Hong's talent was. And in these short 3 days, he had become the joke of the Ice Fire sect, accepting a man as a true disciple of the Red Lotus Peak. And he was even a trash with no bloodline, no sacred art, and trash spirit root. Looking at Luo Tian from the Logistics Academy, countless thoughts flashed through Li Juqing's mind. In the courtyard, bang, bang, bang. All 6 of their mouths were swollen. Luo Tian said faintly, "Women should be more reserved and gentle. It's really not good to keep calling him trash and trash." Ziyan stared coldly at Luo Tian, her gaze sinister, and said, "Brat, you are just a servant of the Red Lotus Peak. There are some things that you cannot afford to offend." Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Can't afford to offend them? Then I'll provoke one today." Ziyan's gaze moved, her sword suddenly flashed, and she took a step forward to attack Luo Tian and said disdainfully, "Do you have the qualifications?" A sword attack. It was very fast and sharp. It was the same move as the one that attacked Shengnan. Moreover, it was even more ferocious. Zhu Ying shouted loudly, "Little junior brother, be careful!" Xingnan also frowned and said, "Quickly dodge. Don't fight her head-on. You are not her match." She was very clear about the power of Ziyan's sword. Furthermore, her sword was a magic weapon. How could a wooden stick block it? At this moment, Luo Tian smiled slightly, neither fast nor slow. He looked at Shengnan and said, "Look carefully, I will only do it once." Chapter 2077. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian took a step forward, and the spiritual energy released from his body instantly wrapped around the wooden rod. His body moved, using the wooden rod as a blade. The Tianlong blade technique slashed out. Roar! The sound of something tearing through the air was like a dragon's roar. The spiritual energy wrapped around the wooden rod became incomparably fierce as it heavily smashed down. Clang! Flames flew in all directions. Clang! The second-grade spirit sword in Ziyan's hand broke and fell to the ground. She also retreated continuously and fell to the ground, her face incomparably pale. Luo Tian rushed forward. His footsteps were as if he was flying, and with a step he arrived in front of Ziyan, smashing down with his rod. "Ah!" Ziyan screamed in fear, her body trembling nonstop. Her eyes were so scared that she didn't dare open them. However, the wooden stick did not fall, and only stopped 3 inches above her head. Luo Tian said indifferently, "Don't think too highly of yourself. It's useless. Do you understand?" Finished. Luo Tian threw away the wooden rod, clapped his hands, and turned to look at the incomparably shocked female disciples. Then he assumed a handsome posture and said narcissistically, "Isn't it very handsome? Isn't it too cool?" No one reacted, because they were still in the midst of the shocking scene from before. Their minds were constantly thinking, how did he do it? How could a piece of wood break a magic weapon? Wasn't that something completely impossible? They had never seen such a shocking scene before. Their minds were all reacting. Too handsome. Another female disciple thought in her heart, the barbecue is too delicious and so handsome, I feel like I'm in love. Another woman was infatuated in her heart. How can there be such a handsome man? I'm going to fall in love. Oh my God, can you not be so handsome? Shangnan disdainfully said in his mind, damn, you're even more handsome than me. After a long time, everyone reacted, and all of them had a reserved and gentle look on their faces, smiling without showing their teeth. This was what Luo Tian had said just now. Women should be more reserved and gentle. They firmly remembered this. However, their eyes were secretly casting flirtatious glances at Luo Tian. They were full of electricity. Luo Tian scratched his head and muttered, looks like I'm still not handsome enough. There's no reaction. Sigh. At this time, Ziyan crawled up from the ground, her face filled with fury. Looking at Luo Tian, she said, just you wait. Don't be arrogant just because you have some strength. Let me tell you, this is Scarlet Lotus Peak. Offending me? I want you to scram out of Red Lotus Peak within 3 days. She was like a wild cat that had gone mad. He was extremely furious. Luo Tian turned around. Ziyan was so frightened that she inwardly trembled. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is the Red Lotus Peak, the Ice Fire sect. If you mess around, I won't let you off. Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, didn't you just say that we don't have the qualifications to participate in the sect competition? All right, we will definitely participate. We will definitely let a self-righteous person, like you know what it means to be qualified. As soon as he finished, Zhu Ying's face shook. Xingnan's face changed. The other female disciples were completely stunned, their brains unable to react. What is he talking about? What does he want to do? What's going on? At this moment, Ziyan laughed loudly. Ha ha. Participate in the sect competition? Just you trash? Ha ha ha. Forget about the sect competition. You don't even have the qualifications to enter the Red Lotus Peak. Oh, right. I forgot an important point. You are just servants, slaves. You don't even have the qualifications to cultivate, let alone the qualifications to enter the Red Lotus Peak selection. Ha ha ha, he laughed complacently. It was as if he had heard a very funny joke. Luo Tian's gaze darkened and said, do you dare to take a gamble? Bet. Ziyan stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, what are we betting on? Luo Tian said, if we win, all the senior sisters of the Logistics Academy will recover their identities, and everyone else will receive cultivation resources. Ziyan was startled and muttered in her heart, a newcomer is indeed a newcomer. Recovering one's identity can only be done by master. Humph, he wants to fight with me with his little IQ? Since he wants to bet, then I'll bet with him. It's not like I'm at a disadvantage. Ziyan said, what if you lose? Luo Tian said, up to you. As soon as he finished, Zhu Ying immediately shook her head, indicating to Luo Tian not to bet with her. The other female disciples also shook their heads. Ha ha ha, Ziyan laughed out loud and said, all right, I'll bet with you. When the time comes, you trash can just wait to leave the Red Lotus Peak. Ha ha ha, finished. Ziyan did not give Xingnan and Zhu Ying the chance to go back on their words, and turned to leave the Logistics Academy, shouting loudly, Senior Sister Xingnan, just wait to get out of the Red Lotus Peak. Ha ha ha, he was incomparably pleased with himself. After they had left, Zhu Ying immediately walked to Luo Tian's side and said, how can you bet with her? Didn't you see me shaking my head? Bet? How? What can we bet on? Another female disciple also walked up, her eyes filled with confusion and resentment, although the Logistics Academy was bitter. However, At the very least, there was a place to stay here. But what about after leaving this place? If he was lucky, he would marry into a good family. If he was unlucky, he didn't even know where he died, and there wasn't even a person to collect his corpse. Junior brother, we don't have the qualifications to compete with others. Can't you think about us when you do things? Have you considered the feelings of others? Zhu Ying continued. Ziyan can't fulfill a single one of the conditions you mentioned. Even if you win, she doesn't have the right to restore our identities. Even if she does, she'll act shamelessly. Besides, we don't even have the qualifications to enter the Crimson Lotus Hall. So how are we supposed to participate in the sect tournament? We don't even have the qualifications to leave the mountain. At this moment, Xingnan stood up and said, I support you. Everyone looked at Shangnan. Shangnan said, Are we worse than them? You guys admit it, but I don't. What are they? I don't believe that I can't beat that little bitch Ziyan. Junior brother, just tell me what to do. First of all, we have to think of a way to get Master to agree to let us participate in the selection. Furthermore, the sect competition is going to compete with the other 5 halls in what they are best at. Can we do it? Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, Why can't we not compete? As for the qualifications to participate in the Scarlet Lotus Peaks selection, Luo Tian looked into the distant darkness and smiled faintly. Don't worry, it won't be long before the news comes. Shangnan was slightly shocked. At this moment, she didn't care anymore and said, I don't care. If anyone dares to not participate, then they are not giving me face. At that time, I won't be polite to her. Zhu Ying said, Senior sister Xingnan, why are you also joining in the commotion? Shangnan said, How many fights can there be in life? If you want to change your fate, it will all depend on this time. Chapter 2078. On the way back to the Crimson Lotus Peak. Master, why didn't you stop him just now? Li Juqing smiled faintly and muttered to himself, Interesting. The disciple asked again, What's interesting? Master, this is a private fight, and that Luo Tian is very arrogant to treat senior sister like this. Li Juqing stared at him and said coldly, That's what Ziyan deserves, and it's because Luo Tian found out that I was here. Otherwise, he would have been even more ruthless. He knows you're here? The disciple was startled. Li Juqing said, Those words he said were directed at me. You want to participate in the selection? You want to participate in the sect's great assembly? All right, kid, let's see how capable you are. You want to obtain the qualifications to be selected, right? I'll give you the qualifications to be selected. Let's see what kind of tricks you can play. Obviously, Luo Tian had discovered her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. Li Juqing was not stupid. Since Luo Tian wanted to participate in the selection and the sect's great competition, then she would give Luo Tian a chance. Of course, it was only a chance. Tomorrow, gather all the disciples, including the appointed disciples of the Logistics Academy, and come to the Crimson Lotus Hall to discuss the selection. Li Juqing said, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the night. Only a disciple was left behind. She couldn't understand what was going on. In another place, Crimson Lotus Peaks dormitory area. I'm so angry. When Ziyan returned to her residence, she flew into a rage and smashed the exquisite tea set on the table into pieces. How dare you? A mere newbie dares to fight with me. Brat, I think you don't know this young Mrs. Methods. But you don't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Not to mention the sect's great competition, you don't even have the qualifications to participate in the Crimson Lotus Peaks internal selection. Watch how I chase all of you out of the Crimson Lotus Peak when the time comes. The next day, the senior sisters in the Logistics Academy were all listless, as if they were on their period. Moreover, seeing Luo Tian, they all walked around him, as if they had seen a ghost. What's the situation? Good morning. senior sister Shangnan. Luo Tian stepped forward and greeted her. The female disciples beside Shangnan quickly dodged. Shangnan walked forward and said, "Good morning, junior brother. What happened to them? Why do you look at me like I'm a ghost?" Luo Tian muttered, "Is it because of what happened last night?" Shangnan said, "Let's not care about them. Didn't you want to bring us to the great sect meeting? Tell me what to do. I won't go to the field to weed today." "Huh." Luo Tian was stunned for a moment and said, "Just the two of us? Where's senior sister?" "She went to Red Lotus Peak early in the morning. It seems that Master has something to tell her," Shangnan said casually. Her thoughts were still on the sect tournament. He asked anxiously, "Junior brother, how did you do that move yesterday? Last night, I tried for half the night, but I couldn't comprehend it at all." "Right. Among the disciples of the Logistics Academy, my martial strength is the strongest. I should be a contestant in the martial arts competition." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a smile as he muttered to himself, "It seems that the hall master is giving me a lot of face." He had said that on purpose last night. Moreover, he had also discovered that Li Juqing was hiding in the darkness, not far away, and that was why he had said those words. Now, it seemed that Li Juqing was going to inform everyone about the selection. "Huh, you? What did you cultivate in the past?" Luo Tian came back to his senses. Shangnan said, "I'm a refiner. Originally, I wanted to enter the refining hall, but those men in the refining hall looked down on women. Later, I was selected by Master to enter the Red Lotus Peak. For 3 years in a row, I lost to the lowest level disciples in the refining hall." "Oh, then continue refining," Luo Tian said without any hesitation. "Huh." Shangnan was stunned. "I do like refining, but I have no talent in refining at all. Even if I were to risk my life, I wouldn't be able to defeat the first-level disciples of the refining hall." "Don't worry. It's different this year. I'll take care of everything." Luo Tian smiled confidently. Everything he did required talent. However, there was something even more important than talent. Hard work. Profound sky continent, ancient continent, divine realm, earth for plains. Luo Tian had trained in the refining technique before, although this was the chaos realm at the center of the 100,000 universes. But even if he couldn't deal with those weapon refining Grandmaster S, he was confident that he could deal with those small fries, refining pills, inscribing formations. It was the same for beast taming. Shangnan said weakly, "All right, if I'm refining, who will be in charge of refining pills, who will be in charge of inscribing formations, and who will be in charge of taming beasts? If you want to pass the selection, you have to have someone sign up for it." Luo Tian looked at the female disciples who were dodging around and exhaled slightly, saying, "Senior sister, didn't you want to learn the move that defeated Ziyan last night? As long as you can pull one person in, I'll teach you once." At this moment, a few female disciples walked up, and one of the older disciples said, "Junior brother, we don't even have the qualifications to participate in the Red Lotus Peak selection. What's the use of you doing all this? Ziyan and the others have cultivation resources and a strong backing. What about us? What do we have? Nothing at all. The most important thing is that they don't even have the qualifications to go up to the Red Lotus Peak. How can they compare? How can they fight with them? Don't do this. It's better to think of a way to get senior sister Ziyan to forgive me. This is my last place to stay. I don't want to die outside without anyone knowing." A few female disciples looked at Luo Tian. They didn't believe in Luo Tian. They didn't believe in themselves either, because everything was too difficult. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest. Lead the disciples of the Logistics Academy to pass the Red Lotus Peak selection. Mission rank, mission reward, 100,000 experience, 500 immortal power points, silver treasure chest X2. Do you accept? Of course, I have to accept the mission. Luo Tian did not even think about it and said, "Accept." It was also at this moment. Zhu Ying panted as she ran into the courtyard. Her face flushed red as she panted heavily. She was incomparably happy as she said, "We're qualified, we're qualified, we're qualified." "What do you mean qualified?" "Little junior sister apprentice, speak clearly." Zhu Ying calmed down her excited mood and said, "We are qualified to participate in the Red Lotus Peaks selection competition. Master said it today. He personally announced it in the Crimson Lotus Hall. As long as you are a disciple of the Red Lotus Peak, you can participate in the selection competition, including the disciples of the Logistics Academy. We're qualified." Very excited, incomparably excited. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Shengnan looked at Luo Tian calmly and said, "Junior brother, did you already know that Master would agree?" Luo Tian laughed. "No, this is confidence. Believe in Luo Tian and gain eternal life." Ha ha ha. Chapter 2079. Some people were happy, but some people were incomparably angry. Back at his residence, Ziyan flipped out again, smashing the new tea set on the table into pieces. "I'm so angry. To actually let those servants of the Logistics Academy participate in the selection. I really don't know what Master is thinking." "All right." Ziyan's eyes turned sinister as she said coldly, "Even if you have the qualifications to participate in the Red Lotus Peak selection, I want to see how you win." Then she walked out of the courtyard in large strides. She definitely could not let Luo Tian win. Absolutely not. Logistics Academy. The 16 female disciples stood in 2 rows. Luo Tian walked at the front, as if he was a platoon leader training new recruits. "There's still 15 days until the Red Lotus Peaks selection. Time is rather tight for us. I won't say any more nonsense. Next, I will use 3 days to determine the number of participants. Once the number of participants is confirmed, I will undergo special training." It was very difficult to choose a suitable candidate. 6 great halls. The super strong force of the War Martial Hall. The Beast Taming Hall's beast taming ability, the Carving Hall's array formation. The Refining Hall's magic weapon, and the Alchemy Hall's spirit pills. They all had their own unique abilities. What about the Red Lotus Peak? Other than their beauty, they had nothing else. Every year it was like a vase. Other than looking at their appearance, everyone looked down on their martial strength, artifact, refining, beast taming this time. Luo Tian had actually triggered a mission, and this mission was definitely a chain mission. Right now it was the Red Lotus Peak, and after the mission was completed, it would be the Ice Fire Sect competition. The bronze treasure chest rewarded him with an incomplete azure dragon sword manual. Then wouldn't this silver treasure chest be a level higher? He had to complete it. Zhu Ying said, "Junior brother, we will listen to you. Just tell us what to do." She had also become very excited now. Her innate talent was average, belonging to the kind of small and transparent type. However, she also had the heart to become stronger, the heart to be valued. This might be an opportunity. Luo Tian said, "I haven't thought of the specific plan yet. That little senior sister, I need to think of a plan during the day. Can you give me a break?" "Huh." Zhu Ying put her hands on her waist and said, "Humph, you want to be lazy." "In your dreams. Today, Master specially instructed me not to let you slack off. If I find out, I won't give you any food. Hurry up and clean the courtyard for me." Zhu Ying shouted. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering daily cleaning mission. Luo Tian chuckled and picked up the broom. Understood. Zhu Ying was like a quest distributor. As long as she was around, there would be no quests. Moreover, Luo Tian was in dire need of EXP. His EXP bar had already risen to 95%. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to enter the EXP burning state. He felt that the sect grand competition this time would not be so simple. Better safe than sorry. The power of insta-kill was the strongest thing to rely on. It could kill anyone it saw and instantly kill any god it saw. While cleaning the courtyard, Luo Tian kept thinking about the selection of a battle team. In his mind, he checked the cultivation base, spiritual root attributes, divine ability talent, and bloodline talent of the 16 disciples over and over again. In order to pass the Red Lotus Peak selection, the most important thing was to use their strengths to attack their weaknesses. He wanted to bring out their talents to the fullest. He thought about it for an entire day. Luo Tian finally decided on the list. Refining, Senior Sister Shengnan. Martial Force, Senior Sister Zhuing. Engraving Formation, Senior Sister Ruoqin. Alchemy, Senior Sister Mayu. Beast Taming, Senior Sister Lu Feng. There are still 3 reserve contestants, just in case. Luo Tian said the names of a few more female disciples and said, "You are the name list for the battle. The senior sisters who are not selected will all form a cheerleading team to cheer for these senior sisters who are going to battle. Remember, you must show your imposing manner." After Luo Tian finished speaking, Ma Yu immediately stood up and said, "Junior brother, I don't even know what a pill looks like. How can I refine a pill?" "Yeah, I've never seen a war beast before. I don't even know what a formation is." Their talent had been judged to be mediocre from the very beginning, and it was also because Li Juqing pitted them and gave them a place to stay. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to stay in Crimson Lotus Peak. Shengnan also asked anxiously, "Junior brother, can you do it?" Zhu Ying's face was also filled with anxiety and said, "We are all rookies refining pills, inscribing formations. We don't understand these at all." Luo Tian's voice shook and he shouted, "You don't understand? If you don't understand, then start learning. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. From now on, I am your instructor. If anyone calls me junior brother again, they will be punished immediately." Luo Tian's voice was very loud and clear. In an instant, it was as if he had become a different person. Many of the female disciples secretly clicked their tongues. Luo Tian continued, "I'm not joking with you guys. Since you want to fight, then you have to trample everyone under your feet and become the strongest." Zhu Ying asked weakly, Instructor, may I ask, the 5 of us are participating. What about you?" "Yeah. What about you? What are you doing? Won't you be stronger if you participate in a competition?" Luo Tian said, "I have my own things to do. Don't be long-winded with me. From now on, all of you will enter a level 1 state of preparation. My orders are the heavens and the earth, understand? Let's begin. Shengnan, you first learn how to control the fire." Luo Tian's voice fell. Shengnan immediately said, "Reporting to instructor, my refining skills have already reached level 3. I can already." Without waiting for her to finish, Luo Tian shouted, "Do whatever I tell you to do." Shengnan glared at Luo Tian, somewhat displeased. Each of them had their own characteristics, but these characteristics alone were not enough, and Luo Tian's current strength alone could not help them much. He needed help. Powerful help. There was only one person who could help him. Boulder, old demon. Late at night, Luo Tian stealthily ran down the Crimson Serpent Peak and stealthily walked to the cliff behind the combat hall's dormitory. He jumped down heavily and landed in midair. With a thought, "Old devil. Little master." Boulder, old demon, instantly pulled Luo Tian with a force, firmly sucking him into the cave. Luo Tian said slightly, "Old demon, I need your help." Boulder, old demon, said in fear and trepidation, "Little master, what are you saying? As long as I can do it. Just say it." Luo Tian said, "I need to change some people's physique talent. Do you have a way to do it?" Change physique talent? The old demon who was chained to the boulder frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After a few minutes, he said, "Yes." "Wait a minute. I once cultivated a kind of devil art. This kind of devil art is specially used to change some physique talents. The old demon's idea entered Luo Tian's mind. A few hours passed. Luo Tian jumped down from the cave. The next morning, Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the courtyard and shouted, "All of you, get up!" Chapter 2080. Either don't do it or do it best. In about 10 days, Luo Tian wanted to let these senior sisters have a second chance. Refining lies in fire. The idea lies in the heart. If you want to forge a spirit treasure, think about it with your brain and construct it. Don't be imprisoned by your thoughts. Think boldly and do it boldly. Luo Tian roared at Shengnan. You too. Alchemy, you can't be blind. You have to first understand the attributes of the spirit grass, the purity of the spirit liquid, and the degree of fusion between them. If you want to refine the pale well, you have to start from the most basic things. Luo Tian roared at Mayu. What are you doing? Are you slacking off? Do you want to win? Do you want to fight for yourself? Do you want to beat those regular disciples? Do you want to stay in the Logistics Academy for the rest of your life? Luo Tian was furious. 10 days in a row, Luo Tian turned into a devil's coach and was extremely harsh to them. If there was even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, he would scold them loudly. These girls would cry silently every night when they returned to their dorm. This was also because Zhu Ying and Shengnan had calmed them down. Otherwise, they would have already rebelled. However, this was also a few days ago. Slowly, over the past few days, their hearts had become abnormally strong. The thing that Luo Tian instilled in them was, I want to become stronger, I want to win, I don't want to fall like this. 10 days passed. They had been reborn. However, their rebirth was only the most basic thing. Not to mention participating in the sect competition. They couldn't even win the Red Lotus Peaks competition. They were also incomparably anxious. Early morning, Zhu Ying brought all the participating disciples and stood neatly in the courtyard. Luo Tian walked out of the room, stretched his back, looked at the 7 of them and said, "Today is a holiday, you guys can go and rest." Zhu Ying's face shook. "Instructor, did I hear wrongly? A holiday?" Shengnan also said, "Instructor, there are still 4 days until the day of the Red Lotus Peak selection. You're talking about a holiday at this time? You can't be admitting defeat, right?" "Anyway, I definitely won't admit defeat. We won't either." They were completely different. Luo Tian smiled and said, "I didn't say that I was going to admit defeat. I just said that we should take a break. You don't have to do anything today, and don't think about alchemy, refining tools, or anything like that. Let everything go." Instructor, what's going on?" "Yeah, that's not like you at all." Luo Tian seemed to have suddenly changed into a different person, and they couldn't get used to it. F***CK. You guys just lack training. Luo Tian scolded and said, "I told you to rest, so rest. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe that I won't punish you?" It was quite a punishment. Their faces all turned green. The so-called punishment was to mix all kinds of vegetable juice together and make them drink it. When they thought of that smell, they all ran away as if they were running away. Luo Tian laughed and said, "You're running pretty fast." While speaking, he looked in the direction of the logistics department's hillside and smiled faintly. "You want to observe me? You're still too inexperienced." During this period of time, Ziyan had sent disciples to observe their training every day. Luo Tian did not hold back. Let them see, but this was 10 days ago. He couldn't let them see what he was going to pass on to them, or else something big would happen. What? Take a break? Is he crazy? There are still 4 days before the competition, and he's taking a break at this time? Ziyan was a little confused. She couldn't understand why Luo Tian would do such a thing. "Senior sister, I think he's given up. Those trash in the logistics department are not cultivation material at all, not to mention alchemy and artifact forging. They have been practicing the most basic things for 10 whole days, and it's a mess. They're not even comparable to a 10-year-old child. How can such a team compare to us?" A disciple said. She had observed them for 10 days, and in these 10 days she could clearly see that these people were all practicing the most basic things, and these things were simply not on the stage. Moreover, many basic things went against common sense. At first, she thought that she had practiced wrongly, but she didn't expect that Luo Tian would teach them that. Obviously, Luo Tian was just a piece of trash who didn't know anything. Sticking 2 scallions in the logistics department's pig nose, pretending to be an elephant. It was simply impossible. Zi Yin laughed coldly and said, I reckon that they have also given up, but no matter what, since we're going to gamble, I'll trample them to death. Luo Tian, Sheng Nanjuing, you lowly things, watch how I kill you. Zi Yin laughed sinisterly. During this period of time, she was not idle. She had joined forces with the other senior and junior sisters of the Scarlet Lotus Peak. She wanted to use her strongest state to firmly crush Luo Tian and take revenge for last time's attack. Just you wait. I won't let you off so easily. Zi Yin said viciously. Other than Zi Yin, Li Juqing also received the news that the logistics department was taking a break. She couldn't understand either. Taking a break at this time? Could it be that they've given up? Li Juqing muttered. Master, I think it's because Luo Tian can't teach anymore. Look at what he's teaching. To put it bluntly, it's just bullshit. What is that called? It's completely nonsense. Those servants of the logistics department are not cultivators at all. Master, you really shouldn't have any hope for them. It's useless. A few disciples discussed. No one in the Scarlet Lotus Peak was optimistic about Luo Tian. Even, they felt disdain for Luo Tian. They had also seen the things that Luo Tian had taught them, and had even specially studied them. In the end, they had proven that these things were all trash. Who would use a dead rabbit as a training object for the beast-taming technique? Could it be that you want to revive the dead rabbit? Who would continuously decompose a stalk of spiritual grass until there was nothing left? Who would always cultivate and control the fire? Refining? What was the use of just controlling the fire? If one didn't hammer it and only used fire to burn it, could it become a spirit weapon? Li Juqing faintly smiled, but she didn't say anything. On the contrary, she was now very much looking forward to Luo Tian. What kind of miracle can you create? I'm looking forward to it. Following that, Li Juqing slightly said, From now on, there is no need to send disciples to check on the situation in the logistics department. Moreover, tell Zi Yin not to send anyone to check either. She didn't want anyone to disturb Luo Tian anymore. Moreover, with her understanding of Luo Tian definitely knew that someone was observing them. The holidays were an obvious signal. Night. In the woodshed, the 7 outstanding beauties were very little and stood straight with their chests puffed out. They quietly stood in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at them one by one, and was a little unable to control the power of the great desolation between his legs. Gudong! Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and said, Tonight I called you here secretly because I have something very important to tell you. Listen up. The old cow is at fault. Uploading the wrong chapter again. Bow and apologize, I'm really sorry. All the brothers who have subscribed to this chapter can read it again for free, and there is no need to subscribe again. Because I have changed the original chapter, there is no need to spend money to subscribe again. Apologize again. It caused trouble for everyone. Chapter 2081. During this period of time, they had all been cultivating according to what Luo Tian had taught them. From Zhu Ying's martial arts training, to Xingnan's artifact refining training, to Ma Yu's alchemy training. Many of them were very different from the way they had been cultivating in the past. It was to lay down the foundation for them, the foundation of being able to absorb demonic arts. After 10 days of training, the time was ripe. I hope that you can keep what I taught you today a secret. No matter what, you can't tell anyone. Luo Tian said in a serious tone. The 7 of them were shocked. Zhu Ying said, Instructor, we will definitely not tell anyone what you taught us. Shengnan added, even if you beat me to death, I won't say it. During this period of time, they realized that Luo Tian was really different. There were many things that deliberately teased him, but he was indifferent. They even suspected that Luo Tian was incapable in a certain aspect. They even said that it was because of this that Master recruited him into the Scarlet Training Hall. However, now it seemed that their previous guesses were all wrong, because Luo Tian's great desolation power was so strong that it had even set up a tall tent. This also caused the 7 girls' faces to burn. Fortunately, the lights in the woodshed were dim, and they could not see their red cheeks clearly, otherwise they were really embarrassed to death. Luo Tian smiled slightly. That's good. Let me ask you one more time. Do you believe me? This was very important. He had to ask clearly, or else it would affect what happened later. Zhu Ying took the lead and said, You are the instructor. Of course, we trust you. Trust? Didn't you say you wanted to give us a second chance? We don't believe what you're doing here. Big brother Luo Tian, hurry up. There was a little girl whose coquettish voice could make one's bones melt. Luo Tian had goosebumps all over his body and then said, All right, take off your clothes. Huh. What do you want to do? That's not good, right? So many people together? Big brother Luo Tian, you're too bad. The 7 of them trembled slightly. Their reaction surprised Luo Tian because they were not afraid. In fact, there was even some anticipation in their eyes, as if they had been prepared for this for a long time. However, their eyes were a little conflicted. Will there be too many people? Why don't we go in one by one? Little junior brother, can you take it? Looking at their blurred and ambiguous eyes, Luo Tian's primitive force became even more ferocious, like a volcano erupting. He immediately shouted, What are you thinking in your heads? Xingnan's cheeks were also a little pink. Her cheeks were burning, and she did not dare to look directly into Luo Tian's eyes. She said, You called us out in the middle of the night and even asked us to wear less clothes. Isn't that what you want? Luo Tian looked at Shengnan and asked, What do you want? That's right. Xingnan's cheeks were as red as a tomato. What does a tomboy look like when she's shy? Luo Tian didn't know this before, but now he knew. Moreover, Shengnan looked like a tomboy, but her looks, figure, and breasts were not any worse than the other female disciples. In fact, she was even a little more outstanding. Luo Tian was about to collapse. He slapped his forehead with one hand. Oh my God, it's all my fault for being too handsome. At this moment, Zhu Ying muttered, Instructor, we've already thought about it on the way here. You've helped us regain our confidence. We're grateful to you. Anyway, we know that we'll definitely lose this competition, but we still want to thank you because you've changed us. We're willing to give up everything for you, including our bodies, finished. Her eyes were firm. Although she was shy, she did not act coy. Instead, she raised her head and faced it bravely. The other 6 female disciples were the same. They were grateful to Luo Tian in their hearts. They had given up everything for him. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the harem system. Do you wish to activate it? Activate your sister. Ding! System notification. I don't have a sister. F***CK, your grandpa. Ding! System notification. I don't have a grandpa. Luo Tian. Ding! Do you wish to activate it? Luo Tian was completely speechless. No. He had never been so serious about something before, and he had never thought about picking up girls or anything like that. However, huff! Luo Tian heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and the great desolation power beneath his crotch calmed down instead. He looked at them one by one and said, Do you have that little confidence in me? Are you that unconfident in yourselves? Shengnan hesitated for a moment, then said in the end, Many of the things you teach us go against common sense, and are completely different from what the regular disciples cultivate. No one would use a dead rabbit to practice their beast-taming skills. No matter what, We have to thank you. These 10 days we have been very happy, very happy. As for winning Ziyan and participating in the sect competition, we never dared to hope for it. They had never said it, they had never asked, but in fact, they had always known in their hearts. A newcomer. How could a newcomer who had just entered the Icefire sect know everything? So what if he had a heavenly spirit root? There was no such thing as an omnipotent god in this world. Did he know alchemy? Did he know how to carve formations and tame beasts? Impossible. It was impossible for such a perfect person to exist. At the beginning, Luo Tian wanted to explain, but they didn't ask. He thought they already knew, but now Luo Tian heaved a heavy sigh of relief and said, it's my fault that I didn't explain it to you clearly back then. Zhu Ying said weakly, Instructor, you've done your best. We don't blame you, we should thank you. Luo Tian laughed bitterly, his mind in a mess. After turning around and remaining silent for a few minutes, he said, I'll ask you one more time, do you believe me? Do you believe that I can bring you through the Red Lotus Peaks examination, that I can bring you to the sect competition, and that I can make you all into experts that everyone in the Icefire sect will pay attention to? Do you believe me? Luo Tian asked very seriously. He needed their trust, or else. A person who didn't believe in himself and didn't believe in him, even if he were to teach him demonic arts, it would be useless. Zhu Ying nodded his head heavily and said, I believe. Xingnan and the other female disciples also followed. We have always believed in you. Good. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly and said, Thank you for your trust. Now, I will let you know why I taught you those things that go against common sense. Take off your clothes, just your top. Remember, don't have any distracting thoughts, because this is related to your lives and mine. If you're not careful, your body will explode and you will die. Luo Tian said in a heavy tone, You must remember. Concentrate on condensing your qi. Empty yourself. Don't think about anything, and do everything according to my instructions. Do you understand? I'm starting. Old Cow apologizes again. If you feel that the plot is not connected after reading this chapter, please read the previous chapter. The content has been changed. Sorry. There's an update. Chapter 2082. Overestimating themselves. They really dared to come. Who gave them the courage? They don't even look at their own status. Servants, slaves, they dare to show off on Red Lotus Peak? Do they really think that Master gave them face by giving them the qualifications? Take a piss and look at yourself. Luo Tian had always thought that the world of women would be more civilized. At least they wouldn't casually mock and ridicule, and wouldn't say those vulgar words. But he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. The world of women was a bit more verbal than he had imagined. Luo Tian reminded Zhu Ying and the others behind him. Others mocking you like this, looking down on you, does it feel good? Zhu Ying muttered, Instructor, does it feel good? Xingnan directly said, I am very unhappy. The other disciples also chimed in, not good at all. Luo Tian laughed. If you are unhappy, then ruthlessly slap their faces. At that time, you will definitely feel very good. Remember, if you want to slap their faces, then slap them to death. Zhu Ying was startled, then giggled. Today I learned another move. If you want to slap their faces, then slap them to death. Xingnan rolled up her sleeves and faced those people who were mocking them, remembering their faces one by one in her mind. She sneered in her heart, mocking me. Wait, see how I slap you until you can't find north. Luo Tian and the others stood at the back of the martial arts practice field. Ziyan walked over and coldly looked at Luo Tian. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. If you admit defeat now, it's too late. My request isn't too high. Kneel down and kowtow and say, Mother, I was wrong, and I'll release you trash. She was very pleased. She had already arranged for today's competition. Luo Tian and the others were not her match at all, and Luo Tian and the others could not win against them. Xingnan was furious and was about to charge forward. Her temper was extremely bad. Ziyan sneered. What? Speaking of your wild man, you are very unhappy? Shengnan glared at her and shouted, Ziyan, you little slut, calm down. Don't think too highly of yourself. Luo Tian stopped Shengnan. He looked at Ziyan and said, Senior apprentice sister Ziyan is really magnanimous. You actually let me off. You want to be my mother? What a pity. My mother died early. If you really want to die, why don't you die first? Pucci! The female disciples couldn't help but laugh. Ziyan's expression was unsightly. Her gaze was cold as she stared at Luo Tian. Brat, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Just watch how I cripple you on the competition stage. Humph. Ziyan flicked her sleeve and returned to her group. An instructor is an instructor. Look at how angry Ziyan is. It's too satisfying. Mighty instructor. Hee, Luo Tian said. He insulted me just now. Do you want to avenge me? Yes, everyone said in unison. Luo Tian smiled and said, I'll slap her face hard later. Understood. A few minutes later, Li Juqing only walked out of the Crimson Lotus Hall after receiving the news that Luo Tian had brought the logistics department's team to the martial arts practice grounds. Her face was cold and expressionless. Her eyes were cold, as if someone owed her money. Li Juqing stood at the entrance of the great hall and said coldly, Today's general election is to prepare for the sect assembly in half a month. Every year, Crimson Lotus Peak is ranked last in the sect large competition. Their martial strength is inferior to others. Their alchemy is inferior to others. Their inscription is inferior to others. And their beast taming is inferior to others. Could it be that we women are inferior to men? Is our Crimson Lotus Hall any worse than the disciples of the other halls? If you are at the bottom again this year, your cultivation resources will be reduced by half. Who will you give the extra half to? To the hall that is ranked first. Li Juqing coldly spat out a bunch of words. Indeed, other than having a peerless appearance, the Crimson Lotus Peak was like a flower vase that accompanied the sect large competition. It was the same every year. This year was different from previous years. In the past, they would not reduce their cultivation resources. This year, because there was an additional true disciple, all the cultivation resources were used tightly. So there was a proposal to reduce their cultivation resources. Moreover, other than Li Juqing, everyone else passed. Without a doubt, the other halls were all trying to curry favor with the Situ clan, the future sect leader, Situ Hong. Li Juqing also realized the seriousness of the matter. She resisted, but it was useless. Reduce cultivation resources? It can't be. Our beast taming is not as good as the beast taming hall, and we are not as good as the array engraving hall. They all have professional teachers. How can we compare to them? That's right, our resources are too poor. If we reduce them by half, we won't have any cultivation resources at all. The disciples in the martial arts arena began to discuss in low voices. This news was no different from a bolt from the blue to them. Li Juqing's voice sank as she shouted, That's why I want all of you to work hard. You must have a breakthrough in this year's sect large competition. My hopes are not high as long as I don't rank last. Not at the bottom? How could he not be at the bottom? The overall strength of the Crimson Lotus Peak was not even 1/10 of the other halls. So how could he not be at the bottom? Everyone was like a frosted eggplant, unable to raise the slightest bit of spirit. They didn't even have the confidence. Li Juqing sighed in her heart and thought to herself, It seems that the reduction in cultivation resources for the Crimson Lotus Peak this year is a foregone conclusion. Huff! She let out a heavy breath. She wanted to change, but she was powerless. With such a big mess, she couldn't support it alone. Today is the competition of the Crimson Lotus Peak. Whoever obtains the qualifications to participate will receive a great reward. 100 high-grade primeval stones, 1 spirit artifact, I can also enter the Crimson Lotus Pavilion to cultivate high-grade cultivation techniques. He had already spent a lot of money. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all became excited. The spirit artifact and high-grade cultivation technique were easy to talk about, but not to mention 100 primeval stones. She couldn't even take out 10. However, he couldn't care less. He had to arouse the enthusiasm of these disciples first. First round. Martial arts assessment. You have formed so many teams. Choose for yourself. Li Juqing said. She wasn't good at management, but she wanted women to hold up half of the sky. All these years, she had been trying to prove this point. However, all these years she had been a failure. At this moment, a woman flew onto the stage, swept her gaze across, bowed slightly, and said, Disciple Wang Shui belongs to senior sister Yu Li's martial arts contestant. Following that, her gaze landed at the back of the martial arts arena. At this moment, Luo Tian was chatting with a large group of women, and from time to time, there would be snickers as if they were here to play. I want to challenge the servants of the Logistics Academy. As soon as his voice fell, Wang Shui continued, because this kind of trash doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the selection battle. It's best to eliminate them as soon as possible. The words servant and trash were especially apartment. However, Luo Tian and the others acted as if they didn't hear it. Wang Shui was furious and shouted, That dog man, I'm talking about you! Chapter 2083 F***CK Bitch, who are you talking about? Shen Nan suddenly jumped up, pointed at Wang Shui on the stage, and scolded. Scolding her is fine. However, scolding Luo Tian was not allowed. Without waiting for Wang Shui to speak, Zhu Ying stood up and said, Senior sister Xingnan, I will teach her a lesson. Luo Tian reminded him and said, Be careful. I know. Slapped the face ruthlessly. Zhu Ying smiled mischievously. It was very cute, but the words she said were not cute at all. It attracted the ridicule of countless people. This made many people even more unhappy. A mere servant of the Logistics Academy, who normally did not even have the qualifications to enter the Crimson Lotus Peak, dared to spout such arrogant words here? He was simply courting death. Yu Li looked at Wang Shui on the stage and said coldly, Since she wants to slap your face, then you have to be more serious. If you don't step on her under your feet, then don't come to see me. Wang Shui said, Senior sister, don't worry, I will definitely beat her until she kneels down and begs for mercy. I'm so angry. At this moment, Luo Tian was still chatting and laughing with a group of girls, and did not care about Zhu Ying challenging Wang Shui at all. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with them. Li Juqing had always wanted Luo Tian, and seeing his expression, he was a little displeased. Have you given up on yourself, or have you already given up? Luo Tian, don't touch my bottom line or else. On the stage, Zhu Ying walked up and bowed slightly to Li Juqing. Then, her small and cute face instantly changed. Her gaze was sharp as she stared at Wang Shui and said, You can scold me, but you can't say anything about him. As soon as he finished, her body suddenly disappeared. Without waiting for Wang Shui to react, a slap came down. Pa! A slap! Pa! Another backhand slap landed on his face. Pa! The third slap. Pa! The fourth slap. Bam! After 4 slaps, Zhu Ying retracted his hand, turned around, and walked down the stage without looking at Wang Shui. Very arrogant. It was very domineering. No one could react in time. They all stared at her in a daze. Their minds were all wondering what had happened. What was going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Wasn't Zhu Ying in the lower grade of Sea Realm? How could he overturn Wang Shui, who was in the middle level of Sea Realm? Furthermore, the competition hadn't even ended yet, and she was already walking down the stage. What was this? One of the judges said, Junior sister Zhu Ying, the competition isn't over yet. What are you? Without waiting for her to finish, Zhu Ying smiled faintly and said, "It's already over." As soon as he finished speaking, bang! Wang Shui's body was on the verge of collapse. She fell on the stage. Her left and right cheeks were swollen like a pig's face. She no longer looked like a human. For slaps, she didn't even have the chance to resist. What was going on? Zhu Ying was a disciple of the logistics department? Was he a mediocre disciple with no talent? At this time, even Li Jueqing was dumbfounded as he stared at Luo Tian, who didn't even look at the ring. His heart was boiling. "Damn, good boy." Zhu Ying replied to Luo Tian and giggled. "Where are we? What happened to the main character?" Luo Tian laughed faintly. "Did you feel good just now?" Zhu Ying nodded and said, "Great, so it turns out that slapping the face really feels good. Hee hee," Xingnan said excitedly. "When will it be my turn?" Every one of them was excited. The entire audience was still in shock. They couldn't react in time. Looking at the junior sister on the stage, Yuli's eyes turned sinister as she coldly snorted, "Trash! You really embarrassed me." Zi Yan's gaze tensed up. She had not clearly seen how Zhu Ying had attacked just now. Then, she asked in a low voice, "Are you sure that they have been training their basic skills for the past half a month?" "I saw it with my own eyes. Senior sister, how could I dare lie to you? Zhu Ying must have succeeded in a sneak attack. Her cultivation is not Wang Shui's match at all." Ziyan's gaze tensed up, and she said slightly, "It's best if she succeeded in a sneak attack. If not, you're going to be out of luck." Li Jueqing glanced at the referee. The referee then continued second round martial arts assessment. Team Ziyan at this time. A female disciple stood up and walked onto the stage. She pointed at Zhu Ying and said, "Martial cultivator, cultivation realm, cultivation realm, cultivation strength, and cultivation character. A person like you, who only knows how to sneak attack, simply doesn't have the qualifications to scream and compete. Come up and accept your death." Zhu Ying looked at the stage and said, "Why is it me again?" Luo Tian said, "You might as well not come down. You can come down after obtaining the martial arts quota." "That's what I think too." Zhu Ying smiled and ran onto the stage. She bowed slightly to Li Jueqing, then said to the senior sister, "All right, since you said that I sneak attacked, then I won't make a move, right?" "I'll let you hit me. I won't make a move." The female disciple was furious and shouted, "Let's see how long you can be so arrogant." The spirit sword moved. The sword was like a spirit snake, directly locking onto Zhu Ying's throat as it attacked. As expected, Zhu Ying did not make a move. However, she made a move. Without waiting for the sword to fall, Zhu Ying kicked up and directly kicked the female disciple to the ground. Then she stepped on her back and said, "Am I sneak attacking now?" She stepped on it tightly. This was even better than slapping her face. Another move to topple her. The entire arena fell silent again. Without waiting for them to react, Zhu Ying kicked the female disciple off the stage and said, "All the martial artists of the teams come one by one. I will beat you all down here one by one, so that I don't have to walk around and get annoyed." Arrogant, incomparably arrogant. It was completely Luo Tian's character. In this half a month, they had completely learned Luo Tian's arrogant and despotic personality. The martial arts arena exploded. Too arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant person, challenging all the teams. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he'll really think that we're pushovers. It was as if it had aroused public anger. Zhu Ying was not afraid at all, and instead said even more arrogantly, "Stop talking nonsense below. Hurry up and come up. I don't have time to waste with you. A one-on-one is fine too. You can come up together. In short, hurry up. The flowers will wither if you wait." There was no end to his arrogance. His anger soared to the heavens. However, Li Jueqing laughed and said, "Interesting, interesting. In just half a month, you've changed a person to such a state. It's really interesting. Kid, it seems like I wasn't wrong about you. Heavenly Spirit, Root, ha ha ha. It seems like you really can't slip away. Li Juqing's heart became excited. At this moment, she suddenly saw a glimmer of hope for the sect's grand competition. Maybe there was a chance. At this moment, the battle on the stage had already begun. Luo Tian had seen many fights and participated in many of them. However, this was the first time he had seen a group of girls fighting. Chapter 2084. Bam! One flew down from the stage. Bam! Another flew down. Bam! And the next one. More than a dozen female contestants who had been extremely arrogant were all sent flying by Zhu Ying's kicks. He was no match for her at all. Moreover, basically, they were all sent flying with a single slap. The scene was quite domineering. These disciples were all new female disciples recruited this year, and many of them were disciples that Li Juqing was satisfied with. All of them were beaten up badly by Zhu Ying. Who else? Zhu Ying shouted domineeringly, her gaze sweeping across the entire audience, and said, "Who else is there? Didn't you look down on our logistics academy and mock us just now? Come, smile for me again." Domineering. He was just that arrogant. Half a month ago, she was still a weak little girl, but now, she was even more domineering than a man's wife. The entire martial arts arena was completely suppressed. He couldn't say a single word. Ziyan's face was ice-cold and incomparably ugly. She had originally thought that Luo Tian would use his martial arts to select the contestants, but she didn't expect that it would be Zhu Ying, who he usually looked down on the most. At this moment, Zhu Ying stared at Ziyan and said arrogantly, "Senior Sister Ziyan, it's still too early for you to admit defeat. Kneel in front of our instructor and kowtow to apologize, and we'll let you off." Just now, he wanted them to admit defeat. Now, Zhu Ying seized the opportunity to slap Ziyan's face. "Does it feel good?" Ziyan's expression was extremely ugly as she stared at Zhu Ying on the stage and said gloomily, "This is only a martial arts assessment. There are still alchemy, artifact refining, beast taming. This series, Junior Sister Zhu Ying, don't be too arrogant. There are still a few matches. Let's see who kneels on the ground and begs for mercy in the end." Zhu Ying laughed disdainfully and said, "I'm giving you a chance now, but I won't have a chance to give you a chance later." At this moment, Li Juqing glanced at the referee. The referee's senior sister said, "The martial arts selection has been completed. The selected Zhu Ying will receive a special reward from Master." Zhu Ying's expression returned to normal as she bowed politely to Li Juqing and said, "Thank you, Master." Then, she once again turned into that happy little princess as she skipped over to Luo Tian's side and laughed. "I won good. Junior Sister is really arrogant." "Ha ha ha, that's exactly how arrogant you are. Didn't you see that slut Ziyan's expression just now? It was incomparably ugly. Ha ha ha, it really feels good." The female disciples of the logistics department laughed happily. He smiled confidently. This kind of smile was really beautiful. Luo Tian was also happy for her in his heart. He said, "You have to be arrogant, you have to be crazy. Vent all the anger you've suffered in the past." Yes, everyone nodded heavily. At this moment, the referee continued, "The second round of the assessment is the weapon refining assessment. Participating disciples, please step forward." As soon as he finished speaking, Xingnan suddenly stood up and smiled excitedly. "It's finally my turn." "Come on, Senior Sister Xingnan." Xingnan walked out and directly arrived in front of Ziyan's group. She laughed coldly and said, "Junior Apprentice Sister Ziyan, if you have the guts, then come out and fight me. Watch me refine you to death." He was very arrogant. She was a servant of the logistics department who was being punished. How could she be so arrogant? At this moment, a female disciple from the other battle team walked up and sneered, "Junior Sister Xingnan, are you very arrogant?" Xingnan's gaze tensed up. This was the big senior sister of the weapon refining hall of the Crimson Lotus Peak. The disciples of the Crimson Lotus Peak who cultivated weapon refining, usually learned from her, and Shengnan was the same. Shengnan retracted her expression and said faintly, "Big senior sister." "Humph, do you still have me, your big senior sister, in your eyes?" The woman disdainfully said, "You didn't repent in the logistics department and actually fooled around with a man. You really gave me face." Shingnan's eyes darkened. Zi Yan laughed complacently and said, "Senior Sister Lan, this kind of disciple should be taught a lesson. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Lan Yu looked at Zi Yan and smiled. "Shingnan, I'll give you a chance. Immediately break off your relationship with the logistics department, and I'll still treat you as a junior sister. If you continue to be stubborn, then I'll make you suffer a crushing defeat." Shingnan raised her eyes and said solemnly, "Big senior sister, I can promise you anything else, but not this." Lan Yu sneered and said, "Could it be that you're stronger than me in weapon refining? Do you think you have the qualifications to compete with me?" "Slut." Shangnan clenched her fists and said faintly, "Since I'm here, then I'll make all the preparations. Big senior sister, I'll let you have 2 grades. This can be considered as me repaying you for teaching me how to refine artifacts. 2 grades. If there's 1 grade less, it'll be my loss." Finished. Shangnan directly walked to her own refining table. Lan Yu's expression was incomparably ugly. Let her have 2 grades? What was this? This was a kind of humiliation. She stomped her face on the ground and ruthlessly trampled on it. The surrounding disciples were also shocked. Isn't this Shengnan too arrogant? His refining skills were all learned from senior sister Lan Yu. Now he actually wants to let her have 2 grades. This is too arrogant. You have to pay the price for speaking such arrogant words. These words were an absolute critical hit. Zi Yan even added fuel to the fire, senior sister Lan Yu. This slut doesn't put you in her eyes at all. She looks down on you. Humph. Lan Yu snorted heavily and walked to the refining table with large strides. She stared at Shengnan and said, "I will let you know what refining is. I will let you understand that you are just an ant. You want to fight me? You are still very young." Shingnan remained unmoved, as if she did not hear anything. The other contestants also entered their positions. The referee senior sister said softly, "Artifact refining begin. Use the materials on your refining table to forge a spiritual energy. Whoever has a higher grade will win." At this moment, Shingnan repeated again and said, "Master, senior sister referee, if the magic weapon I refine is 2 grades higher than senior sister Lan Yu's magic weapon, it will be considered my loss." Li Juqing's eyes were filled with shock. Isn't this a little too arrogant? Not just a little. He was simply too arrogant. Lan Yu was the strongest disciple in the Crimson Lotus Peak. Now that she was 2 grades higher than her, this was simply a humiliation. Many disciples also began to discuss. They were all mocking Shingnan for overestimating himself. Who didn't know that Lan Yu was the strongest disciple in the Crimson Lotus Peak? To be able to surpass her in a short half a month? Even a super genius wouldn't be able to do that. Lan Yu gnashed her teeth in hatred, wishing that she could tear Shengnan apart. She swore in her heart, "Bitch, just you wait. I will definitely make you pay the price." The referee glanced at Li Juqing and then said, "All right." Then, artifact refining begins. When these things happened, Luo Tian and the others did not care about them at all. They did not even look at them. A large group of people sat in a circle, and from time to time they would burst into laughter. It felt as if they were here for a spring outing. Ignore? Contempt? Too arrogant. Chapter 2085. Without strength, one was arrogant. With strength, one would not be arrogant. The fire lit up. The idea in Shingnan's mind began to construct the shape of the spirit weapon, crazily deducing in his mind. He was not in a hurry. He was not in a hurry to hammer the black iron ore. Instead, he was abnormally calm. On the other hand, the others, all of them were in a hurry, like hungry wolves going down the mountain, pouncing on a goat when they saw one. It was the same for artifact forging. Crazy tempering, crazy hammering. It was completely like being in a blacksmith shop. It was in full swing. They were drenched in sweat. It had to be said that with their beautiful appearance, coupled with their sweaty clothes that stuck to their bodies, their small, transparent bodies were faintly discernible. It was a beautiful scenery. In the previous sect competition, the Red Lotus Peak's artifact forging was the most watched. 10 minutes later, previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The fire in the furnace burst out and soared into the sky. Lan Yu shouted, "Do it for me!" The heavy hammer landed on the spirit weapon, and then it was placed into the cold mountain spring water to cool down, emitting a series of sizzling sounds. Done. 5th grade spirit weapon, its name. Let's call it the Immortal Sword. Lan Yu was very satisfied with the spirit sword she had refined. It was also because she was angered that she exceeded her performance and refined the best and highest grade spirit weapon she had ever refined. At this moment, the other disciples also finished one by one. However, the spirit weapon they refined was not as good as Lan Yu's immortal sword. Everyone was done with the refinement. Only Shangnan had not moved at all. She was still slightly controlling the fire in the furnace. The immortal was deep in thought. Humph, you want to compete with me in artifact forging with this level? You're looking for a beating. I told you she doesn't know anything. Coming up to stare blankly is simply a joke. The people from the Logistics Academy are all trash. I really don't know who gave them the courage to come to the Red Lotus Peak to compete with us. Disdain, ridicule, endless. Seeing that Shangnan did not move at all, their ridicule became even louder. In their opinion, it was impossible for Shangnan to win. She didn't even know the most basic of artifact forging. Lan Yu sneered. You still want to refine artifacts like this? Go home and drink milk. I forgot you are a bastard. Picked up by master from the bottom of the mountain. You don't have a mother, haha. Lan Yu vented her anger. Zi Yan smiled complacently as well. Senior apprentice sister Lan Yu, you're the only one who can refine weapons. That bitch Xingnan doesn't know how to refine weapons at all. At this moment, Xingnan's eyes flashed with a bright light. She lifted her sleeves and exposed her entire arm. The muscles on her arm were astonishing. Immediately after, buzz! Xiao Chen's muscles swelled up, and a buzzing sound rang out from the collision of forces. Then he raised the hammer in his hand and swung it down. His thoughts followed closely as he frantically refined. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang. Her voice was extremely loud and clear. Her movements were extremely fast, and she was twice as fast as Lan Yu. Moreover, her strength was extremely vigorous. His arms were filled with violence. Buzz! 3 minutes later, Shengnan shouted, "Deal!" The flames on the spirit weapon were still burning and were incomparably red. However, Shengnan did not throw it into the water to cool it down. Instead, with a move of her right hand, she sprinkled her essence blood. The spirit weapon that had absorbed her own essence blood suddenly started to tremble on its own, emitting waves of strange, ear-piercing cries. The bright red blade was completely preserved. It was just like a blood sword. Shengnan turned around and bowed slightly to Li Juqing, then said, "I'm done." Everyone was shocked. They had never seen this kind of artifact forging technique before. Even Li Juqing had a blank look on his face as he thought to himself, "What kind of technique is this?" Was it also taught by Luo Tian? As a newcomer, it's normal for him to know a little about martial arts, but he also knows how to refine pills. His heart was filled with curiosity towards Luo Tian. Lan Yu sneered and said, "Refining a spirit weapon in 3 minutes, Shengnan, you have even forgotten the most basic things. The number of times you have tempered this spirit weapon is simply not enough. This kind of spirit weapon is just a piece of trash. It was filled with disdain. Xing Nan turned around, took the refined spirit weapon, and walked to Lan Yu's side and said, "The immortal sword you forged is a 5th grade spirit weapon, right?" Lan Yu looked at Shang Nan, who was walking in front of him, not knowing what she was going to do, and said, "It's the upper grade of the 5th grade. What's wrong?" Shang Nan said, "I count it as a 6th grade spirit weapon." As soon as he finished, the blood sword in Xing Nan's hand gently fell, knocking onto the immortal sword in Lan Yu's hand. It was also at this moment. Crack! Ka ka ka! The immortal sword's body quickly cracked, and with a clang sound it fell to the ground. Shang Nan laughed disdainfully. "Being lightly touched by a piece of trash like me, your 6th grade spirit weapon shattered into such a state. Senior sister, then isn't yours the best among the trash?" It was too shocking. With just a light touch, it had shattered into such a state. This everyone was stunned. Li Juqing suddenly stood up, and his eyes became serious. Lan Yu was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. She roared and said, "Shang Nan, you slut! How dare you! To actually dare to destroy the spirit weapon that I forged! Pah!" Without saying a word, Shang Nan slapped her across the face and said, "Don't think that just because you're my senior sister, I don't dare to touch you. How good are you?" An angry slap. The slap caused Lan Yu to see stars, and she spun around a few times before stopping. Zhu Ying exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, senior sister Xingnan's slap is too cool." They were all excited. Lan Yu covered his face with one hand, pointed at Shengnan with the other, and shouted, "You dare hit me? I'm going to kill you." At this moment, Li Juqing's voice sank, and she shouted, "Enough!" Lan Yu did not dare to not stop. She turned around and knelt down, saying, "Master, not only did she destroy my spirit weapon, she also wants to hit me. This kind of disciple should—" Without waiting for her to finish, Li Juqing said slightly, "I know how to punish her. You don't need to tell me." Also, Li Juqing looked at Lan Yu and said, "You deserve to be beaten, calling others a bastard? You are her senior sister, and you say such words?" Following that, Li Juqing no longer looked at Lan Yu and looked at Shengnan. "What is the grade of the sword in your hand?" "Level." Shengnan said slightly, "If it is divided into the 4 levels of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, this sword should be profound, rank 5. What? Ha ha ha. Lan Yu laughed out loud. "You really dare to say that? Even those big senior brothers of the refining hall would find it difficult to refine a profound, rank 5 spirit weapon. You are just a trash from the Logistics Academy." Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Li Juqing glared at her. Her figure descended and slapped her. "Is your mouth that cheap?" This slap directly caused Lan Yu to lie on the ground. There was a price to pay for being cheap. Lan Yu no longer dared to speak. Zi Yan was also frightened. Li Juqing picked up the blood sword in Xingnan's hand, and after sensing it slightly, her eyes shook. Luo Tian's heart also sank. F***ck, can't be that I've been discovered, right? Chapter 2086. The old devil of Boulder had specially instructed Luo Tian that he must not let anyone find out that he was teaching a demonic art. Once discovered, don't do anything. One word, run. Even though millions of years had passed, and the Chaos Realm had long since changed, no one knew where the experts who had chased after the Luo family were now, and it was even unknown whether they were still alive in this world. However, what if he was discovered? Luo Tian's heart secretly tightened, and he became cautious. It was also at this time Li Juqing walked in front of Shengnan and said, "Did you really refine this sword yourself?" "You didn't fake it?" She suspected that Shengnan had exchanged a leopard cat for this blood sword. That was impossible. How could a profound rank spirit sword be so easy to refine? Moreover, this was not as simple as a profound rank spirit sword, but There was also a very powerful force in this sword. Once this power was triggered, it would definitely be a move of rebirth. This kind of spirit weapon was also known as the top-grade spirit weapon. Shengnan said, "Master, this is the spirit weapon forged by this disciple. There aren't many spirit weapon of this level in the Red Lotus Peak, so it's impossible for me to fake it." Right. Where did you get such a high-grade spirit weapon? Li Juqing turned his gaze and looked at Luo Tian, who was in the distance. At this moment, Luo Tian was also looking at the stage. When their eyes met, Li Juqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, "Luo Tian, are you really omnipotent?" To be able to forge such a high-grade spirit weapon. Even in the refining hall, it was rare. With Shengnan's previous talent in refining, it was absolutely impossible for him to do this. What exactly happened in just half a month? To be exact, what happened in the last few days? Why did they seem to have become completely different people? Looking at Luo Tian, Li Juqing felt that Luo Tian was even more mysterious and wanted to know more about Luo Tian's potential. Was he really omnipotent? Immediately, Li Juqing returned the blood sword to Shengnan and announced loudly, "This round, Shengnan wins and obtains the qualifications for the sect competition." Next round, alchemy competition. Shengnan was extremely excited. This was the first time she had forged such a high-grade spirit weapon. More importantly, she had defeated Lan Yu. Without a doubt, she was now the #1 blacksmith on Red Lotus Peak, which was once her dream. Shengnan walked up to Luo Tian and threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. She kissed Luo Tian's face fiercely. Luo Tian didn't know how to react. When he wanted to push her away, Shengnan leaned on Luo Tian's shoulder and cried loudly. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," he kept saying thank you. Tears flowed down, wetting Luo Tian's shoulder. Luo Tian smiled faintly. He patted Shengnan's shoulder and said, "Silly girl." The martial arts practice field was in an uproar. All the disciples looked at the two of them. Even Li Juqing's face had changed. It had become very unsightly. This was Red Lotus Peak. No men were allowed here. But now Luo Tian had appeared and hugged her in front of her. Did he still put her, the hall master, in his eyes? Li Juqing was furious. Her voice became cold as she shouted, "Enough!" It touched her bottom line. Zi Yan immediately seized the opportunity and said, "Master, they don't put you in their eyes at all. They are so shameless in broad daylight." "Shengnan, did I let you speak?" Li Juqing glared at Zi Yan coldly. Zi Yan immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say another word. Shengnan also let go of Luo Tian. She turned and knelt in front of Li Juqing, saying, "I'm sorry, master. I was too excited." And Shengnan glanced at Luo Tian and said, "He is my instructor. I'm just thanking him." Li Juqing did not look at Shengnan, but stared at Luo Tian and said, "Please remember your identity. You are only a servant of the Red Lotus Peak. You are not an official disciple of the Red Lotus Peak. If you dare to do such a thing again, you should know the consequences." Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Shengnan said, "Master, I was too excited. I didn't care about junior brother Luo Tian's." Not waiting for her to finish, Li Juqing said coldly, "Let the alchemy competition begin." Everything else could be endured. However, she absolutely could not allow the relationship between a man and a woman to happen in the Red Lotus Peak. Absolutely not. When she saw Shengnan throw herself into Luo Tian's embrace, the scar in her heart was torn open, and she felt very uncomfortable. At the same time, it made her remember that there were no good men in this world. Luo Tian looked at Li Juqing's cold expression and thought in his heart, "Li Juqing, li macho sai. Who exactly hurt you?" Men and women asterisk 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 is the most natural thing. If there is love, there will be hate. Why make things difficult for yourself? Isn't this making things difficult for yourself? A few minutes later, the alchemy competition began, just like the previous two matches. Logistics Academy disciple Mayu wins qualified for the sect competition. Logistics Academy disciple Rua Qin wins qualified for the sect competition. Logistics Academy disciple Lu Fengshen qualified for the sect competition. In 5 consecutive matches, every single one of them was won by the Logistics Academy disciple, obtaining the qualifications to participate in the sect competition. Everything was as Luo Tian had expected. We won! We won! Instructor, we won, ha ha ha. I can't believe that we won all of them. Instructor, you're too strong. The girls cheered. If not for the fact that they were worried that Li Juqing would flip out, they would have lifted Luo Tian up. At this moment, Xingnan walked in front of Ziyan and said, Junior Sister Apprentice Ziyan, if you agree to bet, you must admit defeat. Ziyan's expression was very ugly. It was quite ugly. However, as for the bet, she couldn't do it at all. Her eyes darkened as she sneered. What bet? Did I bet with you? Shengnan, don't think that you're amazing just because you won. Don't forget your identity. You're still just a servant in the Logistics Academy. You actually dare to call me by my name. Who do you think you are? Ziyan suppressed the anger in her heart and was very unhappy. Xingnan's gaze tightened and said, Ziyan, don't be so shameless. Back then, you were flaunting your strength in the Logistics Academy, and now you're admitting defeat? If you agree to bet, you must admit defeat. Ziyan did not pee at her at all and said, What bet? I have never been to any Logistics Academy. Why would I go to that kind of trash gathering place? Humph. At this moment, Luo Tian walked forward, looked at Li Juqing, and said, Hall Master, if we obtain all the qualifications, can we also obtain cultivation resources and identity of an official disciple? At that time, Li Juqing was present. Moreover, the bet that Luo Tian was talking about was actually a bet with Li Juqing. Now that they had one, they should also be allowed to obtain the corresponding identity and cultivation resources. Li Juqing's face was still as cold as ever and said, No. Chapter 2087. There was no room for negotiation. He replied resolutely, No way. Hearing such an answer, Luo Yi's face was a little unhappy. She was clearly present that night and knew that Luo Tian was betting with her. If she didn't agree to this bet, why did she announce the next day that the logistics institution also had the qualifications to participate in the selection? Wasn't this a sign of agreement? Many of the surrounding disciples' faces of disdain appeared again, especially Ziyan, Lan Yu, and the other senior sisters who were used to abusing others. Their faces were full of ridicule. So what if you win? Won't you still be a servant? A servant will always be a servant. You still want to make a comeback? In your next life, ha ha. It's useless even if you win. You'll still be like a dog. Is Red Lotus Peak a place where servants like you can stay? Originally, they felt uncomfortable being crushed by Luo Tian and the others. They thought that Li Juqing would promote them to official disciples and obtain cultivation resources. But now it seemed that it was completely the opposite of what they thought. They immediately became excited. Luo Tian frowned and said, It doesn't matter if I'm alone, but they can't be wasted. They need cultivation resources to improve. Even if they obtained the inheritance of demonic arts, this was only the most basic. They still needed powerful cultivation resources as support to open the second layer of the demonic arts inheritance. Only then could they shine in the sect competition. But Luo Tian didn't expect Li Juqing to refuse. Luo Tian said again, I'll take care of the matters of the logistics institution alone. There's still half a month before the sect competition. They need cultivation resources to consolidate and improve. I hope, Hall Master. Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, Shengnan stood up and said, I choose to stay in the logistics institution. I'll stay too. I'll stay. We'll all stay. Zhu Ying and Ma Yu stood up one by one. Luo Tian had given them life. They were now one with Luo Tian, sharing honor and disgrace. Even if Li Juqing gave them official identities and cultivation resources, they would still choose to follow Luo Tian. How could he leave Luo Tian alone in the logistics department? Li Juqing smiled coldly and said, "Did you hear what they said? Since you're willing to follow him, you can all stay in the logistics department." Humph. The coldness in his eyes intensified. Luo Tian's brows tightened, and he said, "Why bother? I've taught you everything I know. What you need now is cultivation resources to prepare for the sect tournament. Instructor, we don't need anything." Zhu Ying's eyes were resolute as she said, "You have given us a new life. If we become official disciples while you are still a servant, then you don't have to be an official disciple anymore." Shengnan also said, "Junior sister is right. We'd rather stay in the logistics department." Right. Many female disciples said firmly. Zi Yan smiled coldly and said, "Master, these slaves of the logistics department don't even put you in their eyes." Lan Yu also said they're too arrogant. They don't care about anything. After winning a few battles, they don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. They don't even know whose territory Red Lotus Peak is. Do you still have master in your eyes? A basin of shit was being pushed down. They were hoping that Li Juqing would get angry and punish Luo Tian and the others. Today's competition had caused them to lose face. They were very unhappy. Li Juqing glared at them. The two of them immediately stopped talking. Li Juqing looked at Luo Tian and said coldly, "Since you have the ability to make them go from nothing to crushing all the other teams in half a month, then you should have the ability to make them shine in the sect tournament. Luo Tian, you want to help them obtain the qualifications to become official disciples. Very simple. As long as your overall strength can enter the top 3 in the sect tournament, then you and all the disciples of the logistics department can become official disciples, so you will be exempted from punishment." As soon as Li Juqing's voice fell, he sneered, "But if you can't do it, I'm sorry. You and everyone from the logistics department will have to scram down the Red Lotus Peak." Finished. Li Juqing did not give Luo Tian the chance to speak. He turned and left, striding into the Red Lotus Hall. The entire martial arts arena was in an uproar. Ranked in the top 3 in terms of overall strength? How is that possible? That's right, the Red Lotus Peak doesn't have any protruding items. How can it compete with the other halls? Isn't Master's meaning simple? It's obvious that he wants to chase them down the mountain. Aren't they arrogant? Let's see how they can still be arrogant now, ha ha ha. Many female disciples began to laugh loudly. The most proud ones were Ziyan and Lan Yu. The two of them brought a large group of disciples and walked in front of Luo Tian and the others. Arrogant? Continue to be arrogant. Why do all of you look like bitter gourds? Weren't you very arrogant just now? You even dared to make a move against me. What's going on now? Ha ha ha! Ziyan also followed senior sister Lan Yu. Right now they are all like dead dogs. Prepare to scram down the Red Lotus Peak. Ha ha ha! The disciples behind them all laughed out loud. He was incomparably pleased with himself. Luo Tian did not look at them, but looked in the direction of the Red Lotus Hall, clenched his fists tightly, and thought to himself, "Just you wait." Following that, Luo Tian turned around and said, "Let's go back." Seeing that Luo Tian did not say anything, Ziyan thought that he was afraid and became even more pleased with himself. Continued to be arrogant. Why aren't you arrogant anymore? So what if I win? A servant will always be a servant. At this moment, Luo Tian moved his feet. Boom! Heavenly Dragon swings its tail. His figure was like a dragon as he landed in front of Ziyan with a single step and fiercely slapped her. F*VK. Don't F*King be so shameless. Pa! It was incomparably loud as a slap landed on Ziyan's face. The imprint of his 5 fingers was clearly visible. The slap caused her to spin around on the spot. Seeing stars, he couldn't react for a long time. All the disciples were shocked. Luo Tian stood in place, his finger moved, pointing at their faces. Who the F*** CK dares to move, I'll kill her. His heart was filled with anger, truly aggrieved. There had to be a limit to ridicule. I'll tolerate you once. I'll tolerate you twice. If you still want to be cheap, then I'll slap you. Try being cheap again. The aura that erupted from Luo Tian's body suppressed them all, and no one dared to move. Moreover, they had all heard of Luo Tian's matters. The matter of challenging the entire War Marshal Hall's dormitory. Luo Tian turned and left. In the Red Lotus Hall. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Good boy, he's really powerful. How can he be so powerful? Situ Hong is powerful? Sect Master's true disciple, but is he omnipotent? Is he as powerful as my Luo Tian? Luo Tian is omnipotent. Li Juqing laughed like a madman, going crazy in the main hall. At this moment, a disciple carefully asked, Master, since you have your eyes on them, why don't you let them enter the Red Lotus Peak to cultivate? Li Juqing laughed. Are you stupid? How can our Red Lotus Peak have any cultivation resources for them? How can we give them any source stones as rewards? If they go down the mountain like this, wouldn't I be able to save some money? The disciple's forehead was filled with black lines. What kind of master was this? Chapter 2088. The Scarlet Lotus Hall was very poor. Very poor. Extremely poor. No matter how many cultivation resources he had, he couldn't even fulfill the rewards that Li Juqing had mentioned. If Luo Tian and the others were to stay, where would she get so many prenatal stones? Where could he get a spirit artifact, a cultivation method? Wasn't this asking for her life? He could only reject Luo Tian. Moreover, she was now more and more confident in Luo Tian. If she could fight for the top 3, then her days in the Scarlet Lotus Peak would be great. Li Juqing became excited in his heart. Kid, don't disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Logistics Academy. This is too much of a bully. We all won and didn't get anything. Last year, those senior sisters all got rewards, but we didn't. Exactly. What exactly is master thinking? When Luo Tian and the others returned to the Logistics Academy, they were all very unhappy, including Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian could not understand. Li Juqing clearly knew that there was still half a month before the sect large competition. If he wanted to obtain a good result and obtain more cultivation resources, then he would have to provide these people with cultivation resources to prepare for the sect large competition. However, not only did she not give it to them, she did not restore their identities and even set a goal. What did she mean by this? Playing him to death? Luo Tian thought of Li Juqing's cold and heartless gaze and muttered, Could it be because I'm too? Xingnan immediately said. Instructor, this has nothing to do with you. Right. And you didn't do anything to us, did you? Instructor, we didn't get any rewards. We've disappointed you. The 5 of them lowered their heads. It was as if they had failed an exam. Then, you suggested. Instructor, why don't we all accompany you to bed tonight as a special reward for you? I agree. I agree too. I completely agree. Their opinions were surprisingly consistent, and all of them were excited. How much did they want to *CK? After that night, they had already treated themselves as Luo Tian's women. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the harem system. Do you wish to activate it? Activate my ass. Ding! System notification. I don't have a sister. *CK, I know you don't have a master either. No, that's fine, right? Luo Tian muttered in his heart, and then said to those beautiful senior sisters, stop messing around. I'm serious. Instructor, we have never been so serious before. That's right, we can't treat you unfairly, right? Each one was more seductive than the other. It looked hungry and thirsty, as if it was going to swallow Luo Tian at any time. Women were like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s, but they were still girls in their 20s. They were girls. How could they be like this? Luo Tian calmed down and said, "Stop messing around. There's still half a month before the sect competition. If you want to reward me, then reward me. Then get a good result in the sect competition. At that time I will be," Lu Feng was the first to say unhappily. "Instructor, master is treating us like this. Why are we still going to compete?" "Exactly. I don't want to go to the sect competition either. It's too much of a bully." Even the docile Zhu Ying had a small temper. He was very unhappy. Shengnan also said, "I don't want to go either. Master is too disappointing. Not to mention that it's impossible to get into the top 3. Even if we do, I don't think Master will restore our identities. We are still servants of the Scarlet Lotus Hall." Identity might not be important to others. However, to them who had always been ridiculed as servants and slaves, their identity was very important. They yearned for the identity of an official disciple, but this time Li Juqing had broken their hearts. He would never believe it again. Suddenly, Shengnan suggested, "Instructor, why don't you bring us to roam the world, accompany us in the mortal world, and live a carefree life?" "That's a good suggestion. This kind of life is too much to look forward to." "Instructor, we will definitely serve you well and give birth to your children." He couldn't stop all of a sudden. Luo Tian's head was about to explode, and he said, "Stop! Hurry up and stop! Hall Master doesn't value us, but we can't not value ourselves. Did you see the disdainful faces of Ziyan and Lanyu? They are arrogant. We must show them. Sect competition, top 3, right? We must take it down." Luo Tian said resolutely. He had to take it down. He had to take it down for the sake of his anger. Li Juqing wanted to be in the top 3? Then let's show her the top 3. Everyone was shocked. Their expressions darkened. How could they not want to shine in the sect competition? However, with their current strength, it was impossible. The reason why he made a fuss just now was to not let Luo Tian feel too much pressure. Wasn't it just a loss? It wasn't like he had never lost before. Luo Tian said, "If there are no cultivation resources, we will think of a way ourselves. If there are no spirit grass, we will go pick them ourselves. If there are no ores to refine, we will dig them ourselves. If there are no origin stones as the array core, we will earn them ourselves. In short, the more others look down on us, the stronger we have to be. Do you understand?" Luo Tian shouted. The girls replied in a low voice, "Understood." Luo Tian suddenly roared, "Louder, do you understand?" The girls' gazes tensed up as they raised their heads and shouted, "Understood." "Very good. Everyone rest today and wait for my plan." Leave the Icefire sect? Currently, Luo Tian could not leave. During this period of time, he did not know where Kai Yen and Kai Bing had gone. He did not know where Monkey King had gone either. He did not even know where his big black blade had gone. Not to mention the chain on old Demon Boulder's body. Luo Tian had to figure all of this out. He had to obtain the qualifications to freely enter the Crimson Lotus Peak in order to properly search for the chain that bound old Demon Boulder. Therefore, he had to obtain the top 3 in this sect competition. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the Red Lotus Peak Selection mission. Reward obtained 100,000 experience, 500 immortal power points. Silver treasure chest X2 ding! Experience points has entered a state of burning. Do you wish to level up? The selection mission was completed. The 100,000 experience points directly caused Luo Tian to be in a state of burning experience. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to level up. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest get into the top 3 of the sect competition. Mission level S. Mission reward 500,000 experience, 5,000 immortal power, Third place will receive 1 gold treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest. Second place will receive 2 gold treasure chests, 2 silver treasure chests. First place will receive 5 gold treasure chests, 5 silver treasure chests. He had triggered an S-level mission, and the rewards of the mission would increase as his ranking increased. Luo Tian's heart trembled. Let's open these 2 silver chests first. Chapter 2089. The exciting moment had arrived. Last time, he opened a bronze treasure chest and obtained an incomplete azure dragon sword. What would he get this time? Luo Tian was filled with anticipation. The idea moved. Ding! Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Yes, sir. In his mind, a white light flashed, followed by a silver light. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 low-grade prenatal stone. After pausing for a moment, the system did not sound out again. Luo Tian was startled. A silver treasure chest is gone. The system did not react at all. Immediately, Luo Tian was enraged and scolded. F***CK, your grandpa! What the F***CK are you doing? You gave me a prenatal stone from the silver chest. Are you trying to play me to death? Ding! System notification. The system doesn't have a grandpa. Luo Tian scolded. Even if you don't have a grandpa, I'll still go to your grandpa. What's wrong? If you have the guts, come out and bite me. System. This is too much of a scam. At this time, Luo Tian was in dire need of resources. He was hoping that he would be able to get something good, but who would have thought? He had cheated all the way to the sky pit, the last silver treasure chest. Luo Tian clenched his teeth, took out his trump card, and said, F***CK, everything depends on you, come on. Bless me this time. Open. A white light flashed in his mind. The silver treasure chest opened. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Olaf's Mad Dog mode. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dark Nether Double Axe. 2 notifications sounded. Luo Tian was a little unable to react. Olaf's Mad Dog mode, lol? Olaf's big move? Dark Nether Double Axe. Am I going to turn into Olaf? System. One moment you made me go to hell. The next moment, you made me go to heaven. I really can't see through you. You're too amazing. I'm about to fall in love with you. Luo Tian was excited. His entire body was boiling with excitement. Olaf's ultimate move. Mad Dog mode. Did he have to be so awesome? Luo Tian was extremely excited. In the primal chaos realm, he had very few cultivation techniques. Only the Heavenly Dragon Steps and the Heavenly Dragon Saber technique barely made do. Now that he had the Mad Dog mode, he was ecstatic. After opening the 2 treasure chests, Luo Tian began to look forward to the gold treasure chest. Sect tournament, right? We must take him down. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He had to complete this mission. However, his dream of obtaining cultivation resources by opening the chests had been shattered. If he wanted to get a good result in the inter-sect tournament, he would have to rely on Zhu Ying and the others. Luo Tian alone was definitely not enough. If Red Lotus Peak doesn't have any resources, then go down the mountain and look for resources yourself. Shortly after, Luo Tian found Zhu Ying and said, Apply to the higher-ups. We want to go down the mountain to complete the mission. When Zhu Ying heard this, she immediately became excited. Instructor, are we running away from the marriage? Wow, just thinking about it makes me excited. I'll go tell my sisters right now. Luo Tian frowned and immediately knocked Zhu Ying on the head, saying, You only know how to run away from marriage. Run away from marriage. How much do you want to run away from marriage? Did I say run away? I told you to apply to leave the mountain. We want to go out and train. Zhu Ying was startled. She rubbed her head in pain and nodded, saying, Oh, I understand, but will Master agree? We servants don't have the qualifications to leave the mountain. Luo Tian said, If she doesn't agree, then don't say anything. I'll take you guys to escape from the marriage. Really? Zhu Ying's eyes lit up as she ran into the room excitedly and said, Instructor is going to take us to escape from the marriage. The room instantly boiled with excitement. Everyone was cheering, as if they were looking forward to following Luo Tian around the world. Moreover, they called this running away from the marriage. It really killed him. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the harem system. Is it? Luo Tian was speechless without waiting for the system to finish speaking. He immediately said, No, no, no. He really couldn't do anything to these girls. However, Luo Tian believed that Li Juqing would definitely agree to his request to go down the mountain, not giving him cultivation resources and not allowing him to go down the mountain to find them. If she didn't agree, Luo Tian would really bring these girls to wander the world. In the afternoon, Zhu Ying returned from the Crimson Lotus Hall, her face gloomy and unhappy. Sheng Nan looked at her and said, Little junior sister, did Master agree? Say something. I'm dying of anxiety. I've already packed my bags. Did you agree? Exactly. Everyone was extremely anxious. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Hall Master must have agreed. Come with me. Let's go down the mountain together. Zhu Ying looked at Luo Tian and said in shock, Instructor, how do you know everything? Did you already know that Master would agree to our request to go down the mountain? Everyone was disappointed, because since Master had agreed to their application to go down the mountain, it meant that Luo Tian had won and would not bring them to escape the marriage. Luo Tian bellowed, What are all of you so listless for? All of you, raise your spirits and follow me down the mountain. Half a month later, I want all of you to amaze the world and cause a sensation in the entire Ice Fire sect. Let's go! Crimson Lotus Hall. Zi Yan anxiously walked into the Great Hall and said, Master, I discovered that 8 servants from the Logistics Academy have escaped from the Crimson Lotus Peak. I've already sent people to follow them. As long as you give the order, I'll immediately capture them all. She had always sent people to keep an eye on the Logistics Academy. She was hoping that Luo Tian and the others would commit adultery, chaos, or escape. She had finally caught the chance. Zi Yan was very pleased with herself. You dare to hit me. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. If you leave the mountain without permission, just wait to die. Ha ha! Zi Yan laughed complacently in her heart. Just as she was feeling pleased with herself, Li Juqing had already landed in front of her, and without saying a word, he slapped her. Pa! It was incomparably loud. Zi Yan was hit so hard that she was seeing stars. She couldn't react at all. What was going on? She should be rewarded for her efforts. Master should be angry and give the order to capture Luo Tian and the others. Why was it the other way around? Li Juqing said coldly, From today onwards, you will be reduced to a servant of the Crimson Lotus Peak. All the clothes and food of the disciples will be made by you. If you don't do well, prepare to go to the Cliff of Reflection. Boom! Zi Yan's entire body was paralyzed as she fell to the ground. Idiot! How could this be? Why was it like this? She couldn't understand. Li Juqing looked at the foot of the Crimson Lotus Peak in the distance and thought, Luo Tian, I will give you enough authority. You still have half a month's time. If you can get me more cultivation resources, maybe I can restore the cultivation of the 2 girls from the Kai family. This all depends on you. At the same time, Li Juqing was also a little excited in his heart. If I can get into the top 3, ha ha ha. Chapter 2090. This is the first time I've gone down the mountain since I came to the Red Lotus Peak. I'm so excited. Me too. Master always said that the men at the foot of the mountain are the evilest creatures in the world. They are evil, insidious, and despicable. I wonder if that's true. Master must be lying. You'll know when you see the instructor. The instructor is the best man in the world, and the most handsome. Luo Tian brought the 7 female disciples down the red serpent peak in a flashy manner. That scene, there was only one word to describe it: awesome. Each of the 7 disciples had a devastatingly beautiful appearance. It was only after Luo Tian taught them the devil technique that their faces became even more radiant and gorgeous. Even their skin was much fairer and more lustrous, as if it had been moisturized. Who is that? Wow, it's the junior sister of the Red Lotus Peak. So beautiful. Each of them is as beautiful as a flower. Look at that figure, it's too hot. Junior sister, do you need to dual cultivate? Junior sister, I'm at the peak of the middle level sea realm. I can take you to fly. I can take you to the sky. Ah. Every time the female disciples of the Red Lotus Hall went down the mountain, it would cause all kinds of onlookers and all kinds of disturbances. In the eyes of the disciples of the other halls, the junior sister of the Red Lotus Peak was just a vase. Zhu Ying's eyes were unhappy as she said angrily, "Why are all the senior brothers at the foot of the mountain like this?" Shengnan had gone down the mountain a few times, so she was used to it. However, on the other hand, the other junior sisters were furious. It was natural for places with more wolves and less meat to be like this. This was still good. There were even some hungry places that would openly rob. Looking at the angry expressions of Zhu Ying and the others, many male disciples became excited again. "You look so beautiful when you're angry. Junior sister, dual cultivate with me." Who is that man? Finally, someone saw Luo Tian. All of them looked as if they had a blood feud with Luo Tian. Each and every one of them had a look of incomparable hatred. Who is this brat? Why did he go down the mountain from the Red Lotus Peak? He seems to be the brat from the War Marshal Hall. That time, he made the War Marshal Hall lose face. Why does he still dare to come down the mountain? I heard that a few experts from the War Marshal Hall are looking for him everywhere. If they find him, he will definitely be crippled. How dare he be so arrogant in the War Marshal Hall? He overestimates himself. Many people knew about Luo Tian, but none of them knew him. He was too famous, fighting his way out of the dormitory area of the War Marshal Hall, defeating the high and mighty disciples of the War Marshal Hall, and being brought to the Red Lotus Peak by Li Jueqing, becoming the first male disciple in the history of the Red Lotus Hall. However, these were the sensational effects of the first few days. Now, not many people were talking about this matter anymore, because Sidu Hong had already reached the middle-grade Furious Sea Realm. In less than a month, he had broken through 2 levels from the high-grade Furious Sea Realm. Solo completion of an SS rank mission. In just half a month, his mission points had already entered the top 10 of the sect, which was more than what the inner sect senior disciples had accumulated in several years. Every time he appeared, it would cause a huge sensation. Everyone was talking about Situ Hong. Naturally, there weren't many people who remembered Luo Tian. Today, if he hadn't come down the mountain and attracted the attention of many female disciples, no one would have remembered him. Sidu Hong became the number 1 person on the Ice Fire Sect's ranking list. Luo Tian had already fallen out of the list. However, he didn't know about these things at all. At this time, a disciple who looked like a dandy young master, followed by 4 minions, directly blocked Luo Tian's way. The dandy young master coldly glanced at Luo Tian. "Scram!" Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes. A minion behind the dandy young master pointed at Luo Tian's nose and shouted, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the boss? Tell you to scram. Listen carefully, scram." His finger was about to touch Luo Tian's face. Also at this time, Shengnan moved. Crack! Ayo! Ah! My hand! His finger was broken. Shengnan stared coldly at the dandy young master and said, "I only said 1 word, scram!" The dandy young master's gaze tightened, revealing a lewd smile, and said, "Explosive temper, I like it, little junior sister apprentice. Play with me. I have a lot of elemental stones. Let's dual cultivate together. Aho-ho! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The dandy young master's body caved in, and he curled up like a shrimp. His legs tightly clamped onto the base of his thigh, and his face swelled red from the pain. Go for me. Kill this woman for me. Ah, my... It was so painful that he didn't want it. Xing Nan was not afraid at all. Zhu Ying rushed forward and shouted, "Who the hell dares to move? I'll kill him." Very domineering. Very arrogant. Luo Tian slightly said, "Girls should be more reserved and gentle. It's not good to be too fierce." Zhu Ying immediately smiled gently and said to Luo Tian, "Instructor, I'm only gentle to you." At this moment, the 3 disciples behind the dandy young master rushed forward. Luo Tian was enraged. "I gave you face, didn't I?" He suddenly moved. The heavenly dragon footwork swept across like thunder, bang, 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 a series of heavy blows. The 3 of them flew out like dead dogs. Luo Tian stood in front of the dandy young master, the corner of his mouth curled up, and patted his face, saying coldly, "You have to look at who the other party is before picking up a girl. Open your eyes wide. There are some women you can't pick up, do you understand? Brat, do you know who I am? Situ Lei is my brother-in-law. If you dare to touch me, do you believe that I won't?" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian fiercely slapped him. "Pa!" Slapping him to the ground and stepping on his head, Luo Tian sneered and said, "I'm not even afraid of the Heavenly King. What bullshit, Situ Lei?" One slap, one kick, clean and neat. It was incomparably flashy, coupled with that imposing manner. Incomparably arrogant. Zhu Ying muttered, "The instructor is mighty. When can I learn his arrogant and domineering aura? Is this a fight? Who's fighting?" Suddenly, a wave of law enforcement team members rushed forward. When the dandy young master saw the law enforcement team coming over, he immediately became arrogant. "Brat, your death is here. You dare to touch me, just you wait." Still trying to act cool? "Pretend you're sister." Luo Tian fiercely stomped down, stomping the dandy young master's face into the mud, and with an explosive kick he shot out. Bam! He fainted on the spot. The law enforcement team disciples rushed up, looked at the scene, and immediately shouted at Luo Tian, "What hull are you from? What's your name? Come with us. You dare to fight in public. I think you're tired of living." Zhu Ying immediately said, "They were the ones who started it." Yes, they were the ones who started it. "Big brother captain, we are all innocent. The instructor is protecting us. Big brother captain, can you spare us this time? Big brother captain, you're so handsome." The captain of the law enforcement team felt as if he was about to float into the clouds, and instantly forgot everything. When had he ever been surrounded by so many beautiful girls? What law enforcement? To hell with it. Chapter 2091. The girl's strength was incomparably powerful. The matter of being taken to the law enforcement hall by the law enforcement team was instantly resolved. It had to be said, sometimes a woman's strength was much greater than a man's. Moreover, these women were all very deadly. They could be arrogant, tough, and coquettish. They were simply omnipotent. In the distance, Yang Yuan smiled faintly and secretly said, "It seems that you are doing well in the Red Lotus Peak, but what a waste! What a good seedling! Why don't you have any pursuits?" In his opinion, Luo Tian did not have any pursuits, so his pursuits should be women. After Luo Tian was brought to the Red Lotus Peak by Li Juqing, he inquired about Luo Tian several times, but to no avail. He thought that Li Juqing had really accepted Luo Tian as a true disciple, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. Yang Yuan shook his head and sighed, feeling sorry for this Luo Tian. In the past month, Situ Hong had made rapid progress. Just his realm alone had broken through 2 levels, and his cultivation technique and sword path were even faster. The Situ family status in the Ice Fire sect was also like the sun in the sky. Even Situ Chong, who had been crippled, was promoted to an elite inner disciple, with a higher status than ordinary elders. And then there was the barbaric breakthrough. the rising star of the inscription hall. Breaking through to the upper level of the sea realm, his control of the array had also reached an astonishing level. The new disciple of the beast-taming hall, Chinyu. The beast-taming battle power was extremely strong. Within half a month, he had already caught 3 4th-grade war beasts, causing a sensation. They were all improving at a rapid pace. But Luo Tian was still in the lower level of the sea realm. His cultivation base had not improved at all, and the women around him were more enchanting than the other. Under such circumstances, who would still have the mood to cultivate? Yang Yuan sighed in his heart and said, I shouldn't have let Li Juqing take him with me at that time. Sigh. Luo Tian, there is still half a month before the sect competition. You entered the Ice Fire sect as the first place, but I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to go on stage. Yang Yuan was very sad. Mission hall. Luo Tian looked at the mission screen. This mission is good. Catching a 9-horned lizard is a C-rank mission. The reward is quite a lot of points and primeval stones. Sigh, why was he taken away? How infuriating. That's good too. Look, there are 100 earth spirit flowers. This must have been issued by the Pill Refinery Hall. Let's hurry and receive them. Without waiting for Zhu Ying to finish speaking, the quest disappeared from the quest tab. These low-level quests would be refreshed every day, and they would be accepted the moment they were refreshed. Low-level missions were the best way to earn sect points. In order to receive these missions, one had to establish a good relationship with the disciples and elders who issued the missions. Therefore, if one were to say that the Pill Refinery Hall had a lot of benefits and the Weapon Refinery Hall had a lot of materials, they were far inferior to the people who issued the missions. These people could be said to be the richest people in the sect. He was taken away again. This is too infuriating. Ruo Qin stomped her foot. Instructor, what should we do? I can't even get a single mission. Zhu Ying was a little anxious. This trial was very important to them. Since Luo Tian wanted to fight, they couldn't drag Luo Tian down. Just as Luo Tian had said, they also wanted to shine in the sect competition, cause a sensation in the sect, and get on the billboard. However, all of this required cultivation resources, and they couldn't even get the most basic missions. How could they earn cultivation resources? With their current strength, they could only complete a C-rank mission at most. Once they reached A rank, they wouldn't even have the strength to complete it. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he stared at this level mission on the mission screen. Then, Luo Tian walked towards the mission window. The girls immediately followed, and one by one they said excitedly, Instructor, have you thought about what mission to take? Is it a C rank or D rank? You didn't appear at all. No matter what, the instructor should at least be a B rank. The girls became excited. Luo Tian walked to the window and said, Sky, Water, Black Lake, 9-headed flood dragon. The disciple at the window was stunned. He stared at Luo Tian for a full 10 seconds before saying in a daze, What mission did you just say? Say it again. Luo Tian repeated, Sky, Water, Black Lake, kill 9-headed flood dragon. Zhu Ying repeated, then looked at the mission on the screen. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she hurriedly pulled Luo Tian, whispering, Instructor, you just saw wrongly. Killing the 9-headed dragon at the Heavenly Water Dark Pool is an SSS-level mission, and the mission difficulty is 10 stars. The mission danger is also 10 stars. This mission has been around for a few years, and even the inner sect senior disciples don't dare to accept it. I heard that several elders have died because of this mission. In her opinion, Luo Tian must have seen wrongly. No one dared to take this kind of mission. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, I didn't see wrongly, it's him. He then walked back to the disciple and said, Sky, Water, Black Lake, 9-headed flood dragon, it's him. The disciple was shocked and did not help Luo Tian make a record and said, Brat, take a good look at what level the mission is Don't look for death when you have nothing to do. You only have one life, do you understand? SSS level. Danger factor 10 stars, not to mention the outer sect. Even the inner sect did not dare to touch this kind of mission. It was simply courting death. Luo Tian said seriously, "That's it. Please help me make a record." Red Lotus Peak Luo Tian. Finished. Luo Tian took out a few elemental stones from his bosom. These were all the elemental stones that he had dropped before. The disciple's eyes darkened and he sneered, "You want to die? Fine, fine, fine. I'm not the one who's going to die anyway." Finished. The disciple said loudly, "Sky Water Black Lake, kill 9-headed flood dragon. Red Lotus Peak, Luo Tian." As soon as his voice faded, the entire hall fell silent. It was also at this time. The 9-headed flood dragon of the Heavenly Black Lake mission information disappeared from the mission screen. Voila! The mission hall exploded. Who took this mission with a brain cramp? Isn't he courting death? It can't be Sidhu Hong, right? Impossible. The mission disappeared in the outer sect. It must have been taken by an outer sect disciple just now. This person must have taken things too hard, thinking of courting death. There is only one result of this kind of mission. The entire team will be wiped out. Ha ha ha. I know who it is. It's the man from the Red Lotus Peak. Something Luo something Tian. Then he's really courting death. And he even brought so many girls with him. Damn, is there something wrong with this person? Instructor, please think about it carefully. Instructor, it's impossible for us to complete such a mission. Instructor, all the girls called out to Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled slightly. If you don't do it, how do you know it won't work? This mission was indeed dangerous. However, this was the only path of trial that was suitable for them. There were no other missions suitable for them, and Luo Tian had no other choice. Chapter 2092. Coach, you really don't have a fever? Zhu Ying asked with concern. Shang Nan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Luo Tian and said, "Coach, how many fingers is this?" Lu Feng was even more direct and said, "Coach, can you stop messing around?" Ruo Qin said, "Coach, can you be a little more serious?" Ma Yi said, "Coach, I admit that this is very handsome, but we have to pay attention to the scale. If it's too handsome, it won't be handsome anymore." Walking out of the mission hall, Luo Tian brought the 5 girls to the sect's public transmission array. Along the way, the 5 girls kept pulling Luo Tian back, telling him not to be impulsive. SSS level mission. The danger coefficient was 10 stars. No one had completed it for several years, and after several battles, almost all of them had been wiped out. How many of them could do it? Don't joke around. Luo Tian looked at them and said, "I am very serious. If you think I am joking, then please return to the Crimson Lotus Peak." Very serious. Zhu Ying's face immediately darkened as she looked at Luo Tian and said, "Instructor, be reasonable. We really can't do it. It's not that we aren't confident, but our strength, the one with the highest realm, should be Shangnan, peak of the middle rank of Sea Realm." Zhu Ying was at the lower rank of Sea Realm, and the other 3 female disciples were all at the Marshalsea Realm. This kind of battle group was probably the weakest one in history. It really couldn't be done. Luo Tian looked at their serious expressions and said, slightly, "Don't worry, I'll take you there. There will be no problem. I can take you there, and I can also bring you back." At this moment, "Ha ha ha, boss, you're awesome. SSS level mission. 10 stars danger coefficient. The entire outer sect is talking about this. How can I miss out on such a lively matter?" Manpa ran up and looked at Luo Tian. His eyes were filled with excitement, and he would never forget the blade that he missed out on Luo Tian in the arena. Looking at Luo Tian again, the excitement in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. It was still as strong as before. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Brute break. Manpa glanced at the female disciple beside Luo Tian and said with a smile, boss is indeed the boss. He's different from the others. Awesome. Luo Tian smiled and said to Zhu Ying and the others, "Let me introduce you. This is my brother who entered the Ice Fire sect with me. He is the rising star of the Formation Engraving Hall and a super warrior with 2 supernatural powers, Manpa." Manpa smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just a little bit strong." He thought that Zhu Ying and the others would be shocked. However, their eyes were very calm, without any shock. Normally, when others heard his name, they would be shocked, but they were very calm, so calm that it was a little abnormal. In their hearts, no one was more powerful than Luo Tian. Luo Tian was the most handsome and eye-catching. If they were always with a very awesome person and were used to all kinds of awesome things, then when they met an ordinary awesome person, they would feel that it was nothing. Zhu Ying and the others were like this. Luo Tian looked at Man Po's awkward expression and said, "Man Z, don't mind them. They rarely go down the mountain, so naturally they don't know you." Man Po laughed bitterly and said, "It doesn't matter." He was still a little disappointed in his heart. After all, in front of these great beauties, he more or less wanted to show off a little. No matter what, he was still the number 2 person on the newcomer list, an existence second only to Situhong. This blow. No. Luo Tian looked at Man Po and said, "Do you really want to join the SSS level mission?" Man Po said excitedly, "Of course, I've been holding it in for half a month. If I don't go out and get some fresh air, I'll go crazy." Of course, this was because of Luo Tian. If it was anyone else, he definitely wouldn't join. This mission was too dangerous. Moreover, he had even snuck out. If he was discovered by the elders of the Hall of Engraving, they would definitely tie him up and bring him back. Luo Tian said, "Won't your master be worried?" Ugh. Cough, cough. My master often tells me that I want to go out and walk around. I should have more trials in my life. Man Po immediately said. Luo Tian said, "Since that's the case, then fine. When the time comes to complete the mission, I'll give you a share of the points." And me. At this moment, Chinyu anxiously ran over and said, "Boss, how can I miss out on such a cool thing?" When Man Po saw Chinyu, he said excitedly, "Brother Chin, how have you been?" Chinyu's face was also filled with excitement, and he said, "Brother Man, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've improved again." The 2 of them had become good friends since the last time they appeared in the dormitory area. Chinyu. Now he had also become the number 3 person on the newcomer list. He was extremely popular and was also the future star of the Beast Taming Hall. He was someone who was heavily nurtured in this sect competition. He was prepared to shine brightly in the sect competition. Luo Tian looked at Chinyu and said, "Let me introduce you guys. This is the genius of the Beast Taming Hall, Chinyu, and also my brother." The girls smiled as a form of greeting. Chinyu was the same as Man Po, a little disappointed. Man Po laughed. "Are you a little disappointed?" "Ha ha ha. Brother Chin, they often follow the boss, no matter how powerful we are. How can we be as powerful as the boss?" Chinyu laughed out loud and said, "That's right, but, boss, you're too lucky. When are you going to introduce us to a few junior sisters?" Man Po's face was filled with excitement as he anxiously nodded his head and said, "I want one too." Luo Tian glanced at them and said, "Real men don't need to be introduced by others. If you guys are so awesome, go find them yourselves." Chinyu, Man Po, the 2 of them were speechless. They were good at cultivation, but when it came to flirting with girls, their IQ was close to 0. Luo Tian looked at Chinyu and said, "This mission is very dangerous, you, boss. I also want to go out to train and prepare for the sect competition. Besides, I'm relieved to follow you." Chinyu also sneaked out. He was the same as Manzi. If he was discovered, he would definitely be tied up and brought back. Luo Tian looked at the 2 of them, then looked at Zhu Ying and the others and said excitedly, "There's a tank, a main attacker, and also a supplement to the team. Perfect." "All right. Since that's the case, let's go together." Luo Tian became excited. He brought them to the center of the array formation. Ice fire sects intersect. Sidhu Chang's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "You dog, you're finally out! I've been waiting for half a month." His voice was a bit like a eunuch who had just been castrated, and his movements were very sissy, even his orchid fingers were out. Thinking of Luo Tian, Sidhu Chang's crotch started to ache. He had tried countless methods, all kinds of expensive pills, but the next thing he could not get up. Even if a beauty kept provoking him, he still could not get up. The hatred in his heart was overflowing. This time, he must take revenge. He must. Chapter 2093. At the entrance of the teleportation array. Please confirm. This teleportation array has not been activated for too long. Once activated, it will take 5 days for it to recover its energy and teleport back. A senior brother reminded him. He also felt that it was strange. This kind of mission had not been done for more than a year, and the mission was almost over and automatically cancelled. He did not expect that someone would actually want to kill the 9-headed dragon today. Luo Tian said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. We have confirmed the mission." "Good." The senior brother did not beat around the bush and said, "All of you stand in the array. Let me tell you in advance, because the Blackpool mountain range is filled with demon beasts, it is rather dangerous, so the array can teleport you to the town at the foot of the Blackpool mountain range." "All right," Luo Tian said. Then, with a thought, the senior martial brother activated the formation. Because this teleportation array had not been activated for too long, it had become somewhat slow. It was like a machine that had not been activated for a few years, making rustling sounds as it rotated. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Whoosh! The array was activated and the figure disappeared. It was also at this moment that a few elders from the carving array hall anxiously ran over. Wait. The elder of the beast taming hall was also burning with anxiety and directly rode a flying war beast and rushed over. "Wait! Quickly stop the array! Stop!" The senior brother was shocked. "Elders, once the array is activated, it can't be stopped. It's over. This time it's completely over. There's no saving him. Why did you follow that madman? This is an SSS-level mission with a 10-star danger factor. Are you courting death?" Sai, the elder of the carving array hall, sat paralyzed on the ground, dejected and heartbroken. Manpu was now the signature of their carving array hall, the treasure in their hands. Going on such a dangerous mission, he had a slim chance of survival. There was still half a month before the sect competition. If anything happened to him, then, Sai, what should we do? The elders of the beast taming hall were the same. Chen Yu was also a treasure in their hands, and they did not expect that Chen Yu would follow Luo Tian to the Blackpool mountain range. "No, I want to catch him back. If anything happens to him, I'll definitely lose my head." The elder of the engraving hall rushed up and immediately shouted, "Quickly send me to the Blackpool mountain range. Immediately. We want to go too. Brat, you'd better hurry up. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer." Each one was more ferocious than the other. The array formation disciple said, "Elder, the array formation of the Blackpool mountain range requires a large amount of energy to support it. It needs 5 days to recover. I have already used it, so it needs 5 days before it can be used again. I don't have any way to activate it now." He revealed a troubled expression, then looked at them and said, "Unless you can use 1,000 vitality stones as energy conversion, then you can open it again." "How much?" 1,000. F***CK, brat, do you know who I am? This old man is an elder of the formation engraving hall. What kind of array have I not seen before? Using 1,000 primeval stones for energy conversion. Are you crazy? He didn't believe it at all. The disciple said the Blackpool mountain range is too far away. Adding on the fact that it hasn't been used for more than a year, if it were to be used again, it would consume several times more energy than a normal array. "Elder, you're an elder of the formation engraving hall. You should know the principles of arrays better than me. I'm really not lying to you. 1,000 stones. This was a huge number. Their elders' annual salary was only a dozen or so stones. The entire formation engraving hall only had 300 cultivation resources a year. This was still considered good. Asking them to take out 1,000 primeval stones at once was simply impossible. The beast taming hall was even more impossible. There was no other way. They could only return with their tails between their legs. What? Where did he go? The Black Pool Mountain Range? Did he take the Black Pool Mountain Range and kill the 9-headed dragon SSS grade mission? Li Juqing was shocked. She knew that Luo Tian had gone down the mountain to take the mission, but she never would have thought that Luo Tian would be crazy enough to go to the Black Pool Mountain Range. Wasn't this just looking for death? This is bad. Li Juqing's heart sank. If you push it too far, even a dog will jump over a wall, let alone a human. This time, Brat, why are you doing this? It's over, it's over. This time it's really over. Her Crimson Lotus Peak's last chance to rise up had been buried in her hands. Li Juqing was filled with regret. If she had another chance to choose, she would definitely agree to Luo Tian's request and do her best to get the cultivation resources that Luo Tian needed. Now everything was over. The news of Luo Tian accepting the SSS grade mission quickly exploded, causing a sensation. However, everyone was mocking Luo Tian for overestimating himself. He was simply sending himself to death. Boom, boom, boom! The teleportation light exploded, and a formation imprint fell from Luo Tian's hand. This was the formation that they were teleporting back to. However, he needed to wait for the teleportation imprint to be filled with energy before he could use it. Luo Tian looked at Manpa and said, Manzi, why do I seem to hear your array engraving hall's elder calling your name? And you, Chinyu, did you sneak out? Manpa scratched his head and laughed. Since we can't go back now and you can't chase me away, I'll just say it directly. I sneaked out. Boss, I heard that you accepted an SSS grade mission. I guess that you would definitely need help. You are my boss. How can I not come? If I don't come, am I still your brother? Chunyu also said, I am the same as Manzi. If I don't come, am I still human? F***CK. Luo Tian disdainfully said, you guys want to follow me and ask me to introduce you to the junior sister of the Crimson Lotus Peak, right? Huh. Boss, if you know, then don't say it out loud. With so many junior sisters here, how awkward would it be for us? Manpa laughed foolishly. Luo Tian was also speechless. Then, Luo Tian said to Chinyu, didn't Brother Monkey come with you? Chinyu said, hasn't Brother Monkey been following you? That day when you fainted, he followed you. Strange, Luo Tian muttered in his heart. This time, I must ask the Crimson Lotus Peak properly. The two girls from the Kai family had disappeared. His black blade was gone. Brother Monkey had also disappeared. What the F***CK? What exactly happened after he fainted? Let's go to the village and ask about the situation. Luo Tian brought the 7 of them to a small village not far away. Behind the village was the Black Pool Mountain Range. This was the border between the Chaos Realm and the Ling Tian Realm, one of the 3 low-level domains. People from the Ling Tian Realm often appeared. Luo Tian walked into the village and realized that there was something wrong with the village. Luo Tian's brows twitched slightly. There's killing intent. Chapter 2094. The atmosphere in the village was very strange. It was a very normal village, but there was not a single person in sight. Furthermore, it was filled with the smell of blood. In that instant, Chinyu moved. Violent Bear. Roar! His war beast Violent Bear rushed out. The armor on its body had already been changed, and the aura on its body had become very different from before. Increase in rank. Moreover, it wasn't small either. It was at least 2 grades. It seemed that Chinyu had an extremely high talent in war beasts. The Violent Bear rushed out, roared, and rushed into the depths of the village. "Everyone be careful," Luo Tian reminded. The ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger, as if something was about to happen. Suddenly, a voice was heard. "They've entered the formation. Kill!" Demon Fiend Array open. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Luo Tian and the others as the center, many incomparably tall magical beasts rushed out from all directions. Ruo Qin frowned. "Instructor, array formation!" Man was slightly shocked. He glanced at Ruo Qin and said to Luo Tian, "It is indeed a formation, and it's a demon formation." At this moment, a large wave of magical beasts surrounded Luo Tian and the others in the middle, and a group of people walked out from the houses on both sides. A man wearing a blood-red robe. "Devil sect?" Luo Tian frowned and said slightly, "Brothers, we are just passing by. Please be magnanimous." "What's there to be magnanimous about?" "What's there to be magnanimous about? Huh?" A middle-aged man looked at Luo Tian with disdain and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. "Uft. After waiting for 3 days, I didn't expect to meet a group of trash from the Icefire sect. What bad luck." The man was very disdainful. Another man revealed a lewd smile and said, "Senior brother, look at those 5 girls. Each one is prettier than the other. I heard that the Icefire sect has a crimson lotus peak that is filled with beauties. Could these 5 girls be disciples of the crimson lotus peak?" "Senior brother, even if we can't wait for the people from the Ling Tian realm, it's not bad to wait for these people. At least we can have a good time. Ha ha ha, look at that skin. Look at those slender legs. I can't hold it in any longer. Little beauty, as long as you satisfy us today, we will spare your lives." They were also a small battle team. 7 people. The strength of the middle-aged man has reached the peak of the low-grade Raging Sea realm and is very strong. Luo Tian frowned. Looking at their hungry faces, he said coldly, "We're just passing by. What's wrong with passing by?" "So what if you're just passing by? Brett, it's your bad luck." As soon as he finished speaking, with a thought from the middle-aged man, the magical beasts moved and pounced on Luo Tian and the others. F***CK. Luo Tian was instantly enraged. "Did I give you face? Barbaric break." "Understood." Man smiled excitedly. "You have the nerve to take out such a low-level formation and embarrass yourself? I'll show you what a formation within a formation is." Man performed a seal with both hands very quickly. A prenatal stone was injected into his idea, and the power of the formation quickly condensed. In a short 10 seconds, his palm moved and pressed down on the prenatal stone. He shouted, "Thunder Astral Array, open for me." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. As the prenatal stone pressed down on the ground, the power of the sealing formation quickly spread out, and the densely packed runes quickly extended. Buzz! Buzz! With a loud buzzing sound, the power of the formation quickly gathered. A bolt of lightning struck down, directly turning the magical beasts that were charging forward into dust. Instant kill. The Devil's Sect disciples were slightly shocked. Array hand. "His strength isn't low. I didn't expect that there would be a disciple of the Array Carving Hall in your team. However, no matter how powerful your Thunder Astral Array is, it's useless." The middle-aged man frowned, and more magical beasts appeared in the array. The lightning that erupted from the Thunder Astral Array was a bit overwhelming. There were too many of them. Man said in a low voice, "Boss, we have to find its array core." "I'm not familiar with finding array cores, I'm afraid." Luo Tian glanced at Ruo Qin. Ruo Qin nodded and said, "Understood." Then Ruo Qin sat cross-legged and released her mind instructs in a second, directly covering the 2 arrays. 3 seconds later, Ruo Qin opened her eyes and stared at the ground. "Instructor!" "Leave it to me." Zhu Ying walked forward, her right arm shook, and her strength surged as she heavily smashed her fist onto the ground. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The ground cracked and caved in. Next, the magical beasts in the array began to slowly distort, and Zhu Ying struck down with another wave of power. Bam! It was completely destroyed. The demon fiend array had completely disappeared, and those magical beasts had also completely disappeared. The middle-aged man was abnormally angry. It took less than 10 seconds to break his demon fiend array, which was simply a humiliation to him. So what if you break my array? Do you think you can escape from my grasp with just your trash of the sea formation realm? Kill them. The middle-aged man shouted, and the other 6 quickly rushed forward. Luo Tian laughed coldly. Can't escape from your grasp? Humph! Kill! With a cold snort, Manpa took the lead and directly rushed out. With a violent punch, he directly blasted a Devil Sect disciple who rushed up and sent him flying. Roar! Violent Bear rushed back and stood behind a Devil Sect disciple. With a move of its claws, it directly tore that person apart. The blood sword in Xingnan's hand moved, and a force burst out from the blood sword, directly turning into a bloodlight. Bam! It penetrated the head of a Devil Sect disciple. In an instant, 3 Devil Sect disciples died. Luo Tian slowly walked up, looked at the middle-aged man, and said with a cold smile, "Who can't escape from whose palm? I gave you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it." The middle-aged man's eyes darkened, and his sea of anger moved. A powerful aura formed a pressure, forcibly pressing down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Level up!" The experience points, burning status, disappeared. His cultivation instantly broke through to the upper level of the sea formation realm, and at this moment he moved his feet. Heavenly dragon tail swing. With a drop of his right hand, he used his hand as a knife. With one step and one change, he quickly rushed forward and slashed down at the middle-aged man. Buzz! Power collided. The middle-aged man's body sank. His face was pale. A huge saber chi rushed straight to his mind. Pucci! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Next, his knees bent and he directly knelt down. His pupils shrank and he said heavily, don't kill me, big brother, don't kill me. We are here to ambush the people of the Ling Tian domain. We never thought of doing anything to you. Don't kill me. You're telling me this now? Too late. Luo Tian would never show mercy to those who deserve to die. The hand of the blade. Slash down. Swish. The saber chi of the heavenly dragon saber technique slashed across the man's neck, and a thin blood mark appeared. The man's pupils dilated, and he covered his throat with both hands. Blood flowed out. After struggling a few times, he finally couldn't get up. Dead.